Late night. In a lavishly decorated bedroom, the dim yellow lights contrasted the silence and the mysterious atmosphere of the night. Qiao Lian sat on a large classical-style bed, uneasily clutching onto her sensual nightgown. She had always been a fearless person. However, upon thinking of what was about to happen, she was filled with anxiety. Qiao Lian bit her lower lip and her deep, dark eyes floated subtly towards the direction of the bathroom. The sound of the running water stopped, and the bathroom door opened. When the tall Shen Liangchuan walked out of the bathroom, he made the spacious bedroom look cramped. He exuded an inherent, distinguished aura. Qiao Lian's heart jolted and she quickly stood up. This man was her newlywed husband, yet this was the first time they were meeting. He donned a white bathrobe, his hair still dripping wet. His facial features, including a sharp nose and thin lips, were more distinct and handsome than what they looked like on television. His long, almond-shaped eyes also felt sharp but cold. "Mr. Shen, this is the first time we're meeting." "It's my pleasure." Qiao Lian forced a sweet smile and tried her best to use a light, relaxed tone to greet him. Just as she finished speaking, his gaze darkened. There was a sense of danger that flashed within his eyes. "Our first meeting?" His voice was deep, and the coldness in it left a chill in her heart. There was a certain sense of sarcasm in the way he spoke. Before Qiao Lian could figure out what he meant, he suddenly turned around and switched off the lights. Piak! The sudden darkness startled Qiao Lian. The next moment, she felt someone grab her waist tightly. The room spun around her and she fell onto the bed, pinned by a bulky stature emanating a strong masculine scent. His actions were extremely rough, entering her without any foreplay. What followed felt like a tempestuous ravage across her body. Every push he made felt like he was using his utmost strength. Until the end, she could not feel any tinge of pleasure from the sex. It felt like she was going through a cruel punishment. When the deed was done, Qiao Lian laid on the bed weakly, feeling pain in every part of her body. Her nasal tip was filled with the aggressive masculine scent. Before she was even able to catch her breath, he clutched at her chin and forced her to look him in the eyes. In the dark, she could not see the complex emotions churning in his eyes. All she could hear was his deep and cold voice warn her. "Miss Qiao, I do not want news of our marriage to be leaked to the public, so as to prevent unnecessary problems from occurring during our divorce in the future." Qiao Lian was dumbfounded. They had just finished with such an intimate act and were both still unclothed, but he was already going to turn against her? She clenched her fists and suppressed the humiliating feeling in her heart. Right. This marriage itself was just a deal after all. She needed money and he needed a child. It was only right and proper for him to ask for a hidden marriage. "Mr. Shen, you don't have to worry about it." Qiao Lian took a deep breath, then lowered her eyes and replied obediently. He stood up and walked towards the bathroom without a trace of care. After he took a shower, he changed and left. It wasn't until Qiao Lian heard the car engine start that she realized he had left. He had actually left her alone in their room on their wedding night? Qiao Lian was momentarily dazed. After regaining her senses, she rolled over in bed and fell asleep while hugging the blanket. In the middle of the night, her phone on the nightstand buzzed several times. The lock screen showed a preview of Weibo's most popular headlines. Hot! According to inside sources, Best Actor Shen Liangchuan was registered married today. The Weibo post exploded across the internet like an atomic bomb. Early morning, Qiao Lian's alarm rang loudly. Qiao Lian woke up with a start. Throwing back the covers, she jumped off the bed with her eyes closed. However, both her legs were aching and limp, causing her to plop down onto the floor on her butt. She opened her eyes half-consciously and the first thing she saw was an expensive Persian carpet. She was confused for a moment when realization suddenly hit her. She had married her Prince Charming. After sitting on the floor and taking some time to digest the fact, she picked up her cell phone to turn off her alarm. Subconsciously, she opened Weibo and took a glance at the trending searches. She would have never expected that the four impactful words, "Actor Shen's secret marriage," would meet her eyes. Qiao Lian's irises swelled in shock and was immediately wide awake. After she saw the contents of the Weibo post clearly, her hand trembled, and she almost dropped her phone. It was only last night that Shen Liangchuan had warned her to keep their marriage a secret, but why was there a great uproar now? Would he mistakenly believe that it was her who had leaked the news out? Shen Liangchuan. Anyone who had interacted with him would know that he was a scary man. If you offended him, the consequences were dire. Knock knock. Knocking sounds came from the door, closely followed by the female caretaker's emotionless voice saying, "Madam, sir's call." The voice made her heart leap up fiercely. It was indeed true that whatever you were afraid of always came true. She bit her delicate red lips and could care less about the aching pain all over her body. She quickly put on her clothes and walked down to pick up the house phone. Taking a deep breath, she then used a soft and gentle voice to greet the caller. Shen Liangchuan's ice-cold voice floated over the phone. "I originally thought you were an obedient person." Sure enough, he did not trust her. She slightly tightened her grip on the phone. Her heart felt as if it was being pricked by a needle as a sharp pain flashed by. To him, she was merely a childbearing tool. Thus, when trouble struck, the first person he doubted was her. "It wasn't me. Mr. Shen, please think about it. The money you have given me, you can also take away at any time as you please. Why would I do something so stupid as to sabotage myself? You can go ahead and investigate. If the results show this has anything to do with me, I will accept any consequences." Qiao Lian paused for a moment to sort out her feelings and replied in a calm voice. Although she spoke with confidence, she still felt unsure about herself after she ended justifying herself. The person on the other end of the phone remained silent, and it made her uneasiness increase by the second. She was not sure if Shen Liangchuan would trust her. After a while, Shen Liangchuan finally replied, "I will check. However, if the reporters manage to capture and identify you as Mrs. Shen," the threatening tone he used triggered Qiao Lian, causing her to immediately respond without any tinge of hesitation. "If that happens, I will pack up and leave on my own accord. I don't wish to come across any trouble caused by you in the future." "Don't worry," I dashed the simple words in menacingly cold tone urged Qiao Lian to express her thoughts. But before she was able to finish her sentence, he slammed the phone and hung up. Qiao Lian's words hung in midair as she stared at her phone in shock. This man was so ungentlemanly. It just did not conform to his image as the Prince Charming of many. After hanging up the phone, Qiao Lian mindlessly drank the milk the caretaker had brought in and rested for a while. After a while, she put on a cap and went off to work. As the news broke out, her intuition told her that there would be reporters camping outside. Choosing to be safe rather than sorry, she thus decided to leave through the back door. She only walked out of it after observing the area and ensuring that everything was normal. However, when she just stepped out of the door, a few reporters suddenly appeared out of nowhere and surrounded her. They were repeatedly exclaiming, "Mrs. Shen!" This bunch of reporters had really appeared out of nowhere, catching Qiao Lian off guard. Just as the reporter raised her camera, Qiao Lian quickly raised her hands to cover her face. She wanted to go back into the villa, but someone grabbed her arm tightly. "Mrs. Shen, what is your real identity? When are you going to hold your wedding? How did you and best actor Mr. Shen get to know each other?" The reporters moved forward and surrounded her. The way they bombarded her with questions felt as though they would not be satisfied until they find out everything about her. Qiao Lian kept her head down. She realized that even if the butler and security officer managed to escort her back into the villa, the reporters had already taken pictures of her covering her face. And if those pictures appeared alongside Shen Liangchuan on the hot searches, remembering his warning earlier, she was sure she didn't want to take any chances. She couldn't fluster. She definitely needed to keep her ground. Suddenly, she had an idea. Before the caretaker spoke, Qiao Lian stood up straight and lowered her arms slowly, showing her face to the crowd. The reporters immediately started clicking their cameras furiously. However, Qiao Lian gave a pitiful expression and clung onto the caretaker. "I was wrong. I have realized my mistake. I promise to never trespass your house again. I shouldn't have climbed into your house. Please forgive me and give me a chance." I was desperate to get first-hand news as I have to support my family. I have really realized my mistake. Just forgive me this once. She had her heart in her mouth as she spoke while observing the people behind her. The reporters watched the scene unfolding in front of them in confusion. They gradually stopped taking pictures. The caretaker was also stunned, unsure about what exactly was happening. Suddenly, one of the reporters shouted with uncertainty, "Qiao Lian, is that you?" Someone asked, "Who's Qiao Lian?" "That famous reporter from Gossip Entertainment News. Holy sh*T. She works so hard just for first-hand news? I admit defeat." After hearing these words, the caretaker lowered her head and saw Qiao Lian continuously blink her eyes at her with her back facing the crowd. The caretaker suddenly realized what Qiao Lian was trying to convey to her and said, "Please leave, but we will reserve the rights to pursue the case of your illegal entry into private property," with a straight face. After finishing her sentence, she turned around and slammed the main door. Qiao Lian stood outside the door, staring at the cold metal door, and she couldn't help but be impressed. Even the caretaker of Best Actor Shen had amazing acting skills. Seeing that she had finally gotten herself off the hook, Qiao Lian took a cab to the news agency. On the way, she picked up her cell phone and dialed Dr. Li's number. "Dr. Li, I'm Qiao Yi's sister. Could you please prepare his surgery as fast as possible? The money is ready." After hanging up the phone, she looked dazedly out of the car window. The relaxed expression on her face faded away and was replaced with a grave look. Her brother was her only kin left in the world, so he had to stay alive and well. As for the other things, she could settle them herself. For now at least everything seemed to be on track and progressing well. With that in mind, she sat up straight and braced herself for work. She would not admit defeat. But once she arrived at the news agency, her chief editor, who usually did not interact with her, walked to her with a big smile on his face. Her intuition had been right. He was up to something. He said, "Qiao Lian, aren't you famous for being the most hardworking employee in the company? Let me give you a chance to dig up a big piece of news then. No matter what method you use, you must find out who Mrs. Shen is, or else you can start preparing your resignation letter." Those words hit her like a bolt from the blue. What? Outside the set of First Love, Qiao Lian stood together with the reporters of various magazines. She was listening to their active discussion on the rumors about Best Actor Shen. In the middle of the night yesterday, someone captured Best Actor Shen leaving his house, leaving his bride at home on their wedding night. From what I see, she must be unimportant to him. You sure? I originally thought that Best Actor Shen chose to hide his marriage as he loved her too much and wanted to protect her from the eyes of the public. Hearing this, Qiao Lian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Protect her? It was more like he wasn't interested in her. As she recalled the events of the night before, she felt that Shen Liangchuan's attitude towards her was kind of weird. Why had he picked her when he wasn't interested in her? Someone hit her arm as she was lost in her thoughts. Turning her head, she saw her colleague Su Mimi, who was speaking fiercely and smugly to her. "Qiao Lian, do you regret offending chief editor? I told you so, but it's too late now." On the surface, Su Mimi always obediently followed the chief editor's lead, but actually, she was just trying to suck up to her. Qiao Lian couldn't be bothered to entertain her. Su Mimi continued arrogantly. "Some people think that they are superior and impressive just because they reported some big piece of news. But, in this industry, who doesn't know that Best Actor Shen's gossip is the hardest to attain? This time, you can just prepare to submit your resignation letter. Why is there no ending to this?" Qiao Lian's blinked her black eyes and replied, "Su Mimi, has no one ever told you that your voice has the same effect as a frog? It is just as noisy and annoying." "You!" Su Mimi was so furious her face turned thoroughly red. Qiao Lian grinned and incisively replied, "The result can only be determined at the end. We won't know who will emerge as the winner until then." She had to continue her job as a reporter, so she wasn't going to admit defeat so easily. Su Mimi sneered. "Wow, you sound like you know who Mrs. Shen is. Okay then, if you have the ability, try finding out her identity." Qiao Lian originally wanted to retort, But she was interrupted when someone suddenly exclaimed, "Best Actor Shen is here." The voice worked as if it were a predetermined signal, and the crowd suddenly exploded with excitement, running forward with raised cameras. When Qiao Lian turned her head, she saw a black nanny van driving slowly in her direction. The filming crew banned reporters from entering the set. Thus, all the reporters had waited outside to try their luck and capture Best Actor Shen on camera. However, as he entered and left the filming set by car, they usually weren't able to capture him on camera at all. As she watched the car slowly move in her direction, staggering away from the reporters, Qiao Lian heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Liangchuan wouldn't have seen her, right? However, she had felt relieved too soon. At that moment, someone behind her gave her a sudden hard shove, and she flew towards the car uncontrollably. Screech! The car immediately screeched to a halt. Qiao Lian was slammed onto the car, and she felt as if all of her bones were about to shatter. At the instant the car stopped, her face was smacked right on the rear window of the car. The extreme pain came from her arm, but her first instinct was to stand up straight and leave as fast as she could. Unluckily, things never went her way, and the window of the car was rolled down. Behind the window was pent-up coldness. As Qiao Lian noticed him, her irises contracted. Behind the window was Shen Liangchuan's, although expressionless, divinely crafted face. Amongst the crowd, Su Mimi lowered her hand, and a smug smile flashed on her face. Everyone in the industry knew that Best Actor Shen hated being hounded by the paparazzi. Other artists might leave some face for the reporters, but Best Actor Shen had never shown leniency. Once, when someone had followed Best Actor Shen and was caught by him, the person was beaten up by Best Actor Shen with the excuse of self-defense. When the matter was brought to court, it ended without any conclusion. Therefore, this time Qiao Lian was definitely dead meat. Qiao Lian's shiny black eyes resonated her fear. Shen Liangchuan was dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit, and as he sat in the car quietly, his superiority was emphasized. His expression was grave and still as anger emitted from him. Everyone around him could sense his fury, and they all held their breaths in fear. I'm so sorry," she stammered. Qiao Lian couldn't feel any pain throughout her body. Instead, she gripped her fingers in anxiety and hurriedly moved backward. However, before she was able to proceed far, her shoulder was grabbed by a big icy cold hand. She froze on the spot, and as she turned around, her eyes met Shen Liangchuan's. They were shining with danger. His grave stare made Qiao Lian feel as if she was being held by her throat, so she was having difficulty breathing smoothly. "Is this to provoke me?" Shen Liangchuan remarked coldly. Huh. Qiao Lian was stunned. What does he mean? He thought that she appeared there to threaten him with revealing her identity as Mrs. Shen? To negotiate terms with him? No, I don't mean that. I'm not. Him mistaking Qiao Lian's situation caused her to feel very anxious, and she wanted to explain herself. Midway through her sentence, she suddenly realized that many reporters were eyeing them, as if they were eyeing their prey. They would be exposed if she misspoke so much as one word. "Mr. Shen, you are mistaking my intentions. I have absolutely no intentions of provoking you. My chief editor ordered me to interview you, so I was forced and had no choice at all. Mr. Shen, could you tell us who exactly is Mrs. Shen?" Qiao Lian suddenly had an idea, and her expression became one that was fawning and gossipy. When she finished her sentence, she looked at Shen Liangchuan anxiously. He didn't move, and his pair of eyes looked as calm as the ocean. They had such depth that no one would be able to guess what was going through his mind. Qiao Lian swallowed nervously, internally wishing for him to ask her to scram off. As they were in a stalemate, a coquettish voice sounded from the inside of the car. "Teacher Shen, see how shocked the pitiful reporter is. Everyone else here is also having a difficult time waiting here. Why don't you tell them who Mrs. Shen is?" Qiao Lian's irises contracted when she realized a woman was sitting in the rear seat of the car. She was Yang Lingxi, the female lead of the drama. She couldn't help but glance at Yang Lingxi and Shen Liangchuan back and forth. Why would they be together in the same car? Yesterday, Shen Liangchuan had left in the middle of the night. Could it be that he had gone to... However, at that instant, as she was immersed in her thoughts, the reporters behind her burst in excitement. As Best Actor Shen was well known to be aloof, the reporters had come with the mentality that they might not manage to capture anything. Little did they know that there was a surprise in store. Gotcha! There were continuous sounds of photos being taken. Everyone also started questioning Yang Lingxi's appearance in his car. Mr. Shen, may I know why you are entering the set with Ms. Yang? It's only the second day of your marriage and you specially came to act in this set. Are you here to show support for Ms. Yang Lingxi? Mr. Shen, may I know who is your wife? Is she someone in the industry? The questions were thrown continuously to Shen Liangchuan. His gaze turned cold as his lips moved and out flowed a mellifluous voice. Since all of you are so curious, let me tell you. As Qiao Lian watched the uncontrolled scene, she suddenly had a bad hunch. Unluckily, her hunch came true. Shen Liangchuan's finger suddenly pointed to her and said, "My wife is her." The place fell into dead silence. It was eerily silent. Qiao Lian was totally stunned as she looked at Shen Liangchuan dazedly. Did he feel like disclosing their relationship? Pfft! Laughter broke the deadlock. Yang Lingxi continued, "Teacher Shen, your joke isn't funny at all. Look at the reporter, you've frightened her. Could you forgive her as a favor to me? She doesn't look like she did it on purpose." With Yang Lingxi's words, everyone suddenly understood the situation. Best Actor Shen's words were to ridicule her. Yang Lingxi's words had saved Qiao Lian from the awkward situation. Qiao Lian heaved a sigh of relief and felt her heart, which had previously stopped beating, recover to its original speed. She forced an awkward smile. When she saw Shen Liangchuan's unchanging expressionless face, she hurriedly moved backwards and tried to blend in the crowd and hide. However, the delicate voice inside the car spoke once again. Look, her arm is scratched. Teacher Shen, there is a first aid kit in the production set. Why don't we bring her inside to take care of her wound?" Qiao Lian's instinctive reaction was to look towards Shen Liangchuan. His head was still turned as he looked out. His indifferent gaze wasn't focused on anything. It seemed like nothing in the world had the ability to enter his eyes, which resonated arrogance. As Yang Lingxi finished speaking, there was finally a slight change in his expression, and he seemed to have taken a glimpse at her arm. Qiao Lian was shocked as she immediately rejected her. It's all right, it's all right. It's just a minor wound, it's okay. Thank you, Ms. Yang and Mr. Shen. What a joke. By saying that, Yang Lingxi was obviously trying to portray herself as a saint in front of the reporters. If she dared to accept her offer and followed them into the filming set, it would mean she had lost her mind. When she turned to look at Shen Liangchuan, his vision had already turned away to look straight ahead, making it really obvious that he wanted nothing to do with her. Okay then, please do take care of your safety next time. And also to all reporters, good job. All of you had a long day. Yang Lingxi waved to the crowd, and as the car windows closed, the car drove away and reached the filming set in no time. When the car disappeared into the filming set, the reporters once again burst into excited discussions. Is Best Actor Shen really dating Yang Lingxi? They were together since last night? Does Mrs. Shen know about it? Qiao Lian turned a deaf ear to all the active discussions around her, but as she lowered her head, she saw that her arm had a big patch of skin that had been scratched off. The wound was bleeding, and she frowned as she felt a burning pain. Beside her, a senior reporter advised, "Young lady, even if you are desperate to get big news, you shouldn't be so impulsive. It's your lucky day. Best Actor Shen was only being sarcastic to you. It isn't every day that he has such a good temper." Qiao Lian smiled at the person and replied politely. Thereafter, she turned her head and her face darkened, staring sharply at Su Mimi. When Qiao Lian started walking, intending to confront Su Mimi, a young lady ran out from the filming set. As she saw Qiao Lian, she quickly grabbed her, saying, Your wound is so serious. Come. Follow me into the set to treat your wound." Before Qiao Lian could reject her, she lowered her voice to one that could only be heard by both of them and said, "These are Best Actor Shen's instructions. Qiao Lian widened her eyes in surprise and stared at the young lady in disbelief. She felt warmth bubble up in her heart, and it was as if her wound wasn't that painful anymore. He was showing concern towards her? He was actually not as cold and lacking in affection as she had thought in the end. On the filming set, Qiao Lian didn't dare to look around freely, and she obediently followed the young lady. After only taking a few steps, she heard Yang Lingxi's voice saying, "You came." She was standing not far away with a smile on her face as she spoke. "Although your wound isn't severe, it will leave a scar if you don't treat it in time. So, I requested for you to be allowed into the set in order to treat your wound." Sure enough, the supposed change of that cold-faced man to a meticulous gentleman had purely been her imagination. It turned out that she had only been called in since Yang Lingxi had pleaded for her. "Thank you, Ms. Yang." Qiao Lian sorted her thoughts out quickly and smiled at Yang Lingxi as she thanked her. "No worries, it's just what a friend should do. You should quickly go to the break room. There's a first aid kit in there." Even after Qiao Lian had walked far away, Yang Lingxi remained standing rooted in the same spot. She recalled the moment where Shen Liangchuan had instructed the worker to bring Qiao Lian in to tend to her wound, and her deep thoughts could be seen as they flashed through her eyes. Best actor Shen has always been aloof and disinterested. Since when does he have so much concern for just a mere reporter? Qiao Lian was brought into a remote break room. Xiao Zhang had urgent matters at the last minute. Thus she took her leave first. Qiao Lian took out medicine and gauze as she bore the pain and bandaged her wound. After she finished treating her wound, she stood at the window and watched the filming set out of boredom, only to she coincidentally see Shen Liangchuan. He was walking in her direction escorted by his manager and a few bodyguards. The scene seemed to replicate the splendid scene of stars surrounding the moon. As he walked, he occasionally tilted his head to hear what his manager was saying. His lips were pursed and his profile was also handsome. He was literally glamorous and good-looking from every angle. Qiao Lian momentarily fell into a trance. She only jolted to her senses moments later, and suddenly realized that he was going to the break room when he was less than 2 meters away from it. She was instantly worried. If her entry to the set to treat her wound had been Yang Lingxi's idea and if he saw her in the break room, would he think that she was following him everywhere? She rushed into the washroom to avoid him. Just as she closed the washroom door, the door of the break room was pushed open and followed by sedate footsteps. From the footsteps, she could hear that he was alone. What did Shen Liangchuan come to the break room for? Could it be to visit her? As the idea appeared in her mind, she heard the door of the break room be pushed open once again. This time it was the clicking of high heels, followed by the sound of the door being locked. The sound of the door locking? Shen Liangchuan and a woman behind closed doors in a room at the set where they didn't have to worry about gossip? Was something R-rated going to take place? Qiao Lian pricked up her ears and heard Yang Lingxi's coquettish voice. "Teacher Shen, I finally got the chance to be alone with you. There are some things that I have always wanted to tell you, and today I can't bear to keep it to myself anymore. Teacher Shen, I have always really liked you." Qiao Lian was confused after hearing her words. So, these two people were putting in so much effort to sneak in there and it was just for a confession? Wasn't it more like they were already having an illicit affair? Instinctively, Qiao Lian took a step forward and opened a gap of the door as she peeked out. Yang Lingxi was standing in the room while Shen Liangchuan was casually sitting on the sofa. As usual, his face was expressionless. However, his icy cold eyes were about to meet Qiao Lian's. Qiao Lian panicked instantly as her hands trembled and, bam! She shut the door and shortly after, she heard Yang Lingxi's alarmed voice. "Who is it?" Qiao Lian wished she could chop off her own hands. Why had her itchy hands chosen to open the door for the sake of seeing Shen Liangchuan's reaction? However, from the look in his eyes, he seemed to have known that there was someone in the washroom all along. "Who's in the washroom? Come out now." Just as Yang Lingxi ended her sentence, Qiao Lian opened the door slowly and inched out, wishing that she could become as negligible as air. She awkwardly spoke. "Ms. Yang, Mr. Shen, I will leave now. Both of you can continue." "Hey, you can continue." Stop there. Yang Lingxi stopped her from leaving. How much did you hear? Qiao Lian replied understandingly. Don't worry, Ms. Yang. I didn't hear anything. Unexpectedly, Yang Lingxi started questioning her aggressively. But I'm still worried. What should I do now? Qiao Lian looked at her in confusion. What could they even do? As she was processing what Yang Lingxi meant, Yang Lingxi commanded her, Open your bag. I want to check if you have any recording devices. Check her bag. She was going kind of overboard. Qiao Lian furrowed her brows. Seeing that Qiao Lian was not agreeing to her request, Yang Lingxi crossed her arms and remarked, Open it quickly. Even if you are not scared of me, aren't you afraid of Teacher Shen? When Yang Lingxi ended her sentence, Qiao Lian subconsciously looked at Shen Liangchuan. Considering our relationship, he will definitely help me, right? However, she was far from being right. He sat there staring into space, his glance emotionless, acting as if he didn't hear their conversation. ***, it wouldn't hurt for you to say something. She wanted to express her disapproval, but after thinking it through, she decided to bear with it. Qiao Lian opened her bag and poured everything onto the table saying, Ms. Yang, is this enough to prove my innocence? Yang Lingxi checked the things on the table and did not find anything suspicious. Can I leave now? Qiao Lian messily stuffed everything into her bag. Yang Lingxi looked at Shen Liangchuan. Although he didn't have much of an expression, he didn't look as if he was unhappy. She knew it. He had always hated reporters, and this reporter had run into his car outside the filming set. Yet, he had requested for her to enter the filming set to have her wound treated. It was impossible for him to be so kind, so might it have actually been to humiliate her? As her thoughts drifted, she curved her lips and smiled. I've heard that the pinhole cameras of reporters can even be attached to their clothes. So, I want you to immediately remove your clothes to prove that you are innocent. Qiao Lian lifted her head in surprise. Check her body? She replied incisively. Ms. Yang, what you are doing is illegal. Illegal? You can go ahead and sue me when you leave this place. What a ***tc. She's so arrogant. As her temper slowly rose, Qiao Lian looked at Shen Liangchuan once again. The matter has escalated to this extent, he should be doing something to stop it, right? Yet Shen Liangchuan still didn't move. He did finally lift his gaze, however. Just when Qiao Lian thought that he was going to help her out, his attractive deep voice sounded. I agree that there's a need for her to check. Unless you have something to hide. Qiao Lian's rationality was drowned by indignation and anger at that instant. Although she was just a tool, how could he treat her like that? She tightened her fists in anger, and her eyes turned reddish due to her intense emotions. But could she retaliate? Once she thought of her hospitalized brother, she disappointedly looked away and spoke while expressing both her feelings of oppression and ridicule. Okay. Check me then. Once she finished speaking, she acted as if she was going to remove her clothes. It shocked Yang Lingxi, who commented, What are you doing? Qiao Lian let out a cold laugh. Didn't you ask me to remove my clothes? Yang Lingxi anxiously peeked at Shen Liangchuan and spoke. How daring of you to be so shameless in front of Teacher Shen. What is there to be shameful about? Qiao Lian looked at Shen Liangchuan and suddenly gave a beautiful smile. After all, your Teacher Shen has already seen everything before, hasn't he? Her words were full of provocation. Yang Lingxi was utterly shocked. What do you mean? I mean it literally. After Qiao Lian said this, she removed her coat deftly and threw it roughly on the floor. Go ahead and inspect. Thereafter, she took off her smock and threw it down as well. Go ahead and inspect. After removing these two pieces of clothing, she was only left with a tank top on her upper body. If this piece of clothing was removed as well, she would only be left in her bra. At this moment, she was in a pair of skinny jeans that flaunted her exquisite body lines and delicate collarbone. With the addition of her cool and beautiful face, Yang Lingxi couldn't help but stare at her. Qiao Lian was livid. The shame she felt was causing her body to tremble slightly. With her two hands holding onto the tank top, Qiao Lian looked at Shen Liangchuan angrily and asked, Have you seen enough? Enough? It is far from enough. This bit of shame is nothing compared to what happened 8 years ago. Outrage, hatred, pity and other complex emotions flashed across Shen Liangchuan's dark pupils as he sat on the chair. In the end, the combination of all these emotions resulted in a dark aura surrounding him. He should be hating her and watching her suffer. Yet, when he saw the shame and resentment in her eyes, he did not feel any joy from his successful revenge. Instead, he was filled with frustration. His hands reached out as he loosened his tie. Just when he saw that Qiao Lian was going to remove her top, he suddenly exclaimed, "Scram!" Qiao Lian stopped her actions after he spoke. She clenched her teeth and stayed on the spot, staring at Shen Liangchuan. Yang Lingxi let out a massive sigh of relief. The acrimonious atmosphere in the room had given her the illusion that she was only an extra. It felt as if Best Actor Shen and the reporter were filming an individual scene together, and she was unneeded. That illusion caused her to be filled with anxiety. She quickly remarked, "It's your lucky day today, we will not pursue it further. Get lost." However, after she spoke to Qiao Lian, Best Actor Shen turned to her and barked, "I said scram." Yang Lingxi was utterly shocked. Before she was able to say anything, Shen Liangchuan sent her an icy cold glare which frightened her mouth shut. She glared at Qiao Lian viciously, stomped her feet, turned and left. The room instantly became silent. Shen Liangchuan looked at Qiao Lian. She stubbornly stood there with her posture straight. Her wavy black hair was splat on her body, her skin was fair. The color contrast between her black hair and white skin was impactful to the eye. As the wind blew in from the window, she shivered in cold. A part of Shen Liangchuan's heart softened. But when he felt the change within him, he instantly felt that he was unable to oppress his irritation any longer. He frustratedly looked away and stood up. With his well-built and robust stature, he was 1 head taller than Qiao Lian. It gave her a strong feeling of constriction, making her feel as if she was shrouded in his shadow. Qiao Lian tensed up and suddenly asked, "Mr. Shen, are you dissatisfied with me?" Since yesterday night, Qiao Lian felt that he had unknown malice towards her. She had originally intended to disregard it. However, after he had intentionally shamed her, she couldn't help but ask him. Yet after her question, he swiftly gave off a sense of incisiveness. His eyes were grave as his lips slowly formed a shallow and dangerous smile. Dissatisfied. Their relationship wasn't just as simple as dissatisfaction. He took steps towards the door with the intention to leave, but he suddenly turned back, walked to the window and dragged the curtains to close them at once. The whole room darkened and Qiao Lian suddenly opened her eyes widely. She was met with the sight of him walking closer and closer to her. She felt a sudden coldness on her back and her lips trembled as she asked, "What are you doing? If I don't try it, how do I know whether I am satisfied?" Shen Liangchuan said evilly. The coldness in the air permeated her skin, making her feel the chill from inside her bones. She was seriously going crazy. It couldn't be that Shen Liangchuan wanted to. This was the filming set. She quickly squatted down and frantically picked up her t-shirt. However, before she was able to put on her clothes, a large hand extended over and held her wrist tightly. Thereafter, her body was thrown onto the sofa with a strong force. All of a sudden, a strong masculine scent came close to her.
Shen Liangchuan, no.
A sudden surge of pain drowned her pleading. Qiao Lian clenched her fist. This was the first time that she felt time pass so slowly. When it finally ended, she laid on the sofa as he stood in front of her and looked down at her. His voice had a hint of venom to it, and it sounded as if it came from hell. "Now I can tell you that I am very satisfied with you. But this satisfaction is only applicable to your body." That one sentence gave Qiao Lian an even stronger sense of humiliation. Bear with it, she constantly told herself. Getting bitten by a dog didn't mean you had to retaliate. However, when she saw how pathetic she looked while he was still immaculately dressed, she had enough of it. He hadn't even bothered removing his clothes just now. Why was he so proud? He was simply known as Best Actor. She sat up straight. While watching him walk into the washroom, she couldn't help but sarcastically remark. But, I'm not satisfied with you. Shen Liangchuan stopped in his tracks. Qiao Lian stared at him. You have so many bosom friends, haven't they told you that you should be gentle and show tenderness to women? The provocative tone in her voice made Shen Liangchuan turn his head as anger rose up in his eyes. As a woman who sells her body for money, are you sure you are worthy? Qiao Lian's face turned as pale as paper at that instant. So that was what he thought of her. Was this the reason why he looked down on her and humiliated her? If her circumstances hadn't forced her, she would have never agreed to such a deal. Shen Liangchuan's face showed ridicule as he turned and made his way into the washroom. Qiao Lian heard the sound of running water and thereafter, she saw him come out of the bathroom. His face had recovered to his previous coldness. He didn't even bother to take a glance at her and just walked towards the door. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. He was standing in the dim lights, and Qiao Lian was unable to see his expression, as he didn't turn around. She could only hear him say in a soft voice, "Women like you should be sent to hell." After he finished his sentence, he turned around and decisively left the room. Bang! The door closed. Qiao Lian was muddled. Women like her? What was wrong with her? What kind of outrageous thing had she done to deserve death? She angrily clenched her fists. Just because he was rich, Shen Liangchuan thought that he could trample on the dignity of others as he pleased? She was angry and embarrassed. She felt as if she was going insane. But it wasn't the time to flare up. She had to leave the place as fast as possible. She jumped off the sofa and put on her clothes quickly. After sorting out her feelings, she opened the door and left. Just as she stepped out of the door, she came face to face with Shen Liangchuan's manager, who offered, "Let me send you out of the filming set." Qiao Lian. She lowered her head and followed closely behind the manager, peeking at him while walking. Had he been standing outside the door the whole time? If that was the case, he would have heard everything that had happened in the room earlier. As she was immersed in her thoughts, the manager turned to her and asked, "Miss Qiao, do you have any idea why Mr. Shen decided to marry you?" Qiao Lian's attention was immediately shifted, as she instantaneously looked up at him and questioned, "Why? Do you not know?" the manager inquired. Qiao Lian shook her head, saying, "I don't know, can you tell me the reason?" When she lacked money in the past, and had nowhere left to go, it was Shen Liangchuan's manager who had taken the initiative to find her. That was how this marriage document had even been agreed to in the first place. His manager said, "Impossible." Qiao Lian froze in surprise. She heard him continue, "Because I have no idea either. Initially, when Mr. Shen suddenly ordered me to prepare the agreement and find you, I thought that you knew each other. How could this be true? If she had known Shen Liangchuan, she would have been a renowned figure in the reporter world already. Everybody knew that Shen Liangchuan's every move, regardless of how minute it was, would be trending in an instant." As he was thinking, the manager suddenly stopped dead in his tracks and said, "We're here, Miss Qiao. Do you require me to arrange a car to send you home?" Qiao Lian hurriedly waved her hands and said, "There's no need, thank you." By the time Qiao Lian walked out of the set, the reporters that had been waiting outside had already left. Having obtained the huge scoop about Shen Liangchuan and Yang Lingxi being in the same car together, these reporters had hurried back to prepare their articles about it. Qiao Lian walked over to the side of the road and prepared to take a cab back to the news agency. Suddenly, a red Audi honked and stopped right in front of her. The car door opened and Yang Lingxi stepped out of the car angrily. Qiao Lian did not know what she wanted. She opened her mouth to speak. Piak! A whopping slap landed on Qiao Lian's face. "I'm telling you right now, Best Actor Shen is mine. Don't think you can seduce him just because you are somewhat good-looking." The slap was so quick and sudden that she had no time to react. Her head swung to the side as a foul taste appeared in her mouth. Her cheek burned with fiery pain, so much so that she couldn't feel anything across half of her face. Dang, this lady was strong. She touched her cheek gingerly. Finding no problems with her teeth, she was relieved and then raised her head sharply. In the entertainment industry, regardless of how much conflict there was between stars and reporters, no star dared to physically strike a reporter. As such, she hadn't had her guard up just now. But looking at it now, this lady Yang Lingxi was clearly out of her mind. She looked at Yang Lingxi tauntingly, saying, "If I remember correctly, Best Actor Shen was just married yesterday. Was it you he married? Are you actually Mrs. Shen?" Yang Lingxi yelled in exasperation. "It's not important whether it was me or not. At any rate, it will never be you, you puny reporter." Qiao Lian smiled and said, "I may indeed be a nobody, but Ms. Yang, you should be cautious as well. If not, you may become universally hated." There was nobody around. Yang Lingxi contorted her face hideously and replied, yelling, "So what even if you were married to him? I am happy to be his mistress. I'll warn you again, leave Best Actor Shen alone." Qiao Lian raised her eyebrows and said, "Mistress?" She tilted her head as her pitch-black eyes betrayed a certain cunningness. She said, "But if I remember correctly, you just confessed your love to him, and yet he seems to have rejected you. Even then, you want to be his mistress? Has Best Actor Shen agreed to this?" Yang Lingxi was so provoked by her words that she almost started hopping out of anger. She said, "So what? I'm telling you, the person who will hit the headlines with Best Actor Shen is me. I'll take advantage of the buzz surrounding his wedding." Yang Lingxi only realized what she had just said after finishing her tirade. She ferociously warned Qiao Lian, "I'm telling you to shut your mouth. This slap is my warning to you. It won't end at just a single slap next time." Having said that, she turned her head, got into her car and left. Qiao Lian watched the car leave in a cloud of dust and then took out her phone. The voice recording function had already been activated for some time. Qiao Lian immediately checked whether the conversation that had just happened had been recorded completely, without missing a single word. Only confirming it did she throw her phone into her bag. She then rummaged through it and took out a mirror. She tilted her head and saw that the imprint of the slap was still visible on her cheek. As she examined her cheek, it started to swell. She reached out her hand to touch it, and she could not help but wince in pain. How painful! Qiao Lian's gaze suddenly became dark and gloomy. Since young, Qiao Lian could stomach anything except injustice. When Shen Liangchuan bullied her, she could do nothing but bear with it. However, Yang Lingxi was a different matter altogether. A gentleman can wait over 10 years to exact his revenge. However, she was no gentleman. As such, her revenge had to be exacted tomorrow. Just you wait and see, Yang Lingxi. Given that her face was hurting, Qiao Lian did not go to the news agency. Instead, she took a cab back to the Shen family's mansion. She lowered her head and used her hand to cover her face. She then casually greeted the mansion's caretaker and went upstairs to the master bedroom. She wrapped some ice cubes in a towel and placed the towel on her own face, after which she tiredly laid down on the sofa. As she looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, the words that the manager had told her flashed across her mind. "Initially, when Mr. Shen suddenly ordered me to prepare the agreement and find you, I thought that you knew each other." She racked her brain desperately, trying to find some memory that would confirm or disprove that she had seen him before. He clearly already disliked her immensely the first time they met. But then why had he chosen her to bear his child? Surely, it couldn't be because of her flawless beauty and exceptional genes, right? Qiao Lian entertained herself in this fashion. If the minds of giants can't be fathomed, then she might as well not think anymore. Anyway, once she gave birth, she would divorce Shen Liangchuan. At that point, she would be free of all ties and attachments and her life would become better. Knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on her door sounded. Qiao Lian jumped up in shock as she hurriedly sat up and asked, "Who is it?" "Madam, it's me," the caretaker said. "Sir has ordered me to send some milk up for you." "Send some milk?" Qiao Lian did not want anyone to notice the bruises on her face. Thus she coughed mildly and said, There's no need. I'm not hungry at all today." Unfortunately, as she finished speaking, her stomach growled a couple of times. Qiao Lian. She had only drunk a glass of milk in the morning. In the afternoon, she had been waiting outside the filming site and had not had time to eat lunch. Hence, could she really be not hungry? Yeah, right. Qiao Lian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She thought for a moment before tilting her face so that the bruised half would face the inside of the room. Only then did she say, "Please enter." The caretaker pushed open the door and entered. She looked straight ahead and walked until she stood in front of Qiao Lian. She then passed the milk over to her. Qiao Lian accepted the milk and drank a mouthful. Her eyebrows immediately cramped up. As she had been in a hurry that morning, she hadn't noticed it, but she now realized that this milk tasted weird for some unknown reason. However, since the milk had been delivered to her by the caretaker on Shen Liangchuan's orders, she decided to pay her concerns no mind and drank the milk anyway. Under the supervision of the caretaker, she pinched her nose and gulped the entire glass of milk in one mouthful. She then said insincerely, "Thank you." The caretaker took the glass from her and turned away to leave. As she closed the door, she glanced inside the room and saw that the madam had resumed laying on the sofa. For a brief moment, she looked like she was in deep contemplation. Was that a palm imprint on madam's face? She went downstairs and thought for a while. Then she picked up the telephone and placed a call. When the call went through, Shen Liangchuan's voice could be heard from the phone receiver saying, "Has she drunk it?" "Yes," she replied. Just as Shen Liangchuan was about to hang up the phone, she suddenly said, "Sir, will you be coming home tonight?" "Madam." "Seems somewhat unwell." Shen Liangchuan hung up the phone and his eyes dimmed. "Somewhat unwell?" He stood up and walked outside. His manager asked, "Where are you going?" "Home." To see exactly how unwell she really is. In the darkened room, the person lying on the sofa was tossing and turning. At last, Qiao Lian hopped down the sofa. She opened the door to the room. Afterwards, she carefully went downstairs and confirmed that the living room was empty. Only then did Qiao Lian breathe a sigh of relief and quickly dart into the kitchen. Opening the freezer, she took a piece of bread and ate 2 bites of it with gusto. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a car come from outside the mansion. She froze. Her entire body tensed up in an instant. Shen Liangchuan was back? When she thought about the incident that had happened at the set that day, she suddenly felt nervous. She hurriedly closed the freezer door, and she was about to dash up to her bedroom when a huge batch of people entered the living room. It would seem extremely suspicious if Qiao Lian were to run up now. Hence, she chose to just stand at the kitchen entrance and look outside. The front door opened and Shen Liangchuan strode in, bringing with him an air of coolness. The caretaker immediately went up to him and said, "Sir, you are back?" Shen Liangchuan nodded his head. He took off his coat and passed it to a servant. He slightly raised his head and said, "What happened to her?" "Today, the madam." Her words were cut off by Shen Liangchuan, who said coolly, "Do not address her as madam." One short sentence and suddenly the entire living room fell into absolute silence. Qiao Lian's mouth twitched. "Do not address me as madam?" This tone of dislike triggered her to walk out of the kitchen, unable to restrain herself. She said, "Caretaker, you can call me Qiao Lian." Immediately, the atmosphere in the room became even more awkward. The caretaker coughed out, "Miss Qiao did not eat dinner today." The caretaker found herself unable to continue speaking. She said this because Shen Liangchuan's gaze had fallen on the slice of bread in Qiao Lian's hands and the breadcrumbs on the sides of her mouth. He had initially thought that after today's incident, she would be finished for good and get overwhelmed by sorrow. But now, why did she not really look that down? Shen Liangchuan's complexion, already indifferent, became even more pale and cold. A state of furiousness began to spread in him. Her ruddy complexion was an eyesore to him. He was just about to speak when he suddenly realized something. All of a sudden, he strode directly towards Qiao Lian. His large hands clamped down on her chin before Qiao Lian even had time to react. Immediately he coldly said, "Who hit your face?" "Who hit my face? Of course it's the person you're having an affair with." But nothing would happen even if she told him. He might even take revenge on her behalf. As she hesitated for several seconds, his gaze began to change. He suddenly let go of her chin and mockingly said, "Are you going to tell me that it was young Lingxi who hit you?" This tone of his, he was overflowing with immense dissatisfaction. She knew that he was the most impatient when she created problems for him. Thus she thought for a while and then chose a neutral way of speaking. You don't have to concern yourself with such a small issue." "I don't have to concern myself? So, are you trying to attain your goals by making a concession? Do you want me to take revenge on your behalf?" Shen Liangchuan said with an expression of ridicule. "Qiao Lian." Shen Liangchuan turned towards the caretaker and said in a stern voice, "Sister Li, you are already so advanced in age, and your eyesight is also failing. Do be careful and do not let others manipulate you again." "Manipulate? This person. Is he referring to me?" Qiao Lian frowned and said, "Shen Liangchuan, I don't need your help. Miss Qiao, I'm telling you now, women's tricks do not work on me." Once he finished speaking, he immediately turned around, went upstairs and slammed the door. Bang! Qiao Lian thought, so he won't even let people talk to him at all? Even in a nice and calm tone. Qiao Lian angrily bit off a mouthful of bread. Suddenly she grew aware of a problem. Was this considered an argument? If so, where would she sleep tonight? Qiao Lian spent the night sleeping in the living room. The next morning, after waking up and doing her usual morning routine, she looked in the mirror. She realized that even though her face had become less swollen, it still had some faint redness to it. She couldn't help but feel slightly infuriated. This slap cannot have been suffered for no reason. She dressed herself and went downstairs. The caretaker yelled after her, Miss Qiao, eat some breakfast before you go." Qiao Lian was really hungry. She left her cell phone on the living room sofa and walked over. Just as she was about to start eating, she saw Shen Liangchuan walking towards her from outside the mansion. Most likely he had just finished working out and at this point he was using a towel to wipe his sweat away. Even though he was just wearing a sports outfit and white trainers, he still exuded an air of coolness and arrogance as he walked. His face was expressionless, and he went upstairs without even looking at her. Qiao Lian gazed at his receding figure, and couldn't help but marvel at his arrogance and coldness. Her lips curled. Her mood only became significantly better after she ate and drank her fill. She carried her bag and was about to head outside when she suddenly remembered something. She turned her head, scooped up a cell phone lying on the coffee table and placed it inside her bag. Only then did she rush out of the mansion to go to work. Just as she left, a servant walked over to sweep and clean the place. She saw a cell phone lying on the sofa and placed it on the coffee table. After a while, Shen Liangchuan came downstairs, having just finished changing his clothes. As he passed by the coffee table, he picked up the cell phone lying on top of it. He stuffed it into his pocket and left the mansion. His manager and assistant were already waiting in the nanny van. After he entered the van, his assistant said cautiously, "Brother Shen, I have already talked to the security officer. From now on, there will be no more incidents of reporters standing in front of your door." Shen Liangchuan grunted his affirmation in an indifferent manner. He picked up his script and the interior of the van fell into absolute silence. Even though he was only appearing in First Love as a cameo and he was only acting in a few scenes as always, he was still taking his role seriously. In this drama, Shen Liangchuan was playing the role of the CEO of a large enterprise. The drama's male protagonist was in the early stages of starting a business, and he wanted to work for his company. However, Shen Liangchuan would not provide him with such an opportunity. Having run out of other options, the female protagonist Yang Lingxi boldly stepped forward to assist the male protagonist out of love. She risked her life to stop traffic in the middle of the road and by doing so, she changed the male protagonist's fate for the better. The scene they were filming today was exactly this scene. At the film set, the director was explaining a scene to Shen Liangchuan. He said, "Teacher Shen, later when you are driving the car, step on the brakes at this spot. You don't have to drive too quickly. For the zoomed-out shots, we will use a stunt double when reshooting." Scene 56, Take 4. Action. Shen Liangchuan drove a black Lamborghini. He raised his head to estimate the approximate distance, but he then saw Yang Lingxi, who was standing in the distance. Suddenly, an image of a petite, porcelain white face with the imprint of a slap flashed across his brain. His features grew cold, and at the designated spot, he harshly stepped on the accelerator instead of stepping on the brakes. The car abruptly sped up and headed straight towards Yang Lingxi. The film set instantly became a scene of absolute chaos. Brake! Stop the car quick! Get out of the way! Jump aside! Ski it! The sharp noise of a car braking made everybody on set look towards the car with their mouths agape. Shocked, they tried to take in everything that they were seeing. The Lamborghini had stopped. There was only a 0.01 meter distance between the car and Yang Lingxi. The entire set fell into absolute silence. After 5 seconds, Yang Lingxi felt her legs give way, and she clumsily fell onto the floor. Her entire body was shaking in shock, and her face was pale. Her entire figure looked extremely sorry indeed. Shen Liangchuan stepped out of the car. His gaze swept over everybody on the set indifferently, and only after a long while did he softly mumble out, "Apologies, I mixed up the brakes and the accelerator." Everyone else on set. The director looked at him. He wanted to scold him, but he didn't dare do so. At last he could only squeeze out a reluctant smile and said, "Quick, check on Yang Lingxi." Yang Lingxi's 2 assistants hurriedly rushed to her side and exerted effort to help her stand up. One of them said uncertainly, "Why do I smell some sort of odor in the air?" The gazes of every member in the filming crew landed on the ground beneath Yang Lingxi's feet. They saw that little droplets of liquid were dripping from her pants. It was evident that she had urinated in her fright. Everybody lowered their heads simultaneously and shrugged their shoulders. Yang Lingxi began to regain her consciousness. After looking at the reactions of the people around her, she began to wail loudly. Wah! This was so embarrassing. As a female star, this incident would be a dark blemish on her acting career forever. As Yang Lingxi was badly shaken from the incident, everybody decided to temporarily take a rest. Shen Liangchuan was sitting under the shade of an umbrella when his manager walked over and said to him, "Brother Shen, you are a car racing enthusiast. How could you have mixed up the brakes and the accelerator? Did you do that intentionally? And if so, how did Yang Lingxi offend you?" Shen Liangchuan shot a cold glance at him. Immediately, his manager raised his hands and said, "Okay, I won't ask again." Qiao Lian, who had already written a draft in the taxi, rushed into the office. After only half an hour, she had already edited and compiled a vivid article. The contents of the article included how a female star with the surname Yang took advantage of a certain award-winning actor's online buzz. Not only that, this female star had done so with a nonchalant and repulsive face. The article was extremely riveting, and used sharp, incisive words and phrases. The mocking tone of the article was clear for all to see. By the time she finished typing the last word, Qiao Lian's right hand was already tired. Satisfied, she stretched her back lazily. If a person dared to hit her, they better be prepared to suffer the revenge from her pen. She shifted her gaze away from the monitor and saw Su Mimi standing behind it. Su Mimi raised her head and said mockingly, "Humph, no matter how serious your performance is, you will still have to leave today." The voice was slightly loud, resulting in the people inside the office looking over in her direction at the same time. Qiao Lian raised her eyebrow and supported her chin with her hand. She sighed plaintively and said, "Su Mimi, I am indeed quite attractive. However, you do not need to pay attention to me at every single moment. I'm not that beautiful." Su Mimi turned livid with rage at her words and said, "Qiao Lian, don't you dare act glib in front of me. I'm telling you, the chief editor has already said that if you are unable to identify who Madame Shen is, she will fire you. Do you know how to write a resignation letter? Or do you need me to help you with it?" Qiao Lian smiled and said, "Ah, even though you have more experience in this area than me, I currently don't need your help." Everybody present laughed uproariously at her words. Su Mimi was almost dying of rage. She turned away and saw the chief editor walk out from her office with a dark expression, showing her anger. Su Mimi immediately opened her mouth and said, "Chief Qiao Lian is here." The chief editor heard her words, stared angrily at Qiao Lian, and walked over. Her hands were holding a cell phone. "Qiao Lian, do you still wish to work here? I've called you so many times. How dare you not answer my calls?" Confused, Qiao Lian took her cell phone from her bag and said, "My cell phone did not ring." The chief editor lowered her head and flipped her cell phone open. The sounds were clearly coming from her cell phone. "The status on my phone is clearly that of a place call with nobody picking up on the other end. How could your cell phone not ring? Did you think that if you did not accept my call, you would not have to provide me with results today? I'm asking you again, who is Madam Shen? Have you found out? If not, leave this office immediately." Qiao Lian checked her phone, but what she saw was an unfamiliar screensaver. At that instant, she desperately tried to recall what happened. She had thrown her own phone on the sofa, but when she had been about to leave for work, she had picked up a cell phone from the coffee table. So the phone that she was presently clutching in her hands, whose phone was it? Only one thought scurried to her mind. As if to confirm her hypothesis, the chief editor's call suddenly went through. At the other end of the call, an impatient Shen Liangchuan answered it with a simple, "Hello." Shen Liangchuan's voice was very recognizable, as it was really unique. Thus, although he had only said a word, the whole office had quietened down. Qiao Lian was muddled. The chief editor was also dumbfounded. She stared at her cell phone in disbelief. I called the wrong person." The next moment, Qiao Lian hurriedly snatched the cell phone from the hands of the chief editor as she shrieked, "Darling, we have accidentally exchanged our phones." After she finished her sentence, she looked at the people around her, smiled, and quickly continued, "I'm busy right now, I'll hang up first. Call you back later." Before Best Actor Shen could reply, she had hung up. The whole room was still in silence. After a while, someone questioned, "Qiao Lian, you are dating?" Qiao Lian nodded her head. "Why does the voice of your boyfriend sound so similar to Best Actor Shen's?" Qiao Lian looked up and answered with seriousness, "Let me tell you all. Best Actor Shen is my husband. SK. We all know that you are a fan of Best Actor Shen. However, since you already have a boyfriend, you should stop vying with us for Best Actor Shen." Ironically, no one believed her when she said that. They turned their heads and continued with their work. When Qiao Lian heard their words, she suddenly fell into a trance. Before she married Shen Liangchuan, she had indeed been his fan. However, now she was considering if she should switch and become a hater. Thereafter, she heard the chief editor's voice. "So have you actually found out who Mrs. Shen is yet?" Qiao Lian immediately felt stressed. "No, but you have only given me a day for such a huge piece of news. Aren't you making life difficult for me? If you want, we can look for the managing editor to talk it out." She had found big news previously and had been praised by the managing editor, resulting in the chief editor's dislike for her. The news agency had had a recent Outstanding Employee Evaluation prize, so the managing editor had wanted to give it to her. However, the chief editor only wanted her niece, Su Mimi, to have it. Thus, the chief editor was trying to suppress Qiao Lian. The chief editor obviously had qualms with the idea and said, "TSK, then I will give you 3 more days." Qiao Lian gave her a bright smile. "No problem. Thank you, chief editor." The chief editor made a displeased sound and left after saying, "Qiao Lian, if you are still unable to fulfill your task after 3 days, don't blame me for being harsh and not caring for your sensibility." Qiao Lian sat down after sticking her tongue out at the back view of the chief editor. Then one of her colleagues came up to her. "Qiao Lian, your boyfriend's voice is so mesmerizing. Can you call him again and let him speak?" Qiao Lian was speechless as she thought, "Do you think Shen Liangchuan is a dog? That if you ask him to bark, he will bark?" She quickly found an excuse to reject her. However, right when she was about to send out the voice recording alongside the article she had written, to her dismay, she realized with a frown on her face that the voice recording was on her phone, which was still in the hands of Shen Liangchuan. Qiao Lian looked for a spot with no one around and called her own cell phone. It was only picked up after a few rings as Shen Liangchuan spoke. Hello. It's me. Qiao Lian looked around carefully. She felt like she was acting like a thief. I think I took the wrong phone. It's not you think, it is you have. Even though they were speaking through the cell phone, Qiao Lian could feel that cold tone of his. Qiao Lian immediately replied, I did not do it on purpose. How about you let me go to the filming set and exchange it with you? After she notified the chief editor, Qiao Lian left the news agency. After half an hour, she stood outside the filming set and met with the lady who had previously guided her in to medicate her wound. Miss Qiao, Teacher Shen is currently filming. He asked to allow you into the filming set with the identity of a visiting reporter. Qiao Lian took the working pass and entered the filming location with her. Standing not far away was Shen Liangchuan, who was rehearsing. When he lifted his head, his sight was met with a familiar figure. Shen Liangchuan sat in the car watching Qiao Lian, who was in front of him. She seemed rather meek and clearly didn't know where she was standing, but she was accidentally standing on the spot Yang Lingxi had been standing at. Shen Liangchuan recalled his manager's voice. Did you do it on purpose? But what exactly did Yang Lingxi do to anger you? Yang Lingxi hadn't offended him, it had been someone else she had hurt. However, why had he had the urge to avenge her at that moment? He should hate her and be delighted whenever someone bullied her. Recalling Yang Lingxi's pathetic look, a sudden coldness flashed across his eyes. His glance stopped on the small woman in front of him, and he suddenly started the car, speeding up continuously. Screech! The car stopped 1 meter away from her. He realized that, in the end, he had still stopped the car earlier than before as he felt flustered. This incident happened too suddenly and quickly. From the moment he started the car until he stopped it, barely 10 seconds had passed. Shen Liangchuan had both his hands on the steering wheel, and he could clearly see terror flash through Qiao Lian's eyes. He could see her face turn pale as she swallowed her saliva from shock, and saw how both her legs were trembling. What should happen next is her falling on her butt and bursting into tears, right? However, when that thought came into his mind, he saw the woman in front of him put one hand on her waist and use the other to point at the car, while shouting furiously, F***CK. You must be crazy. Do you know how to drive? Are you trying to kill someone? Shen Liangchuan. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and walked to the side of the car. Her face showed obstinacy, and she looked fierce as she knocked on the window. However, she looked beautiful at the same time, and thus her actions didn't seem boorish. Instead, they gave out forthrightness. You get out of the car. You almost hit someone. How can you act as if nothing happened? The voice that entered his ear made Shen Liangchuan's face turn cold. For the first time, he felt powerless, as if he had used utmost strength to punch, but it landed on soft cotton, making no impact. He rubbed his forehead irritatedly and lowered his car window. You better pray that I'm all right. Her words stopped abruptly as she said with astonishment, Shen, best actor Shen? Qiao Lian was furious. She had merely come to collect her cell phone, but she had almost gotten into an accident. The startling moment just now caused her fear just recalling it. If something had happened to her, who would take care of Qiao Yi? Could someone tell her why the driver was Shen Liangchuan? Qiao Lian opened her eyes wide in shock. She then saw Shen Liangchuan slowly come out from the driver's seat, with his usual expressionless face. Qiao Lian stammered, "Why are you here?" She turned her head to observe her surroundings and realized that the cameras were still around. However, since the crew was still taking their break, no one had noticed what had taken place here. She suddenly understood the situation. You are rehearsing? Oh, am I interrupting you? Shen Liangchuan. Shen Liangchuan's steps didn't stop as he walked in the opposite direction. Qiao Lian moved her legs, which were jelly due to the shock she had received, and ran after Shen Liangchuan. Mr. Shen, may I know where my phone is? She could only publish the article after she got hold of the voice recording. After finishing her sentence, she heard Shen Liangchuan say, I don't know. He doesn't know? Qiao Lian panicked. I urgently need my cell phone. How could you not know where it is? Shen Liangchuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Qiao Lian failed to notice and bumped against his back. As she lifted her head, she was met with Shen Liangchuan's glance, which was filled with ridicule. You need it urgently? Is it because you have secretly taken photos and invaded someone else's privacy again? His tone made Qiao Lian extremely uncomfortable. Paparazzi are the natural enemies of artists, but he shouldn't lump together all reporters like that. Qiao Lian's voice was stiff. Not yours. Shen Liangchuan's eyes became colder as he walked forward, not even sparing a glance at her. He spoke condescendingly. Quit immediately. Qiao Lian panicked. Why? I don't want my child's mother to be a scum who invades the privacy of others. The words slammed hard onto Qiao Lian's heart as if it was a hammer. She was stunned on the spot and watched Shen Liangchuan walk into the lounge as she clenched her fists tightly. Her thin body was trembling slightly as her lips suddenly curved into a bitter smile. If she had had the choice, she wouldn't have become a paparazzi. She had her own dreams, but she also had compelling reasons that deterred her from chasing them. Qiao Lian took a deep breath and started walking. When she reached the door of the lounge, she heard the conversation inside. Shen Liangchuan's manager, Song Cheng, spoke with a tinge of urgency. Brother Shen, your popularity is currently booming. You shouldn't be involved in the sensitive topic of having a hidden marriage. Now we are totally unable to respond. You see, if we confess to your marriage... No. Shen Liangchuan's words sounded determined. He wasn't afraid of publicizing his marriage, but he didn't want it to be with her, since it would constantly remind him of how ridiculous he had been 8 years ago. Song Cheng agreed, nodding his head. Yes, we can't confess to it. If you did, there would be too many people who would quit being your fans. However, we can't deny it either, as that would be lying. Now we can only wait for the news to die down. Yet due to how influential you are, I can tell from previous experience that this will take some time. Ish, Brother Shen, what should we? Shen Liangchuan replied plainly. You are my manager, you should be the one worrying about it. Song Cheng. Qiao Lian, who was standing outside the door, looked in. She saw Song Cheng, who was filled with anxiety, next to Shen Liangchuan, who was relaxedly sitting on the sofa and reading his script. He looked very serious. A ray of sunlight came in through the window and shone on him. He emitted an indescribable, attractive aura. Qiao Lian's heart rate slowed down. The news was furiously bubbling online, but he was standing his ground steadily and seemed unaffected. It felt like he had a sense of undisturbable peace. That calmness seemed infectious. It made Song Cheng calm down from his anxiety, and he walked relaxedly out of the lounge. Qiao Lian took a look at Shen Liangchuan, and as she was standing outside with Song Cheng, she closed the door. Qiao Lian looked down at her toes and suddenly spoke. Hand the problem of the rumors over to me, I will settle it. Song Cheng stared at her with confusion. Qiao. Qiao Lian was smiling. Let me find a way to settle down the news. All of a sudden Song Cheng laughed. Why does Ms. Qiao want to help Mr. Shen? Why did she want to help him? Qiao Lian gave it a thought and found an excuse. 1 ton is in order to have an excuse to ask Mr. Shen for help in the near future. After helping him, it should be easier to negotiate with him, to allow her to continue her job as a reporter. She must have thought of helping him because of that. Song Cheng thought so before he left to continue his job, and Qiao Lian, who had nothing to do, loitered around the lounge. All of a sudden her cell phone rang. She subconsciously picked it up, only to realize that it was Shen Liangchuan's cell phone. Qiao Lian felt like hanging up the phone, but she heard the voice of the caller. Teacher Shen, it's Yang Lingxi. Qiao Lian stopped her action as she raised her eyebrows. Was yesterday's confession insufficient? She still wants to continue today? She looked at the lounge and decided to return the cell phone to Shen Liangchuan. However, Yang Lingxi's coquettish voice came from the other side of the call. Teacher Shen, I'm really sorry about yesterday. I made a fool of myself. I was terrified and thus committed such a mistake. Could you not be angry with me anymore? I have learned from my mistake. Qiao Lian. Her throat suddenly felt itchy, and she couldn't help but cough. The voice on the phone suddenly stopped. After a while, Yang Lingxi questioned with caution. Are Mrs. Shen. Qiao Lian. Yang Lingxi quickly continued. Mrs. Shen, it's you, right? Please don't misunderstand. There's nothing between me and Teacher Shen. We are purely friends. Qiao Lian was speechless. The hell? Purely friends? Did this woman think that she was brainless? She couldn't take it anymore and laughed to the speaker. Ms. Yang, I didn't misunderstand you. Your Teacher Shen even told me about you yesterday. Yang Lingxi was filled with excitement immediately. What did Teacher Shen say about me? He said that your eyes have gone through too much surgery, which makes them look scarily huge. Yang Lingxi was stunned. Qiao Lian spoke with a surprised tone. Did I say something wrong? Please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything by it. Qiao Lian could picture Yang Lingxi's anger, and she secretly felt delighted. She originally thought that Yang Lingxi would hang up, but she spoke again. Mrs. Shen, actually there is something I want to tell you. Yesterday, Mr. Shen spent a long time alone in the lounge with a reporter from the gossip news agency. Whoa, so is she trying to sow discord? Qiao Lian thought for a while, picked up the phone and said, Oh, I know about it. He told me that the reporter was interviewing him. Mrs. Shen, you trust Mr. Shen so much. Qiao Lian replied, Yes, of course. You don't know how much he loves me. Aish. He has liked me for many years. I only agreed to marry him because he was really persistent, from the moment he got a crush on me to the moment of his confession. Thus, if I realize that he betrayed my trust, I will divorce him immediately. Qiao Lian was enjoying herself telling the story, even as it spiraled, and she secretly vented all the anger she had bottled up in her. Just when she was about to continue her story, her body suddenly froze. It was because when she turned her head, Shen Liangchuan was standing at the door of the lounge and staring at her with his calm black eyes. Qiao Lian was so shocked that she had to take in a deep breath, while her hands were shaking. At that moment of fluster, the phone almost fell to the ground, causing her to accidentally turn on the speaker. Thus Yang Lingxi's voice floated over. Oh, Teacher Shen actually has such deep love for you. That means there's really nothing between him and that reporter? Mrs. Shen, you are so blessed. The word blessed made Qiao Lian feel like dying at that moment. Why does this man move around so silently? He had randomly appeared behind her, almost scaring her to her death. She swallowed her saliva and gave an awkward laugh. It's just normal. I'm kind of busy right now, bye. She only looked at Shen Liangchuan after she hung up the phone. She was dead meat. Could someone tell her how much he had heard from their conversation? Qiao Lian wished the ground could swallow her whole to save her from her current situation. She lowered her head and from the corner of her eyes, she could see him walk towards her. Qiao Lian took a step back in shock. Best actor Shen wouldn't be so angry as to hit her, right? As the thought flashed through her head, he suddenly looked up and walked past her towards the filming set, as if he hadn't seen her. She heaved a sigh of relief and quickly followed behind him. The filming set was chaotic. Shen Liangchuan once again sat in the car and prepared for filming. Qiao Lian could only wait on the side. Yang Lingxi was standing on the side too. When she thought of what had happened a while earlier, she still felt ashamed. Although every one of the crew was busy with work, she still felt like she was a laughingstock. Yang Lingxi took a deep breath, but she suddenly saw Qiao Lian standing in the crowd. She furrowed her brows and said, Why is she here again? Her assistant took a glance at her and spoke softly. She should be a visiting reporter. I saw a worker's permit on her neck. Yang Lingxi creased her brows and evil bubbled in her heart. She seemed to have found someone to vent her anger on. She curved her lips into a smile and gave some instructions to her assistant. Just as Qiao Lian noticed that the filming was about to begin, the stage supervisor of the filming crew came up to her. Qiao Lian, I am very close to the chief editor of the gossip news agency. Our cameraman isn't feeling well today and this scene is kind of troublesome, so we require a lot of assistance. Could you lend us a hand? Close to their chief editor? She wouldn't dare reject. If not, the stage supervisor would probably call her to complain. Qiao Lian could only follow the stage supervisor to the crew, where someone handed her a heavy video camera. Everyone stand by. We can start now. The filming started. Qiao Lian adhered to the cameraman's instructions as she lifted the video camera with some trouble and focused it on Yang Lingxi. Just as this scene was about to pass, Yang Lingxi suddenly stopped and said, "Sorry, director, I feel that something's wrong." Qiao Lian was immediately alarmed. Her arm had just been injured yesterday, and she was already having difficulty pulling through that scene. If they had to do it again. She suddenly understood. The filming crew had so many cameramen, why would they need her? At that moment, she recalled seeing Yang Lingxi's assistant go look for the stage supervisor, and then he had come to her. So Yang Lingxi is targeting me. Dang it. But she couldn't reject the task. Her chief editor was already hoping for nothing but to catch the chink in her armor. Qiao Lian clenched her teeth and persisted. On the second take, director, is my eye makeup unsuitable? The third take, sorry everyone. The shot failed time and time again, and they retook the scene again and again. The strength she placed on her arm and the actions she repeatedly had to perform were causing her arm to tremble slightly. She could feel that her injury from yesterday was splitting apart. Shen Liangchuan, who was seated in the car, stared forward, thinking deeply. He watched her getting played around with as if she were a clown, and blood was permeating from her arm through her shirt. When he saw the blood stain on her shirt, he suddenly pushed the car door open with his hand. After another failed shot, Qiao Lian could no longer take it. ***, there is no end to this. Just as she was about to do something, she suddenly heard the slam of a car door from nearby. Shen Liangchuan stood beside the car, and his freezing cold stature emitted superiority. His aura pressured everyone so much that nobody dared to move. Thereafter, he looked at Yang Lingxi and spoke with a dripping cold voice. Although it seemed emotionless, every word that came out of his mouth felt as if it was a slap to Yang Lingxi's face. "Yang Lingxi, did you learn your acting skills from a pig?" Yang Lingxi's face immediately turned pale. His one sentence shamed her much more than the incident where she had peed herself due to shock. If the news of her accidentally peeing due to shock were spread out, it would at most earn her the title of a coward. On the other hand, however, it would also show her professionalism by not using a stand-in. But now, with this insult from Best Actor Shen about her acting, her name in the industry would be thoroughly destroyed. The future that awaited her was a scene of blackness. No one spoke at the scene. The director came out to mediate the dispute. Xiaoyang, don't be such a perfectionist. That dash. Before he could finish, Shen Liangchuan moved. He was originally standing beside the car, however now, he was making his way to the director domineeringly. He slammed the script hard before the director and remarked, "I'm sorry, I have limited time." He looked down at his watch and said, "I have somewhere to be, I'll take my leave first." As he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, taking long strides. This move of his stunned everyone for a few seconds. The director panicked. He didn't dare to chase after Shen Liangchuan, and thus, he held on to Song Chung, who was about to leave, and said, "Little brother Song, will Best Actor Shen be back tomorrow?" Song Chung was torn between laughing and crying. He knew Shen Liangchuan's character too well. He replied to the director softly, "He has other appointments scheduled tomorrow. This show, Brother Shen won't be taking part in it anymore. We will send the cancellation fees over later." The director was about to cry. "But we have already advertised the appearance of Best Actor Shen." Song Chung glanced at Yang Lingxi and shifted his glance to Qiao Lian, who was standing beside him. He patted the back of the director. "Do you think Best Actor Shen's guest performance is a bigger stunt than the stunt of Best Actor Shen exploding in anger due to the female lead?" The director was stunned for a moment. "You mean?" Song Chung laughed. "There happens to be a visiting reporter today on set. Brother Shen is waiting for me, so I shall take my leave." As the director watched Song Chung leave, he thought his suggestion through. Indeed, like he said, if the incident were to be exposed, it would attract even more attention. However, if they did that, Yang Lingxi's name would be thoroughly ruined. But this was his first drama. He had to make use of any stunt that could attract a bit of attention, even if it was negative. As he affirmed his thoughts, he suddenly raised his head and asked, I heard that there's a visiting reporter today. Where is she? The reporter had to put the filming crew in a good light and focus the negative parts on Yang Lingxi. Thus, what he had to do now was to coax the reporter. The stage supervisor was stunned for a moment and then pointed at Qiao Lian. It's her. When the director saw Qiao Lian and recalled the actions of Yang Lingxi, he immediately understood the situation. He smacked the stage supervisor's head angrily. Do you not have brains? Actors making a hard time for reporters? Are you looking for death? Quick! Invite reporter Qiao over. Qiao Lian carried the heavy video camera as her vision froze at Shen Liangchuan's leaving figure. His sudden outburst, had it been because of her? She felt extremely touched, and her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. So he wasn't as bad as he seemed. As she was immersed in her thoughts, she saw the stage supervisor walk over. The intentions of buttering up to her were printed clearly on his face. Reporter Qiao, this is too heavy. Please put it down. After the director and the stage supervisor coaxed her and she received some first-hand news, Qiao Lian felt as if her whole body was floating as she left. Moreover, once she stepped out of the filming set, she saw a black car parked not far away. Song Chung was beside the car, and he waved to her excitedly. Song Chung stood beside the car with a pleasant smile. He spoke to Shen Liangchuan, who was in the driver's seat, through the half-opened car window. Brother Shen, I have only realized now that the hate you have for reporters also depends on the person. Shen Liangchuan stared at him coldly and said, You are overthinking. Don't deny it. Didn't you give Miss Qiao a very big piece of news today? Shen Liangchuan's glance focused. He was a person who usually didn't bother explaining things to others. However, he did so this time, not knowing if he was explaining to Song Chung or himself. I didn't give it much thought. Song Chung replied, Tiske, there are so many ways to bully Yang Lingxi, but you just left. Isn't it because of? A freezing cold glance hit him, so Song Chung immediately raised his hand, saying, Okay, I'll shut up. As Song Chung raised his head, he excitedly waved when he saw the person walking out of the filming crew. Shen Liangchuan turned his head, and through the window glass, he could see Qiao Lian's eyes light up when she saw Song Chung. She excitedly waved to Song Chung, and the bright smile on her face made his heart feel congested. The road across the filming set had no traffic lights. She briefly looked left and right and ran straight across the road without caution. Shen Liangchuan subconsciously furrowed his brows as he watched a car fly past her side. Qiao Lian ran towards the black BMW and patted the car, exclaiming, Mr. Song, I didn't expect your car to look as dashing as you. Song Chung immediately bragged bashfully. He spoke while touching his hair. One know I'm really handsome. It's such a waste to stand next to Best Actor Shen. I am unable to shine like that. Qiao Lian immediately comforted him. Don't worry, Best Actor Shen is too cold. For a boyfriend, you are the best type. Song Chung peeked at Shen Liangchuan out of the corner of his eyes and was met with a ghastly pale Shen Liangchuan. He walked over with a mischievous smile, opened the door of the passenger seat and invited her. Miss Qiao, get in the car. Qiao Lian looked at him as she sat in the car and spoke sweetly. You are totally different from Best Actor Shen, you are so gentlemanly. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt coldness from behind her. As she turned her head, she realized Shen Liangchuan was actually seated in the car. Qiao Lian immediately froze, and she felt a strong urge to run away. Turning around again, she saw an evil smile on Song Cheng's face as he slammed the door shut. Qiao Lian was startled. After Song Chung closed the door, he walked back and intended to open the door of the back seat, but the car suddenly started and sped off. Song Chung exclaimed, I haven't gotten onto the car yet. However, no one was able to hear him, as the car had already disappeared at the junction ahead. Song Chung thought, why is Best Actor Shen still so petty? Qiao Lian sat in the car and felt guilty, like a child who had been caught stealing bread. She peeked from the corner of her eyes and realized that Shen Liangchuan was expressionless. The coldness he emitted was so strong she was about to freeze. The silence in the car was agitating. She swallowed her saliva and carefully spoke. Mr. Shen, I didn't mean that Mr. Song is more attractive than you. It's just that sunshine guys are more popular now. The atmosphere in the car became even colder. Qiao Lian shut her mouth up as she realized she had said things she shouldn't have. Once again she peeked at him. When she recalled the things that had occurred previously, she spoke. Thank you for today, Mr. Shen. When she ended her sentence, the car suddenly jerked to a stop, and a figure suddenly came on top of her. That familiar strong scent suddenly neared Qiao Lian. She was so shocked that she momentarily stopped breathing. As she looked at his face, which was less than 5 centimeters away, she was so shocked she couldn't speak clearly. Mr. Shen? He squinted his eyes and slight discomposure flashed across his eyes. It made Qiao Lian feel that the current him was weird. Then she heard him say, Indeed, you have to thank me. Qiao Lian widened her eyes as he continued. You put in so much effort just to secretly exchange our phones. Wasn't it just to enter the filming set and force me to teach her a lesson? Qiao Lian was stunned. So that was what he thought of her. She didn't want to be misunderstood by him. I didn't take the wrong phone on purpose, I dash. Where's the evidence? Those 3 words prevented Qiao Lian from continuing her next sentence. Why would there be evidence of her accidentally taking the wrong phone? She had no means to prove that she hadn't done it on purpose. Qiao Lian clenched her fist. I didn't ask for your help. Shen Liangchuan made a tisk sound and said, If I hadn't helped you today and you were to be exposed as Mrs. Shen in the future, it would become a stain in my career. So that was the reason he had helped her? Qiao Lian was stunned. Suddenly a horn sounded. Through the rear mirror, they could see that the car behind them was impatiently switching its headlights on and off. Shen Liangchuan then returned to his seat and started the car. His expression returned to normal as he looked forward. However, his heart couldn't calm down. She had thanked him, but ironically enough he could only hear a strong sense of sarcasm in her words. She had mistreated him badly 8 years ago, yet he was helping her now. A sense of irritation emerged once again. He opened a slit in the window, and the cold wind blew in. His anger was then eased. He looked at her from the corner of his eye and realized she had kept quiet and been looking down after she finished her previous sentence. At that moment the wind was blowing her hair, and she was subconsciously hugging herself. Her body was trembling from the cold. The little anger left in him suddenly disappeared upon witnessing that scene. He calmly and quietly closed the window while looking forward. After a while they returned to the Shen villa. As the car stopped, Shen Liangchuan left the car and entered the living room. Without waiting for Qiao Lian, Qiao Lian heaved a sigh of relief. She felt that it was easier to breathe than before. She then got out of the car and entered the room. The living room no longer had any trace of Shen Liangchuan. The caretaker walked over and said, Miss Qiao, Mr. is in the room upstairs. When Qiao Lian heard that, she acknowledged and entered the guest room upstairs. Shen Liangchuan definitely wouldn't want to see her now. Why would she want to appear in front of him and annoy him? After a while the caretaker knocked on the door and entered the room. Miss Qiao, Mr. said that your arm's injured, and he sent me to treat it for you. He still remembered the wound on her arm? As that thought emerged, she quickly shook her head and patted it. Qiao Lian told herself, You shouldn't overthink. After her wound was treated, the caretaker came back and brought her a light dinner. After Qiao Lian finished her meal, she laid on the bed, holding Shen Liangchuan's phone while looking at it. Should she go over now and exchange the phone with him? Qiao Lian left the bed, tiptoed out of the door and walked towards the master bedroom. As she stealthily opened the door, she could hear the sound of running water from the bathroom. Excitement filled her suddenly. However, as she was about to rush in to look for her phone, the bathroom door suddenly opened. It was followed by Shen Liangchuan walking out dressed in a bathrobe. Shen Liangchuan wasn't facing the light, and Qiao Lian could only see his strong stature vaguely. When he noticed her, he was surprised. Qiao Lian tensed her body in shock and stammered, Mr. Shen. She pointed to the phone in her hands and said, I've come to give you your phone. He remained silent. She put the phone on the bedside table as her glance swept across the bed. She wanted to ask where her phone was, but she wasn't daring enough. She then spoke. Thank you for asking the caretaker to apply medicine for me. Shen Liangchuan's gaze darkened as his glance landed on her arm. No problem. Qiao Lian could only walk out. Then I will. Before she could finish, he suddenly asked, Does your arm still hurt? Qiao Lian hurriedly replied, It doesn't hurt anymore, don't worry. That's great. Then it won't affect us fulfilling our official duties. After he finished his sentence, he walked towards Qiao Lian. Immediately, Qiao Lian was filled with anxiety. What official duties? If I remember correctly, you're currently ovulating. Ah. So don't waste any time. As he ended his sentence, he casually removed his bathrobe and threw it on the sofa beside him. He then walked straight to the side of the bed and lay on her. Qiao Lian closed her eyes and clenched her fist. Sadness emerged from the bottom of her heart as she realized what he meant. Of course. He had just asked the caretaker to treat her wound so that he would be able to continue this with her tonight. She had thought it was going to be a hard night, but unexpectedly, his actions weren't as violent as they had been the previous times. He even gently held onto her arm. Although there was still no foreplay, she felt something else other than pain this time. The second morning when Qiao Lian woke up, her side was empty, but there was a silver-colored phone on the pillow. She picked it up and after realizing that it was her phone, she immediately got excited. It was the newest phone of a certain brand. It was her reward from the news agency when she uncovered a large piece of news in the past. If not for that, she wouldn't have been able to afford it with her meager pay. Qiao Lian left the bed and proceeded to wash up. When she proceeded downstairs, she saw the caretaker holding a cup of milk and waiting for her. She didn't speak throughout the process as she drank the weird-tasting milk. She left to the news agency hurriedly after consuming 2 pieces of bread. There had been 2 pieces of exclusive news about Yang Lingxi yesterday. To Yang Lingxi, that must have been a double impact. Once she arrived at the news agency, she heard her colleague shout at her. Qiao Lian, Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian walked over as her colleague pointed to an online article saying, What's up with this? It was a news report about Best Actor Shen and Yang Lingxi entering the filming set together. Qiao Lian glanced through the article and asked, What's wrong? Her colleagues immediately felt she was being treated unjustly. Look at the authors section. Only Su Mimi's name is here. And you almost exchanged your life for this scoop. Their news agency had an unspoken rule. If 2 people went to an interview, the article had to include both of their names. However, Su Mimi had completely left Qiao Lian out. A few of her colleagues felt wronged in her place. The discussion soon came to Su Mimi's knowledge, who stood up immediately and said with sarcasm, Why must I give her half of the credit? Qiao Lian kept silent, but someone else couldn't help but speak. Su Mimi, if it hadn't been for Qiao Lian, Best Actor Shen's car wouldn't have stopped. She risked her life for the news. You are too much. Su Mimi raised her eyebrows. Too much? The photos were taken by me. The article was written by me. The copyright belongs to me. How dare you do this? Exactly, how are we going to work together for duo interviews in the future, if everyone is going to fight for credit? Such actions are seriously immoral. The amount of criticism caused Su Mimi's face to turn grim. If all of you have so many complaints, go ahead and complain to the chief editor then. At that moment the chief editor walked out. What are all of you arguing about? Isn't it chaotic enough? Someone voiced their opinion. Chief editor, why is the article like this? Why did Qiao Lian not get any credit for it? The chief editor eyed the person and let out a cold laugh. Why must it include her name? She went for the interview together with Su Mimi. Exactly, chief editor, according to the rules, Qiao Lian should be credited too. The chief editor made a disapproving sound. According to the rules? Which rule in our news agency states that she must be credited? No one expected the chief editor to be so unreasonable. They were at a loss for words. Qiao Lian looked at her colleague, who had first told her about it. As the colleague was about to continue speaking up for her, she hurriedly stuck out her hand and stopped her. Then she curved her lips into a smile and said, "Chief editor, according to what you've said, does it mean that I don't need to give her credit for my articles either?" Su Mimi mocked her. "Why? Have you gotten your hands on another piece of first-hand news? Let's see what you are capable of then." She narrowed her eyes as she ended her sentence. They all knew that for an article to be popular, it must contain new information. Although Qiao Lian had successfully entered the filming set that day, if she had gotten a hot piece of news, she would have jumped at the chance to send it out yesterday already. The chief editor also gave out a laugh and replied, "Yes, if you had gotten your hands on any first-hand news that day, you could have also omitted Su Mimi's name." The chief editor didn't believe that Qiao Lian would have been so lucky as to uncover something. However, they didn't expect that after the chief editor and Su Mimi said that, Qiao Lian would immediately reply smiling, "Okay then, sure. Chief editor, I will sort out the information and send it to you later." She then sat down happily. Originally, she didn't want to share the hard-earned piece of news she had gotten about Yang Lingxi, which she had even exchanged a slap for anyway. So Su Mimi's separation from her was just as she wished. It was a godsend. Qiao Lian was astute, so she quickly sent the article together with the edited voice recording. Then, she sorted out the information on what she had seen on the filming set and added it to the email. Su Mimi was standing in the chief editor's office and looking at Qiao Lian through the window. Seeing Qiao Lian busily working, she couldn't help but frown. "Auntie, could it be that she has really uncovered a hot piece of news? If she has, allow me to add her name to the article. Then I can have mine on hers too." The chief editor laughed coldly. "This woman is really cunning, don't panic. I think Qiao Lian is just trying to scare you with a facade. Furthermore, if Best Actor Shen's news were so easy to obtain, it would mean we have been wasting our time in this industry." Su Mimi felt that what the chief editor said made sense, but she couldn't help but feel uneasy. After a while, they heard the notification sound of the chief editor's email. She quickly rushed over, and as both of them looked at the screen, they read the title of the article that had just arrived. "Actress Yang confesses willingness to be mistress for sake of headlines." The explosive title made Su Mimi's irises narrow in shock. She commented with slight sarcasm in her voice, "Confess? She actually dares to use such a word. Even if Yang Lingxi did admit to something like that, she wouldn't have been so stupid as to leave evidence." As she ended her sentence, she watched the chief editor open the voice recording with a solemn expression. "So what? I'm telling you, the person who will hit the headlines with Best Actor Shen is me. I'll take advantage of the buzz surrounding his wedding." As the audio recording finished playing, both Su Mimi and the chief editor were completely dumbfounded. They looked at each other with ghastly expressions. That day, all the reporters who had gone to the filming site had seen Yang Lingxi and Best Actor Shen sitting in a car together. All of them had gone back to disseminate the news, which resulted in Best Actor Shen and Yang Lingxi being the search term that trended the most yesterday. Su Mimi's draft seemed extremely normal compared to such overwhelming articles. At this moment, if they released this bombshell of a draft that was also fully substantiated, anyone could tell how much buzz the article would generate. Su Mimi's eyes were red. "It's all your fault, Auntie." She had been with the news agency for such a long time, and yet she still hadn't had the opportunity to discover such a huge scandal. And this time, her small-mindedness had let such a huge opportunity slip away from her. The chief editor wanted to say something that would comfort her, but just then, ding! Another email arrived. She opened it and realized that it was another email from Qiao Lian. The headline was, "Best Actor Shen refuses cameo. Suspects that a certain female star's acting skills were taught by a pig." At this point, Su Mimi's frustration rendered her speechless. Tears began to roll down her face. "Auntie, this was supposed to be mine." The chief editor wrinkled her eyebrows, and the phone on her desk began to ring. When she picked up the receiver, she heard the voice of the managing editor. "Regarding the news that Qiao Lian has dug up, you should publish the first wave now. In 2 hours, publish the second wave." The chief editor's face darkened. It was only at this moment that she realized that when Qiao Lian sent her the email, she also CC'd the managing editor. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to kick Qiao Lian down anymore. As Qiao Lian's news article was published, the reaction to her findings was extremely enthusiastic. Every major media platform linked her article, and in no time at all, the number of people who clicked on her article rose rapidly. A colleague lowered her voice and said, "Qiao Lian, you should be careful. The chief editor will never forgive you for this." Before she could finish speaking, her office door swung open. The chief editor was standing there, staring daggers at her. "Qiao Lian, just because you've unearthed 2 pieces of unimportant news doesn't mean you can avoid the main point. I'm asking you, have you figured out who Mrs. Shen is? If not, you must still leave this office tomorrow." Qiao Lian immediately stood up straight and said, "Understood, Chief Editor." The chief editor wrinkled her eyebrows, glanced at her and turned away to leave. Her colleague sighed in relief and said, "Qiao Lian, have you really figured out who Mrs. Shen is?" Qiao Lian looked at her and said, "What do you think?" Her colleague said, "Everybody knows that in our industry, it is the most difficult to unearth scandals involving 2 specific people. One is Best Actor Shen. Until now, nobody knows anything about his family background. The other is that esports female caster, Forget Chuan. Tell me, why must she be so mysterious if she's only a female caster?" Another colleague came over to join in the conversation saying, "Yeah, I agree. All female casters typically earn a living based on their appearance. But this Forget Chuan doesn't even show her face when she's casting esports. There are no photographs of her, not even now. On the contrary, her popularity is through the roof precisely because of such mysteriousness. I'm guessing that Forget Chuan is definitely a dinosaur." As she listened to her colleague's conversation, Qiao Lian's face had a weird expression. Suddenly, her cell phone began to ring. She excused herself and went outside. After finding a deserted corner, she took the call. A pleasant male voice emanated from the other end of the receiver. "Forget Chuan, don't forget about the live stream happening tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon." That's right. The female caster Forget Chuan, that her colleagues were talking about just now, was actually her all along. Initially, she had only live-streamed in esports tournaments with her friends out of interest. However, she hadn't realized that the reaction she would receive would be so positive. Afterwards, she started live-streaming a match from time to time. Perhaps because she was being so mysterious about it, in this digital age, the mysteriousness actually increased the interest people had in her. The person who called her was her live-streaming partner, Gao Yuming. Qiao Lian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't forget it. I've just sent you the invitation for tonight's celebration party for the cast and crew of the show Qinggong. Do you want to go?" Qiao Lian's eyes immediately brightened. Yes, I must go. She had just been wondering about how to attend the party tonight. To think that a solution would present itself right when she was anxiously worrying about this problem. As she hung up, Qiao Lian's lips curled into a smile. She calmly paced back to her office. As she entered, she saw that everybody was still noisily discussing amongst themselves. Tonight's celebration party for the cast and crew of Qinggong will be held at the Royal Family Hotel. The managing editor just came to find the chief editor and told her that she had managed to, after great difficulty, find an opening for a waiting staff. She wants Qiao Lian to fill this opening and uncover a huge scoop in the process. Why did she not directly ask for an invitation letter? What do you know? Tonight's celebration party will be absolutely star-studded. For public order and security purposes, the number of invitations sent out has been limited. Even finding a waiting staff opening must have cost the managing editor Herculean effort. This is clearly a free opportunity for Qiao Lian to obtain a huge scoop. She's so lucky. Qiao Lian walked over and sighed, saying, "Do all of you think that the chief editor will give me such a great opportunity?" As her voice died away, everybody present saw Su Mimi delightedly walk out of the chief editor's office. She was holding her chin, and her smile was overflowing with absolute joy. She walked in front of Qiao Lian and deliberately said, "Dear Qiao Lian, the managing editor wanted to let you go tonight. However, the chief editor considered that you still had to uncover Mrs. Shan's identity. As such, she let me take over this task on your behalf. She was clearly not going to admit that she had just received a benefit. Qiao Lian never let anyone push her around. As such, she directly retorted, "Oh? Then I should really thank you. However, because you are helping me finish this task, if you uncover any news, the credit should go to me, right?" Su Mimi choked after hearing this sentence. Only then was Qiao Lian satisfied. She slowly walked past her and left the news agency, using her need to find a scoop as an excuse to leave. At noon, she randomly picked a place to eat her lunch. Then in the afternoon, she went to rent a dress. After putting on some light makeup, she hailed a cab to the Royal Family Hotel at 6 p.m. At the entrance of the hotel, she took out her invitation and surreptitiously glanced inside. She entered the banquet hall only after finding no signs of Shen Liangchuan inside. Shen Liangchuan had just warned her yesterday that she could not be a reporter. Hence, if he saw her here, she would be a dead man walking. However, the cool, domineering, and assertive best actor Shen had never cared about such events. He almost never attended any celebration party, so he wouldn't show up to this party either, right? Qiao Lian casually picked up a glass of champagne. She was about to take a sip and try to catch her person of interest of the evening when suddenly there was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. She looked over and immediately narrowed her eyes, because Shen Liangchuan was striding into the hall, surrounded by his manager and assistant. He was wearing a black tuxedo, and his every move exuded an inherent elegance. He had an air of arrogance and dismissiveness about him, which ensured that he would be the center of attention even amongst a sea of handsome men and beautiful women. At that moment he was walking forward. However, he seemed to perceive something and suddenly halted in his tracks. Then, he looked in the direction of Qiao Lian. At the exact moment he looked over, Qiao Lian desperately hid behind a champagne tower to avoid his line of sight. After tapping her frantically beating heart, she anxiously looked back. Why had Shen Liangchuan come? When he had looked over just then, was it because he had noticed her? As she was thinking about this, she saw Shen Liangchuan change direction and walk to where she was. Instantly, Qiao Lian panicked. She looked left and right and realized that there were no objects in her vicinity she could hide behind. At last, she gritted her teeth and quickly slid under the table. The table on which the champagne tower was placed had an enormous red tablecloth covering it. The tablecloth was just large enough to cover her completely. The moment she slid under the table, she heard the sound of the director exchanging greetings from right outside the tablecloth. "Best actor Shen, it is our honor to have you come in support of our celebration party." Shen Liangchuan's unique voice was so pleasant to hear that it could naturally make the listener feel fuzzy. "One if it's to celebrate director Jia's movie, I must come." When Qiao Lian heard this, she wanted to slap herself in the face. How could she forget that during Shen Liangchuan's initial foray into the entertainment industry, his first movie had been a collaboration with director Jia. He had always shown respect towards director Jia because of this. Now what should she do? Her large eyes rolled around wildly as she looked at the other end of the long table. This long table not only had a champagne tower, but a wide variety of cakes as well. As such, the table was easily at least 10 meters long. If she crawled to the other side of the table and quietly slipped out of it, best actor Shen would likely not be able to see her, right? Qiao Lian laid on the floor and used both her hands and feet as she started to crawl. However, when she had only crawled a few steps, she felt her dress get hooked onto something. She turned her head and as she looked back, she realized she had worn an elegant and long red dress today. When she crawled under the table just now, the hem of her dress had accidentally stayed outside of the table and had blended in with the tablecloth. At this moment, it just so happened that Shen Liangchuan's leather shoes were stepping on it. Qiao Lian froze in fright before trying to tug her dress back. However, she was afraid of utilizing too much force, as Shen Liangchuan might notice something peculiar. Thus, she only tried tugging it twice and then didn't dare to touch it again. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. When she had left the mansion today, she clearly had not looked at the almanac. Outside, Director Jia was still talking. "Is your schedule already filled up for the next 2 years? Can't you just accept one more movie?" Isn't one movie per year too little for you? Shen Liangchuan answered passively. Ultimately, I need to leave some time for myself. Director Jia sighed. You're right. Qiao Lian wondered. Are they not finished yet? They had already been talking for half an hour. She had been hiding under the table that entire time, and her legs were already starting to numb. God, please, someone save me, she begged internally. Perhaps someone actually heard her inner plea, because someone soon walked over and said, Best Actor Shen. I cannot believe that I would see you here. When Shen Liangchuan turned around, he finally lifted his leg. Qiao Lian's heart leapt for joy. She successfully tugged the hem of her dress back inside and then hurriedly crawled forward, all the while thinking that in her entire life, she had never been so agile. She was virtually more stealthy than a cat and more nimble than a dog. At last, she crawled to the other end of the table. Lifting up the tablecloth, she glanced around. Seeing that nobody was paying attention in her direction, she slowly stood up. Glancing at Shen Liangchuan, she saw that he was turning his back on her. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when she suddenly heard an astonished voice coming from the side saying, Qiao Lian. She looked back and saw Su Mimi wearing a waitress outfit. She was currently holding a tray of desserts and looking at her in astonishment. Without waiting for a reply, Su Mimi grabbed her arm and loudly asked, Why are you here? Her voice was too loud and caused everybody in the vicinity to look in her direction. Qiao Lian's heart thumped once. She could feel a cold gaze land on her back without even having to turn her head. Shen Liangchuan never had seen her. At this moment, Qiao Lian wished that she could rip apart Su Mimi. Could this person be any more stupid? The reason why she was making such a racket now must be because she thought that Qiao Lian was there to snatch her credit. But there were so many stars there. Why couldn't they just each mind their own business? Qiao Lian bit her lip. She already knew how furious Shen Liangchuan's gaze was at that moment, even without looking around. He hated paparazzi the most, especially the pestering ones that would use unscrupulous means to uncover a scoop. At this moment he must be extremely disappointed in me, right? Oh no, that's wrong. It's not like he ever placed any sort of hope in me before, but he likely hates me even more now. However, regardless of all that had happened, she had to first resolve the issue right in front of her. She raised her head, reached out her arm around Su Mimi's shoulder and smiled. She greeted her saying, Su Mimi, we haven't seen each other in such a long time. How coincidental, are you a waitress in this hotel?
Su Mimi frowned.
While she was still thinking of what to say in response, Qiao Lian lowered her voice so that only the two of them could hear what she said next. If you still dare to speak loudly, I will tell everybody that you are a reporter. Su Mimi bit her lip in anger. Qiao Lian continued to smile and said, It's no big deal if I get kicked out. After all, nobody knows that I am here today. However, if you leave without obtaining any scoop at all, tell me, what will you tell our colleagues at the news agency when you see them tomorrow? Su Mimi was rendered speechless by hate. Qiao Lian patted her shoulders, smiled and said, Old friend, let's meet up again once this party has ended. Then she waved at Su Mimi and turned to leave. As she turned around, she could not stop herself from shooting a glance at Shen Liangchuan. He was still standing quietly at the same spot. The light from the sparkling glasses located on his side reflected on his back, making him look especially ethereal. However, this also served to make the darkness in his eyes look even more scary. As she met his gaze, Qiao Lian's heart sank. She shifted her gaze and hurriedly walked towards a crowd of people. She stood in the middle of the crowd, dazed. Time seemed to slow down. Best Actor Shen's gaze seemed to follow her, and she would occasionally look over at him. He seemed to be issuing a warning to her. Get out of here now. Qiao Lian pretended to not understand his intent and smiled awkwardly at him. After another half an hour, she noticed a commotion happening nearby. Someone had grabbed Su Mimi and restrained her arms. He was holding her cell phone and asked her cautiously, What are you taking pictures of? Simultaneously, everyone in the banquet hall looked over in their direction. Su Mimi was so shocked that her entire body was trembling. She said, And nothing at all. Nothing at all? Then what is this video? And what is this photo? Security. Where is security? There is something wrong with this waitress. Su Mimi, on the verge of tears, said, I was just snapping some pictures randomly. Are you taking me for a fool? Paparazzi nowadays sees every opportunity for a scoop. Security rushed over and confiscated Su Mimi's cell phone. Then they marched her towards the exit. Su Mimi's eyes were already red from crying, and she didn't dare to resist. However, she suddenly thought of an idea and started to struggle fiercely. There's another reporter here. It's the person that was just talking with me. Qiao Lian. Come out. At this moment, Qiao Lian wished she could disappear into thin air. Even though she was already hidden in the crowd, she really wanted to kill Su Mimi. She wants to drag me down with her just because she couldn't get a scoop? Qiao Lian lowered her head and tried to be as inconspicuous as possible. She hoped that the people surrounding her would not recognize her before security could drag Su Mimi away. However, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by someone. Here she is. Qiao Lian felt like snapping her head off when she realized that the person grabbing her wrist was none other than Yang Lingxi. Yang Lingxi's eyes were shining with malice. The scandal surrounding her had broken out only that afternoon, and she could guess Qiao Lian had recorded her without even thinking twice. At that point, a deep hatred for Qiao Lian had seeped into her bones. To think that an opportunity for revenge would arrive so soon. If she didn't take advantage of this opportunity, she would not be able to live with herself. After Yang Lingxi's exclamation, the security officer who was bringing Su Mimi to the exit stopped dead in his tracks. Su Mimi's eyes shone once she saw Qiao Lian. It's her, she's a reporter from our news agency. Security chase her out as well. At this moment, Qiao Lian felt as though her head was about to explode. She was so unlucky. She could not leave without obtaining her scoop. As everybody stared at her, Qiao Lian suddenly opened her mouth and sighed. Su Mimi, even though we have had our disagreements, you should not slander me like this, right? Su Mimi immediately opened her mouth in denial. I'm not slandering you. Qiao Lian spread her hands widely and added, then provide the evidence that proves that I am a reporter. Su Mimi was stunned. You are my colleague. What other proof do you need? Qiao Lian shook her head, saying, if I am indeed your colleague, isn't this entire incident rather strange? Why would you expose me after you have been caught? The people surrounding her all thought that her rebuttal made perfect sense. Even though this party had strictly controlled the invitations that were sent, many invited people had brought a +1. Hence, other than a few well-known stars, there were also a few rich second-generation heirs. Qiao Lian had a great temperament, and anybody could see that she had enjoyed a good upbringing. As such, nobody was willing to offend her without sufficient evidence. Su Mimi was so choked up that she was speechless with rage. On the contrary, it was Yang Lingxi who coldly laughed and said, since you claim that you are not a reporter, can you take out your invitation letter? Su Mimi jolted at her words and immediately said, that's right, I just saw her crawl out from underneath the table. She definitely snuck in here. Our news agency was not able to obtain an invitation letter. After she finished speaking, she glared at Qiao Lian fiercely. Since her cover had been blown today and she had not managed to uncover a scoop, she had to prevent Qiao Lian from uncovering one as well. She was certain that Qiao Lian had no invitation letter after all. But then, Qiao Lian heard her words, sighed and said, how could I have entered without an invitation? She lowered her head and rummaged through her bag. Then she pulled out the invitation letter and waved it in front of the gathered crowd. Do you see this? Her true name was written on the invitation letter. Hence, even if others saw it, her secret identity as Forgetchuan would not be exposed. Su Mimi's eyes widened in shock, and she looked at Qiao Lian incredulously. That's impossible. How could you have obtained an invitation? Yang Lingxi also frowned, saying, even if you have an invitation letter, you are still a reporter. I have seen you before when you visited the filming site of First Love. You were also the one who caused the scandals surrounding me. Her words caused quite a stir among those present. Qiao Lian coldly humped and said, don't spout nonsense. If you have evidence, show it right now. Evidence. Yang Lingxi bit her lip and looked at Shen Liangchuan sharply. When you went to the filming location, Best Actor Shen was also there. Best Actor Shen also knows you. Everybody gathered here may not believe me, but surely they will believe Best Actor Shen's words, right? As she finished speaking, the crowd looked at Shen Liangchuan simultaneously. Director Qiao was slightly taken aback and asked questioningly, Best Actor Shen, is this person really a visiting reporter? Qiao Lian's heart sank in an instant. She looked over as her eyes connected with those dark eyes of his. Earlier, he had already used his gaze to warn her to leave. Now, how would he respond to this situation? Qiao Lian clenched her fists as she looked at him. He was casually standing there holding a glass of wine. When he heard Director Jia's words, he slightly lowered his eyes. His indifferent eyes fell on the champagne he was holding in his hand. That air of detachment meant that nobody could anticipate how he would respond. Yang Lingxi could not help herself from speaking. Best Actor Shen, surely you must recognize her? Qiao Lian's heart leapt slightly. Then she saw Shen Liangchuan raise his eyes and look at her coolly. His demeanor caused Qiao Lian to feel a wave of despair. Yes, initially, when Yang Lingxi had made things difficult for her at the filming location, he hadn't helped her. Instead, he had added insult to injury. Why would he help her now? Qiao Lian smiled bitterly as she turned downtrodden. She opened her mouth only to say, I do not remember clearly. A deep, resonant voice floated in the air. Stunned, Qiao Lian raised her head. She looked incredulously at the person who had just spoken. She felt a curious sensation spread through her entire body. Shen Liangchuan remained standing at his original spot. After he spoke, he frowned and impatiently set down the champagne he was holding on the table. He turned to leave. Yang Lingxi was immensely shocked. Best Actor Shen, how could you not remember clearly? Shen Liangchuan did not answer, so Qiao Lian hastily blurted out, Ms. Yang, since Best Actor Shen has never seen me, he obviously does not remember me. If you have no proof and still insist on spreading unsubstantiated statements in an attempt to create panic, I believe everybody here will be extremely unhappy with you. You were photographed because of your carelessness. Wasn't that entire incident a false alarm? Her sharp and blunt remarks hit Yang Lingxi directly, causing her face to turn deeply red. Director Jia glanced at Shen Liangchuan and hastily said, Hurry up and send the uninvited people out the door. This entire incident is a misunderstanding. Everyone, please continue enjoying the party. Su Mimi was asked to leave the celebration party. As for Yang Lingxi, she still wanted to pester her, but her manager forcefully grabbed her arm. Yang Lingxi, don't forget why you are here today. If you still insist on pursuing such pointless matters, I will stop helping you. Yang Lingxi was so angry she clenched her teeth. In the past, her manager would never have been able to talk to her with this tone. He was only saying this now because she was in an abject state. She swallowed her pride, looked at her manager and asked, Has the matter been settled? Her manager nodded and said, This is your last chance. Yang Lingxi bit her lip. As she looked in the direction of Shen Liangchuan, her gaze shifted constantly. The commotion quickly ended, and the party resumed its original liveliness. Shen Liangchuan was sitting on a sofa in the resting zone. Due to his immense aura, nobody dared to walk up and greet him except Director Jia. He silently sat there, admiring the pleasant scene in front of him. Even though he was casually chatting with Director Jia, his gaze kept sweeping towards a certain petite silhouette located within the crowd. At this moment, Qiao Lian, either by design or chance, faded out of the crowd's line of sight and found a corner for herself. She looked like she was concentrating on eating a cake, but from the corner of her eye, she kept staring at a male star standing not far from her. He was the extremely popular young and attractive actor Wang Wenhao. Wang Wenhao smirked and said something inaudible. He then raised his head, and his eyes connected with the eyes of female star Li Mengqi, who was standing not far from him. Li Mengqi excused herself and started to walk out. Qiao Lian immediately put down her cake and followed her. It was evident that she was familiar with this type of activity. If one did not know her identity, one would definitely not think that she was actually following Li Mengqi. Shen Liangchuan's gaze darkened, and he suddenly stood up. He said to Director Jia, "I am leaving for a while as I have something to attend to." Qiao Lian followed Li Mengqi closely. As she left the banquet hall, she saw Li Mengqi standing at a nondescript balcony, anxiously waiting for someone. Qiao Lian tiptoed carefully, pressing herself against the wall, and quickly hid behind a full-length curtain. Then she held her breath and took her cell phone out of her pocket. She aimed it at Li Mengqi and then switched on the audio recording function. She did not have to wait long before she saw Wang Wenhao rush towards Li Mengqi. The two of them embraced each other and Li Mengqi asked, "Wang Wenhao, when will you divorce that old hag Yao Manwen?" "Don't worry, I'll do it soon," Wang Wenhao said. He continued, "I must first preserve my public image as there are a bunch of people insulting her over the internet. At a time like this, I must stay by her side constantly, so that she will be touched by my gesture and initiate the divorce proceedings as a result. After we divorce, it will be perfectly justifiable for me to be with you." Li Mengqi sighed and clutched his arm. "We have already wasted 5 years on her, and I cannot wait any longer. Do you know that I am thinking about you all the time?" As she finished speaking, Li Mengqi stood on her toes and kissed Wang Wenhao deeply. They kissed passionately, making sounds of sucking and swallowing. In that quiet, dusky and narrow space, their kissing was so intense that it would cause anybody's face to turn crimson with embarrassment. Qiao Lian narrowed her eyes as she watched them. Although her phone was capturing a passionate scene, her chest felt as though it was being blocked by a lump of cotton. Yao Manwen was one of her favorite female stars. 5 years ago, when her career was at its peak, the 37-year-old woman married the 23-year-old Wang Wenhao. Then she decided to step out of the limelight to become a mother. Wang Wenhao had slowly become more popular, thanks to Yao Manwen. However, in these 5 years, Yao Manwen had suffered miscarriage after miscarriage. She hadn't been able to handle the mental trauma and began to abuse alcohol, smoke, and wear thick makeup. Not too long ago, a story was published about how she kept drinking outside. When Wang Wenhao went to take her home, due to her excessive drinking, she began to punch and kick Wang Wenhao. While crying, she screamed that she regretted taking so many birth control pills when she was young, as they may be the cause for the frequent miscarriages that she was experiencing now. Nevertheless, Wang Wenhao hugged her and promised to never leave her. The video of this scene instantly went viral, and Wang Wenhao became the year's hottest personality. However, who could have thought that the guy labeled by the online community as an infatuated prince was already in a relationship with another woman then? Qiao Lian clenched her fists tightly. She realized that their kisses were becoming more intimate and passionate, as Wang Wenhao's hands were touching her underneath the dress. Li Mengqi wanted to unzip Wang Wenhao's pants with her hands, but Wang Wenhao suddenly stopped her. "Cut it out, it's not safe here. Do you not know that a reporter was already chased out of today's party?" Li Mengqi humped and said, "We have not met in such a long time. When will you sever your relationship with Yao Manwen?" Wang Wenhao tapped her shoulders, saying, "Don't worry, I am secretly transferring our assets." Li Mengqi clenched her teeth and said, "You aren't giving her enough birth control pills. Once she has another miscarriage, you should just remove her uterus directly. Then, most likely, she will be so angry that she will commit suicide, and there will be no more petty squabbles over your assets." "How wonderful!" As she stood behind the curtain, when Qiao Lian heard this, her eyes suddenly narrowed. So the reason for Yao Manwen's miscarriages was not because of her ingesting too many birth control pills when she was young, but because of... She clenched her fists in anger. This pair of despicable cheaters. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew in from the window. Qiao Lian's figure was suddenly exposed due to the shifting curtain. Wang Wenhao snapped his head in her direction, and his features turned malicious. "Who are you?" Qiao Lian jumped in fright. She was not afraid of her own safety, but rather that her audio recording would be deleted once she got caught. She took a deep breath, took off her high heels and held them in her hands. Then she frantically took off running. "Stand still." Wang Wenhao broke out in a cold sweat. If the conversation that had just taken place had actually been recorded, his entire acting career would be completely ruined. Li Mengqi also widened her eyes in shock. She screamed shrilly. "You there, stop running. I can give you money. I can give you as much as you ask for." Qiao Lian ignored her words completely and focused her mind solely on running forward. Today, the entire royal family hotel had been reserved for the celebration party. As such, the alleyway behind it was completely empty. As she ran, she rapidly undid the hooks on the front of her dress. She was actually wearing a white tube dress inside. Given that it was rather dark just now, Wang Wenhao had definitely not seen her clearly. If she could just get out of this alley, she would be able to hide within the crowd attending the party. That way, he would not be able to find her. However, it just so happened that security had been updated on the incident, and they were now running for her from the opposite direction. If Qiao Lian was to rush over right now, it would be like trying to commit suicide. She saw that there was a passage to her side. Without thinking, she beelined for the passageway and entered it. Run! The footsteps behind her sounded closer and closer. She desperately lowered her head and checked on the progress of her video file upload. Another 30% and the file would finish uploading. She clenched her teeth. Looking back, she estimated the distance between her pursuers and her. She did not have enough time. Her heart thumped in desperation while she was frantically thinking of ways to gain some time. As she turned another corner, she saw that a man was standing at the intersection in front of her. He was wearing a black tuxedo. He was standing tall and straight like an oak tree, and he exuded an air of confidence and elegance. Even under such dark lighting, she could identify him with just one glance. The man was none other than Shen Liangchuan. Shen Liangchuan remained silent and unmoving. A crafty expression flashed across Qiao Lian's eyes, and she hurriedly took off her red dress. The dress lightly made an elegant arc through the air before she stuffed it into her bag. Then she rushed to stand in front of Shen Liangchuan and stopped, breathing heavily. She could see that his gaze was cold and his thick eyebrows were frowning. But before he could open his mouth to speak, she suddenly stood on her toes, wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. The cold sensation coupled with his soft lips caused Qiao Lian's entire body to freeze. She could feel his entire body tense up instantly, as though he was making up his mind to push her away. Qiao Lian immediately tightened her arms and deepened her kiss. At this moment, the sound of footsteps grew steadily nearer, and they stopped behind their backs. Someone asked, "Excuse me, did any of you see a woman wearing a long red dress?" Qiao Lian could feel that Shen Liangchuan wanted to speak. She was afraid that he would spill the beans, so she immediately opened her mouth. She stuck her tongue out and forcefully used it to seal his lips. Her nimble tongue hooked onto his. Then, his chilly breath began to spread across her entire mouth. Qiao Lian fought to keep herself clear-headed. Then she used the hand that was clutching his back to point forward. She only let go of Shen Liangchuan after her chasers had left and she could not hear any of their footsteps. The sky was dark, and she was unable to see Shen Liangchuan's expression. However, she could feel layers of anger emanating from his body. Even though they had been together for 3 days, just now was the first time they had ever kissed. Rewind time to half an hour earlier. Shen Liangchuan wanted to chase after Qiao Lian. After exiting the party, he could not find any trace of Qiao Lian. He was just about to go look for her when he suddenly smelled a weird scent emanating from a deserted corner. It was a type of sleeping gas and its effects seemed potent. It would probably kick in after a short amount of time. Shocked, Shen Liangchuan realized that someone was plotting against him. Without delay, he threw a punch and beat the waiter that was trying to drug him senseless. He then hid in the corner, dragging the waiter along with him. After a while, he saw Yang Lingxi and her manager briskly walk in his direction. Yang Lingxi asked anxiously, "I clearly saw someone walk this way, where is he?" As she spoke, she gradually walked away from her manager. Only then did Shen Liangchuan walk out. He felt a fiery sensation bubble up from within him. As a man, he obviously understood what was going on. Yang Lingxi had reached the end of her rope, and her only remaining lifeline was to attach herself to him. Being in the entertainment industry, he had been surrounded by friends who had been engaged in affairs with countless D-list celebrities. However, he had never shown any interest in other women. He turned around and intended to go to the hospital when he suddenly heard a security officer whistle. This was the first layer of defense at the party, and the sound meant that a reporter had managed to sneak into the party. Qiao Lian had been exposed. He had no time to think. Relying on his familiarity with the place, he immediately rushed to the spot they were currently at. He did not know himself whether he was there to obstruct her or to save her, but the instant he saw her run in his direction, he breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he saw with his own eyes how she took off the red, full-length dress that she was wearing. His vision was stunned by the elegance of that moment. However, what happened next? To his surprise, she ran over to him without even looking at him and immediately kissed him. He had to admit that at the moment when her soft and gentle lips made contact with his, he was left completely stunned. This was especially the case when her velvet tongue entered his mouth. He was on the verge of losing his mind. That sensation was so intense that when she left him, he felt somewhat empty inside. He even made up his mind to grab her waist with his outstretched arms. Soon after, his eyes connected with her hopeful gaze. The fiery sensation in his body was slowly increasing. However, his heart had suddenly become cold. As he thought about how proficient her actions were just now, he wondered whether, in the past when she was gathering news, had she used such a trick more than once? The moment this idea popped into his head, it steadily grew in his mind until he was driven almost crazy. It made him feel like there was a rapidly expanding force within his body that could not be expelled. Suddenly, he could not help but grip her jaw and jerk her head downwards. Qiao Lian was overflowing with anxiety, her heart thumping erratically. As she thought about the lingering kiss that had just happened, her cheeks flared up. As his face inched closer and closer to her, she finally decided to close her eyes. However, the kiss that she imagined would happen never materialized. Instead, she felt as though her hands were lacking something. Qiao Lian jerked her eyes open and realized that her cell phone had fallen into his hands. Shen Liangchuan frowned as she stared at the screen. It was indicating that the video file had been successfully uploaded. She was willing to sacrifice her life for this. Did she know how many reporters in his world died every year? Buried in such filth and salaciousness? The anger within his entire body caused his body's fierceness to become even more obvious, until it was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, he did not want to restrain himself anymore. He was going to just let the drug in his body run amok. Finally, he forcefully grabbed Qiao Lian's arm while the essence of flames rose within the pupils of his eyes. He suddenly turned around and forcefully smashed the annoying phone against the wall. Bam! The cell phone split into numerous tiny pieces. He turned back and asked commandingly, "Do you like to invade the privacy of others that much?" Qiao Lian's mouth opened as she tried to explain the situation. However, without waiting for her to speak, he suddenly pulled her forcefully towards him with the hand that was grabbing her waist, which made her fall firmly into his arms. Then she heard him say, "I warned you the other day to resign from your position. Your current disobedience. Is it because you think that I have not punished you enough?" His words left Qiao Lian feeling completely stunned. However, the next second, she was being forcibly dragged by him into the neighboring storeroom. Before she could react, his hands were already tearing off her clothes aggressively. Shen Liangchuan could not control the heat he felt anymore. It was as though a strong blaze of wicked fire was burning within his body, destroying all shreds of reason in him. At this moment, Qiao Lian finally realized what his intentions were. She frowned and protested fiercely. "Shen Liangchuan, this is a banquet. Don't do this." But her pleas fell on deaf ears. Instead, her begs for mercy only served to further aggravate him. He ignored her and continued taking advantage of her. Qiao Lian wanted to resist, but she was no match for him. After struggling for a while, both of her hands were forcibly restrained by him and raised above her head. Soon after, Her powerless body was forced to endure his torrent of assault. Qiao Lian clenched her teeth. She was on the verge of tears. Shen Liangchuan could not remember the exact sequence of events after that. He only remembered that he kept trying to control himself. However, the effects of the drug in him were too potent, so by the time he regained any semblance of reason, many hours had already passed. The heat within his body only dissipated after he took his anger out on her countless times. The storeroom swirled with the lull air. He saw that she was shivering with both her hands hugging her chest. Her exposed skin was completely bruised. Despite that, she stayed silent, obstinately looking at the shredded white dress in front of her, as though she could see a flower blooming from the dress. Shen Liangchuan rubbed his forehead and suppressed the ache he felt in his heart. Then he took out the red dress that was in her bag and draped it over her body. He thought that at this point the banquet should have already ended. She looked as though she had just suffered a massive injustice, causing Shen Liangchuan to feel agitated every time he looked at her. He could only use strength and rudeness to cover up the feeling of alarm that he felt. Thus, he commandingly said, "Resign immediately." As he finished speaking, he walked out of the storeroom and started smoking a cigarette at a window in the corner. As he smoked, he saw his manager ecstatically rush towards him. "Best actor Shen, I have finally found you. Let me tell you a piece of good news. The buzz surrounding you has finally gone down." Shen Liangchuan ignored him and looked as though he hadn't even heard his words. Song Chang continued. Ms. Chao's method was simply too effective. I received the video and immediately uploaded a draft as per her instructions. Scandals are always more popular than affairs. Now, everybody is focused on the scandal between Wang Wenhao and Li Siki. Who will still care about your secret marriage? I could not have imagined that her desperate efforts today would actually uncover such a huge scandal. Let me tell you, when she said that she would help you lower the buzz surrounding you, I thought she was joking. Before he finished speaking, he spied a gloominess come from in front of him. Song Chang raised his head and saw Shen Liangchuan's incredulous expression. He tremblingly asked, "What did you say?" She had uncovered a scandal for the purpose of helping him. Suddenly, a feeling of regret filled his heart. Without thinking, he immediately turned around and walked back to the storeroom. Shen Liangchuan was always quite nonchalant, but at this moment, an intense feeling bubbled within his heart, one that he could not describe. He quickly walked to the storeroom and opened the door. However, the room was completely empty with nobody in sight. If not for the tattered white dress lying on the floor and the gentle sensation swirling in the air, even he would have thought that everything that had happened just now had just been a dream. Qiao Lian was staggered along a road. The beautiful red dress she was wearing served as a foil for her face, which was becoming increasingly pale due to the torment Shen Liangchuan had just caused her. The makeup on her face had gotten slightly smudged, but even that could not hide her beautiful face. She herself did not know where she should go now. The sky had become dark, and the neon lights had been switched on. The entire city was filled with a sense of mysteriousness. She could hear the sounds of cars honking and the occasional sounds of laughter coming from passers-by. She felt her heart turn completely cold for the first time. She could still hear his words reverberate in her ear. "Do you like to invade the privacy of others that much?" At that moment, his voice had been filled with detest and anger, which had hurt her a lot. She stared forward blankly. After a while, her phone suddenly rang. She accepted the call and her partner Gao Yoming's anxious voice emanated from the other end. "Forget Chuan, where are you now?" Qiao Lian's mouth twitched to speak, but she realized that her lips were extremely dry. As such, she did not say anything. Gao Yoming's voice radiated from the other end again. "Forget Chuan, you were too reckless today. I know your company is forcing you to uncover the identity of Mrs. Shun, and you must obtain a huge scoop in order to resolve this issue. However, there were so many celebrity big shots at this entire party that any piece of sensational news would have satisfied your news agency. You." He suddenly sounded like he had just comprehended something. Were you helping Best Actor Shen lower the buzz surrounding him?" "Forget Chuan, even though you are a fan of Best Actor Shen, You have no connection to him at all. How could you be so foolish? I have never seen a fan who has done so much for her idol." When she heard this, Qiao Lian bit her lip and looked forward again. Gao Yoming's words made her suddenly start laughing at herself in self-derision. She had always told herself to chase stars reasonably. As such, everybody had always thought that she was just a member of Shen Liangchuan's fan club. However, nobody knew how much he meant to her. 8 years ago, during an especially difficult time, Shen Liangchuan had practically been the only light in her life. He did not know her then. However, she had watched him climb up the ranks slowly. She had also seen how he had started to shine with radiance bit by bit. Shen Liangchuan thought that the reason why she was willing to accept his deal was because she was willing to sell her body for money. However, if it had been any other person who wanted to make this transaction with her, she did not know if she would have been able to answer so readily. The more she liked him, the more his disgust for her felt like a knife that could hurt her, inflicting a dull pain on her heart. Perhaps she should not have gotten so close to him. When Shen Liangchuan returned home, it was already 11 p.m. He stopped his car outside the mansion and looked at the bedroom on the second floor. She should have already returned by this time, right? At the thought of this, he lowered his eyes and grabbed a small gift box from the front passenger seat. He then stepped out of the car and entered the mansion. Caretaker Li hurriedly came to greet him. As Shen Liangchuan took off his jacket, he casually asked, "Is Miss Qiao already asleep?" Caretaker Li opened his mouth and said, "Miss Qiao has not returned." Shen Liangchuan, who was still undressing, immediately froze. She was not back yet? Could it be that Wang Wenhao had discovered her identity and she was now in some sort of danger now? Once the idea popped into his mind, a sense of confusion flashed across the bottom of his heart. He frowned and hurriedly put his half-removed jacket back on. Then he immediately stepped outside. He had only taken 2 steps when he heard his caretaker say, "Sir, where are you going?" He puckered his lips. Since he did not wish for anyone else to guess his intentions, he said, "I have something to do now." Caretaker Li nodded and continued saying, "Oh sir, there is something I need to report to you first." Miss Qiao placed a call to the mansion saying. As Caretaker Li paused for a while, he saw Shen Liangchuan's harried steps immediately stop. In an unprecedented move, Shen Liangchuan asked the caretaker of his own accord, "What did she say?" Caretaker Li organized his thoughts and then said, "Miss Qiao said that her menstrual cycle ended today. So during this period, she will temporarily stay outside. If she is not pregnant by next month, she will move back here during her ovulation period, just in case." Caretaker Li raised his head and snuck a peek at Shen Liangchuan. He then lowered his head again and coughed once. Shen Liangchuan frowned and said, "Speak up." Only then did Caretaker Li feel assured enough to say, "Just in case you found looking at her vexing." Shen Liangchuan coldly swept his eyes across Caretaker Li and said, "Tell me what she said word for word." Caretaker Li braced himself and coughed before saying, "Just in case Mr. Shen would feel like I'm constantly invading his privacy, given that I am a degenerate that should belong in hell, I will not bother him anymore." Caretaker Li mimicked her vividly and imitated the cynical tone underlying her words almost to perfection. Shen Liangchuan didn't comment. He had originally thought that she would take things too hard. However, she was clearly well enough to call back and mock him at this moment. Shen Liangchuan was unable to restrain himself from stroking his forehead. That's right, with her stubborn personality, how could she get depressed just because of his words? Shen Liangchuan took off his jacket and casually passed it to Caretaker Li. Then he turned around and began walking upstairs again. Caretaker Li asked with uncertainty, "You are no longer going out, sir?" Shen Liangchuan softly harumphed affirmingly and went upstairs. After he entered the master bedroom, he looked at the tiny gift box in his hand. He threw the gift box into the dressing table's cabinet only after looking at it for a while. After he showered, he casually took out a script from his bag and intended to look at it seriously for a bit. However, for some baffling reason, His head was filled with images of her obstinately lowering her head today and staring at the tattered white dress. Shen Liangchuan placed his script down and was about to loosen his tie subconsciously, when he realized that he was only wearing a bathing towel after raising his fingers to his neck. He was clearly not wearing any clothes, yet what could be the cause of this constricted feeling he had? He slowly looked back at his king-sized bed. She had only stayed in this room for a couple of days, but at this moment in time he could actually feel her scent fill the entire room. The delicate fragrance that could only belong to a young woman floated into his nostrils and made him suddenly realize that his heart was feeling even more stifled. He turned and entered the bathroom, only coming out of it after taking a cold shower. He had been affected by sleeping gas today. Shen Liangchuan told himself that the reason why he was unable to relax had to be that the effects of the drug hadn't subsided yet. Shen Liangchuan walked over to his bed and laid down. The room became quiet. However, after a while, he rolled around and pulled out a long strand of hair, which was sitting on top of the bed. It was hers. Shen Liangchuan suddenly got up, took his cell phone and placed a call. That night, Qiao Lian returned to the small room she had rented in the past and used to live in before. After only 4 days of being unoccupied, the room was covered in dust. This made her feel that her initial decision to not return to the apartment had been a wise decision indeed. She quickly took a shower before climbing into her bed and sleeping. The next morning, she was rudely awakened by her phone. As she picked up the call, a voice emanated from the other side. "Miss Qiao, I have already scheduled your brother's surgery for 2 weeks from now. In the meantime, he is adjusting his body in the hospital. His condition is pretty good, so you have no need to worry." After hearing the person on the other end, Qiao Lian abruptly sat up straight. All the drowsiness she felt a moment before disappeared, and she immediately said excitedly, "Really? Thank you, Dr. Li. You must use the best medicine you have to help my brother completely recover." After hanging up the phone, Qiao Lian became completely energized. This was practically the best piece of news she had heard in 8 years. She hurriedly got out of bed and rushed into her narrow toilet. She absent-mindedly looked at herself in the mirror. The past 4 days felt like a dream to her, but now she was awake. She slapped herself on the cheek. In reality, there was nothing to make a fuss about. Shen Liangchuan and her were 2 parallel lines that would never intersect. As long as she always remembered her obligations and stopped imagining things, she would be fine. She got dressed, went downstairs, and took a bus to the news agency. At the news agency, she wrote an electronic resignation report and sent it to the chief editor and the managing editor. Then she pretended that she was beginning to pack her things. A colleague beside her sighed and said, "Qiao Lian, you should find the chief editor and beg her. Don't go." Before Qiao Lian could speak, Su Mimi mockingly said, "Our news agency has its own rules. If anybody could just open their mouths and beg, then everybody would just sit here and get paid for doing nothing. There would be no point in desperately trying to uncover scoops." Qiao Lian turned her head and looked at her, saying, That's weird. Even you know that eating a free lunch without working is something that should be abhorred." Su Mimi choked. "You." Qiao Lian immediately smiled and turned her gaze away from her. She continued packing her things. Su Mimi clenched her teeth in anger. "Qiao Lian, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be so glib. Otherwise, even if you find a new job in the future, you will always be a measly reporter." Qiao Lian looked at the time. 10 minutes had already passed, and the time has come. As the thought popped into her head, she saw the managing editor hurriedly walking towards her. After seeing her, the distressed managing editor immediately said, Qiao Lian, why are you packing your things? Did you face some difficulties with your work? Why are you suddenly resigning?" As the managing editor had already rushed over, the chief editor definitely could not coop herself in her office any longer. Thus, she also began to hurriedly walk over. Qiao Lian saw the chief editor and then sighed. She used an extremely guilty tone to say, "Managing editor, I have failed to live up to the chief editor's expectations for me. As such, I really cannot shamelessly stay at this news agency. The chief editor said that I only had 3 days to uncover Mrs. Shen's identity. But look, it has already been 3 days. The managing editor immediately barked. Nonsense. Are scandals related to Best Actor Shen that easy to investigate? 3 days. Even finding her identity in 30 days would be an amazing feat. The chief editor's face turned red and she said, Managing editor, all right. There is a 1-week conference for reporters taking place in Hainan. Pack your things now and go attend that conference. When she heard these words, the chief editor's face immediately turned pale with rage. As she turned her head, she saw Qiao Lian suddenly smirk at her delightedly. Qiao Lian knew that if not for the scoop she had uncovered regarding Wang Wenhao, the managing editor would not want to embarrass the chief editor over a mere reporter like her. But now she had achieved a total victory in this workplace battle. Qiao Lian hid the smile on her lips and said, Managing editor, please don't. If the chief editor goes, won't our department be in a state of total disunity? The managing editor immediately said, Then why don't you act as the team leader for your department? For this next week, you will be the one that is responsible for your team's performance. As he finished speaking, the managing editor smiled again. Actually, I have been considering creating another team in the entertainment news department. Motivation only arises from competition. Qiao Lian, do your best. As she heard his words, Qiao Lian's eyes immediately lit up. When the managing editor and the chief editor left, Qiao Lian turned her head and looked at Su Mimi, whose face had already turned pale. Qiao Lian still had a huge grievance between her and Su Mimi to settle. Back when they went to the filming site to intercept Shen Liangchuan, Su Mimi had purposely pushed her and caused her to bang into his car. At the party, Su Mimi had purposely told everybody that she was a reporter. She looked at Su Mimi and suddenly smiled strangely. Su Mimi, if I remember correctly, the drama The Song of the Large Desert was lacking a reporter to specifically cover them. You should go and serve that role. The Song of the Large Desert was shot entirely in the desert. One could imagine how terrible the shooting environment would be. Su Mimi became frantic all at once. Qiao Lian, you. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Qiao Lian, who said harshly, Su Mimi, whether you go is up to you. However, if you choose not to go, then scram now. Su Mimi's eyes turned red. Scram? She could never do that. Okay, I'll go. 1 week passed in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, Qiao Lian adjusted herself and was now leading an extremely fulfilling life. Only when she occasionally thought about the life she had led during those 4 days, did she place both her hands on her small belly involuntarily. Had she gotten pregnant during that time? Big news, big news. As she stared blankly, a colleague ran over and said, Xiao Lu snapped a photo of Best Actor Shen and Lu Mei stepping out of a hotel together. When Qiao Lian heard this, she raised her head in astonishment. I can't believe it. Best Actor Shen has just clarified his relationship with Yang Lingxi. Why did another person appear? Is this all just preparations for his new movie? Every year, there are so many rumors and plenty of gossip about Best Actor Shen. One more is nothing. What do you know? All the previous gossip surrounding him was groundless accusations. However, this time the relationship seems to be real. Many reporters have taken photos of this. Tell me, do all of you think that Lu Mei is Mrs. Shen? Qiao Lian drooped her head. It felt as though a ball of cotton was blocking up her heart. Darn it, can't this Shen Liangchuan just be silent and not cause trouble for 1 second? Okay, what's the point of saying all this? Someone looked towards Qiao Lian and said, Qiao Lian, should we publish this piece of news? Qiao Lian raised her head and said, Do it. Why should she not publish it? Many reporters had snapped pictures of it, so they were probably preparing reports for their news agencies right now. That afternoon, Qiao Lian was writing an article when the managing editor called over and said excitedly, Qiao Lian, the filming crew of Ambition has accepted our interview. Tonight, I have specifically booked the VIP compartment for Ambition. This is a great honor for our news agency. I do not trust anyone else to attend this event, so you should go there yourself. Qiao Lian was stupefied. Wasn't the leading actor for Ambition Shen Liangchuan? However, Shen Liangchuan had never cared about doing publicity events. As such, the person they were interviewing tonight couldn't be him. However, that night, when Qiao Lian pushed open the door to the compartment, what she saw left her dumbfounded. Could someone tell her why Best Actor Shen was actually sitting inside the compartment? Shen Liangchuan was dressed in a dark gray suit and sitting on a sofa in the private room. In his hands there was his script, which he was reading deeply concentrated. The chandelier emitted a golden yellow light, and when it shone on him, it made him look exceptionally good. However, Qiao Lian looked as if she had seen a ghost. In shock, she took a step backward and looked at the door number of the private room to make sure that she hadn't entered the wrong room. That meant, she immediately asked, "Mr. Song, did you enter the wrong room?" Shen Liangchuan's manager, Song Cheng, was sitting in front of the table and casually enjoying his tea. As he turned his head, he was slightly surprised to see Qiao Lian, but he continued with a smile. "Ms. Qiao, you really enjoy making jokes. Isn't this the interview session for Ambition? Best Actor Shen is the main lead of this show, so..." Before Song Cheng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Shen Liangchuan's cold tone. Both the writer and the director weren't free today. He then looked at the time impatiently. "You have 10 minutes. Song Cheng was bewildered. When they met the director and the writer just now, they were saying that they were bored. Why wouldn't they be free? Also, he had intentionally rescheduled his appointments this afternoon in order to attend this interview. Why was he acting as if he was really busy? Song Cheng looked towards Qiao Lian once again. He finally understood why Best Actor Shen had been acting weird lately. Song Cheng coughed. "You can start your interview. I'll go and ask the waiters to send a fruit platter over." Song Cheng left as fast as lightning, and Qiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan were the only people left in the room. Qiao Lian felt awkward. She wanted to speak, but Shen Liangchuan went back to reading his script. Qiao Lian couldn't help but cough when she saw how nonchalant Shen Liangchuan's expression was. But he had said that he was only giving her 10 minutes, so she had to cherish her time. She interrupted him, "Mr. Shen." Before she could finish her sentence, she heard him say, "You Haven. T resigned." Resigned? Dang, did he want to start a fight every time they met? Qiao Lian was fuming deep down, but she didn't dare show it. She looked obedient and careful, but as she spoke, her words were still meant to prick him. "Mr. Shen, in our agreement there is not a line to be seen that states that I am not allowed to be a reporter, or any line that says I have to be a stay-at-home mom and prepare for pregnancy." Thus, it was none of his concern whether or not she wanted to be a reporter. Shen Liangchuan's expression became grim as he lifted his head. The atmosphere in the room immediately got really cold. Although Qiao Lian's posture showed confidence, she couldn't help but feel fear as her heart bubbled. His glance was like an icicle, and the freezing cold made it hard for her to breathe. Her willpower was broken down in an instant. After sustaining eye contact for quite a while still, Qiao Lian couldn't take it anymore and admitted defeat. "Actually, I don't mean that, I mean..." "Right, don't you want to hide the marriage? Everyone is trying to find out who your wife is, so no one would expect it to be me like this, right? Hee, what do you think?" He seemed to only be satisfied after seeing this attitude from her, and he briefly made a sound of agreement. Did that mean that he wasn't going to force her to quit anymore? Qiao Lian cheered as she spoke. "Mr. Shen, next we..." Before she could finish, Shen Liangchuan stood up. "Time's up." Qiao Lian panicked. "But Qiao, I have limited time. When will you be free?" Shen Liangchuan spoke plainly. "I will be home tonight." Qiao Lian was dazed. What did that mean? Did he want her to interview him in the villa? Watching Shen Liangchuan's leaving figure, Qiao Lian was so annoyed that she felt like vomiting blood. Would it hurt to say a few more words? If she went to the villa tonight, she wondered what crazy things this man would do. So should she go? Shen Liangchuan walked out of the private room and met Song Cheng, who was walking over carrying the fruit platter in his hands. When he saw Shen Liangchuan, he was stunned. Wow, why did the interview end so fast? Shen Liangchuan kept silent and continued walking with the script in his hands. Song Cheng took larger steps to catch up, and both of them entered another room beside them. Shen Liangchuan started reading his script while Song Cheng idled. After a while Song Cheng couldn't resist his boredom and said, "Brother Shen, since you have nothing to do now, can we go home?" Shen Liangchuan glanced at his watch saying, "There's no rush." He had just told her that he was really busy. If he returned home now and she happened to be there, wouldn't he be exposed? Song Cheng sighed as he carefully observed Shen Liangchuan. Although Shen Liangchuan was expressionless, Song Cheng could tell that he was relaxed. Knowing that he was currently in a good mood, Song Cheng couldn't help but ask the question he had been keeping in for the whole day. "Brother Shen, what were you doing in the hotel with Lu Mei? Besides, you are such a careful person, you shouldn't have been caught." After hearing his words, Shen Liangchuan relaxed his brow and without even looking up he said, "I was careless." Song Cheng continued, "There are times where you are careless? Brother Shen, don't lie. I know you did it on purpose, but what for?" Shen Liangchuan subconsciously furrowed his brow. To be honest, he didn't know why himself. When both Lu Mei and him were exiting the hotel, the director stayed in, and he knew there were reporters outside, but it didn't occur to him to take precautions. As he picked up his phone and entered the website of G8SIP, the first thing that met his eyes was the report of Lu Mei and him. It was such a big one, she must have known about it, but from the publishing of the article until the time they had met, why had Qiao Lian not reacted? Shen Liangchuan furrowed his brows, threw his phone onto the table and continued reading his script. The do not disturb look he carried made Song Cheng shut his mouth. 2 hours later, Shen Liangchuan finally stood up. Song Cheng hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" "Home." Just as the car drove into the villa, Shen Liangchuan looked up at the second floor. The lights were not turned on. He furrowed his brow and walked into the living room, where caretaker Li immediately welcomed him. As Shen Liangchuan removed his clothes, he silently looked for traces of Qiao Lian. He didn't proceed upstairs and instead walked to the sofa and sat down with his script. After a while, the phone of the house suddenly rang. He then heard caretaker Li's voice. "Miss Qiao." Shen Liangchuan immediately perked his ears, although he maintained his expressionless face. "Ah, Mr. is home. He's currently reading his script." "Is he busy?" Caretaker Li turned his head to look at Shen Liangchuan. Shen Liangchuan had placed his script on the table and made it look as if he was enjoying his leisure time and free. Caretaker Li replied, "Not really, I think he's tired from reading the script." Shen Liangchuan, "Which I off-years observed that I'm tired." His mood. "As usual, I can't tell whether Sir's mood is good or not." Shen Liangchuan thought, "Auntie Li, you are really bad at observing." "Ah? Okay, I understand." After she hung up the phone, Shen Liangchuan sat up straight and continued reading his script. A while later, caretaker Li cautiously moved over and served him a cup of tea. "Sir, if you are tired, you should go and rest." Shen Liangchuan said, "I'm not tired, I want to continue reading my script." Caretaker Li hesitated for a while, but she couldn't help but remind him, "Sir, why your script is upside down." Shen Liangchuan threw his script on the coffee table and looked at the time. It had been 1 hour since Qiao Lian had called, however. He didn't want to show that he cared and thus asked the caretaker casually, "When is Miss Qiao coming back?" Caretaker Li was stunned. "Miss Qiao? She didn't say she was coming." Shen Liangchuan stood up and narrowed his eyes. "Then what did she say when she called just now?" Caretaker Li replied. "She asked a few questions and said, 'Oh, I know.'" Shen Liangchuan was thoroughly speechless. So was she coming or not? He then loosened his tie and went upstairs. After he bathed, he laid on the bed and listened to the movements outside. However, not even when the sun slowly rose she was home. Shen Liangchuan didn't sleep throughout the night. When he got up for the day, he couldn't help but wonder how she was going to write her draft. Just as he was confused, Song Cheng sent him a message through WeChat. There was a link attached to it. He opened the link and saw the article by G8 Sip. It was from Qiao Lian's pseudonym, and the article said that he was very dedicated to his job, as he was constantly reading his script. It also said that the new movie Ambition would be really good, and it talked about the story of Cao Cao, which would be played by Shen Liangchuan. Shen Liangchuan. Qiao Lian heaved a big sigh of relief after she sent out the interview article. Just when she was intending give herself a half-day break, she suddenly received a call from Dr. Li. Miss Qiao, the money you gave us last time has been. Qiao Lian replied. No problem, I will transfer it to you. 10K. After she hung up, she intended to transfer it to Dr. Li using the card Shen Liangchuan had given her. However, just when she was about to do so, she suddenly realized her card had been frozen. Qiao Lian examined it carefully, and after staring at it for quite some time, she confirmed that the $2 million had indeed been frozen. She quickly picked up her phone and dialed Song Cheng's number. Song Cheng replied, Huh? It's frozen? That isn't really possible. Well, why don't you ask Best Actor Shen yourself? It's his personal card, I don't know much. Ask Best Actor Shen? Qiao Lian wanted to continue, but Song Cheng had already hung up. Qiao Lian thought, wasn't he supposed to be a sunshine guy? She was at her ends, thus she held her phone as she hesitated. Even so, she still called Shen Liangchuan. The phone was only picked up after it rang a few times. From the other side of the phone came Shen Liangchuan's unique voice. Hello. Qiao Lian hurriedly spoke. One-tis me dash. Who are you? She replied. Qiao Lian. What's wrong? The card you gave me. When I'm very busy, if there's anything we'll talk tonight. Du. Qiao Lian. She looked down at her phone and confirmed that she had been hung up on. How busy was he? He didn't even have time to hear a sentence from her. Qiao Lian clenched her teeth and harshly placed her phone down. This time she had no choice but to go back, right? But if she returned, would he make things difficult for her? Was it that hard to distance herself from him? This was the first time she felt that one day could fly by so rapidly. Before she knew it, it was time for her to get off work. Without any other option, Qiao Lian made a firm resolution to hail a cab to the villa. As the cab stopped at the villa, Qiao Lian could not help but lament herself. Upon entering the living room, she realized that Shen Liangchuan was not home. She felt as if she was a guest as she sat waiting on the sofa for him to arrive. After about half an hour, she finally heard the car whistle. She stood up quickly and looked at the door, flustered. Shen Liangchuan took long strides in. He was wearing a casual sweater, with both of his hands in the pockets of his pants. His face was expressionless and he looked as alienated and cold as usual. When he entered, he seemed to have seen her, but his steps stopped for a second before he continued looking forward. Qiao Lian bit her lips and hesitated for a moment before saying, Mr. Shan dash. Before she could finish her words, he walked up the stairs. Qiao Lian was left stunned on the spot, but as she recalled about her hospitalized younger brother, she stomped her feet and followed after him. The door of the master bedroom wasn't closed, and as she walked in, she realized that it was empty. Then she heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Although she had only stayed with Shen Liangchuan for 4 days, she had long realized that he was obsessive when it came to cleanliness. The first thing he did when he got home was to bathe. But now, was she supposed to stay there and wait for him to be done? Or should she go outside to wait for him? After debating with herself for a while, she ended up sitting on the sofa in the master bedroom. Since they were already in that kind of relationship, what was there to hide? After a while, the sound of running water finally stopped. Shen Liangchuan exited the bathroom with a towel around him. He was holding another towel, with which he dried his hair. The aura he gave made Qiao Lian feel uneasy as she was seated. She then stood up and spoke formally, Mr. Shan dash. It was after she spoke then that Shen Liangchuan seemed to realize her existence and lightly looked up at her. Qiao Lian continued, Mr. Shen, may I know why is the card you've given me frozen? Shen Liangchuan raised his brows. Frozen? Qiao Lian nodded her head. Yes, could I trouble you to help me check on what had happened? I need this sum of money urgently. Oh. He replied emotionlessly and continued drying his hair. Qiao Lian couldn't help but urge him. Mr. Shen. Shen Liangchuan looked over and said, You want me to check for you when I'm in this state? Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian had no choice but to wait for him while he slowly dried his hair. She followed behind him. Mr. Shen. Let me put on my clothes first. Okowo. After he was done wearing his clothes, he said, Let's eat first. Okowo. In the dining hall, Qiao Lian sat with Shen Liangchuan and enthusiastically served him with food and soup. When he ate gracefully but slow. When he finally finished eating before Qiao Lian could speak, his phone rang. Shen Liangchuan spoke. Allow me to pick up a call first. Then he held his phone and went up to the study room on the second floor. Qiao Lian finished her meal and anxiously waited for him downstairs. He would come back down after he finished his call, right? But 1 hour had passed and Shen Liangchuan had yet to return downstairs. Qiao Lian couldn't resist waiting anymore. Thus, she quietly went upstairs and stood outside the study room. She saw Shen Liangchuan holding onto his phone while sitting behind the study table and saying, Yes, okay, you can continue. Qiao Lian quietly moved backwards. Shen Liangchuan only looked up and put his phone down after she went back downstairs. On his screen there was complete darkness. There wasn't any caller ID at all. In the middle of the night, when Shen Liangchuan finally walked out of the study room, he searched around the villa and found that she had already fallen asleep on the sofa in the master bedroom. Shen Liangchuan slowly walked in front of her and looked down at her. She must have been really tired to be sleeping so deeply. Her brow was tightly furrowed. It looked as if she had unsolvable problems even in her sleep. When her silky black hair was spread on the sofa, it made her fair porcelain face look even fairer. Her cherry red lips were half opened and her breathing was even. She looked really cute. Shen Liangchuan's gaze slowly became gentle. He saw her hug herself with her arms, so he subconsciously walked to the side and grabbed a blanket. After he covered her with it, she relaxed her creased brow comfortably. He couldn't resist her peaceful look and stuck his hand out to caress her face. He was suddenly struck by a thought. If time was able to stop at that moment, how good would that be? Or rather, if time had stopped at that moment 8 years ago, how good would that have been? Qiao Lian opened her eyes drowsily. She took some time to get used to the dim lighting in the room and realize where she was. And when she did, her drowsiness immediately disappeared and she hurriedly stood up. As she did so, she was stunned at the sight of the blanket on her, which had fallen onto the floor. Who had placed the blanket on her? She turned her head and observed her surroundings. She realized that there was light from the balcony. As she slowly made her way over, she was met with the sight of Shen Liangchuan sitting on a chair at the balcony. His expression was cold and in front of him sat a glass of red wine. At that moment, she suddenly had the illusion that best actor Shen seemed to look very lonely. Upon hearing her movement, he slowly turned around and looked at her expressionlessly. Qiao Lian quickly spoke. Mr. Shen, you've finished your phone call? Then, could you help me check why the card was frozen? Shen Liangchuan stood up. His masculine stature was so pressurizing, no one dared to exchange eye contact with him. She then heard him say, Miss Qiao, allow me to remind you. Do you think anyone will still be at work at such an hour? Accompanying his voice, there was a gust of the smell of alcohol. Qiao Lian couldn't resist looking at the table, where a few wine bottles were strewn on it. It looked like he had drank a lot tonight. As she was thinking this, she saw him take a step forward, but he tripped with the chair and fell on the ground. Qiao Lian's heart jumped and she subconsciously reached over to grab him. However, Qiao Lian's small body didn't have the ability to steady his strong and huge body. It made both of them fall on the floor, with him above Qiao Lian. The surface of the balcony was covered by a layer of thick rug. Qiao Lian laid on the rug with Shen Liangchuan's heavy body pressing on top of her. The familiar masculine scent was mixed with the scent of alcohol, causing Qiao Lian to feel momentarily drowsy. His gaze stopped on her face, but he pushed his body up with both his hands beside her body. The moonlight was shining and it made the night even hazier. Qiao Lian could only feel that her breathing was getting heavier, and her heart was pumping faster at that moment. Then she saw mistiness in his eyes. He slowly lowered his head and suddenly kissed her. Qiao Lian widened her eyes in shock. Staring at that face in close proximity to hers, her brain was blank. The cooling feeling on her lips made her feel as if she could no longer breathe smoothly. Thereafter, she felt that he prized her lips apart and stuck his satiny tongue in gently. The kiss was filled with attachment. It felt as if was hard to break apart. A drunk Shen Liangchuan was so gentle that she couldn't bear reject him. It was only until Qiao Lian felt a cold breeze on her body that she suddenly awoke from the daze and realized what was going to take place. She wanted to resist, but he didn't give her any chance to do so. He kissed her deeply and one of his hand quickly unbuttoned her clothes. His actions were swift and accurate, causing Qiao Lian to suspect whether he was actually drunk. That was the first time Qiao Lian felt that sex was so harmonized and enjoyable. She felt as if she was a canoe, guided by him to float into the vast oceans. She was brought onto the high waves time and time again, followed by a ruthless fall. Until the end, she was drowning in immense pleasure. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she fell into a deep sleep when her body was no longer able to take it. After she fell asleep, Shen Liangchuan opened his clear eyes. There wasn't any tinge of drunkenness in them. The next day, Qiao Lian only managed to open her eyes after the day had turned bright. She then realized she was laying on the bed alone. Memories of the craziness from the night before surged into her brain, and she felt as if her body was about to burn. She hugged the blanket, but when she remembered the bank card, she swallowed the embarrassment she felt, got off the bed and put on her clothes. Thereafter, she left the master bedroom. Just as she stepped out of the room, she met face to face with Shen Liangchuan, who had come out of the study room. Qiao Lian's face immediately blushed. It felt as if awkwardness filled the atmosphere. They were supposedly on a cold war, but last night Qiao Lian didn't dare to look at him in the eyes, so her gaze just floated around. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Liangchuan had already began. The bank card can now be used. Qiao Lian hurriedly nodded her head and thanked him. Thank you. No problem, Shen Liangchuan replied as he walked down the stairs. Then he continued. Move back in here. Qiao Lian stopped in her tracks and bitterness surged into her heart. He was still expressionless. It felt as if he had just said it casually and it wasn't anything important. It was because off last night under. She bowed her head and said after giving it a thought. 1tsok1-. Before she could finish what she wanted to say, his voice sounded. Miss Qiao, my child might already be in your stomach now. If you continue staying outside, what if something happens to you? Move back and allow the caretaker to cook nutritious food for you, so the child will be able to grow healthily. So, his intentions offuscating her to move back in were solely for the sake of the child? Qiao Lian was momentarily stunned. The agreement did not state that you must resign, but it said that you have to be staying at home. I don't think you'd want to breach the agreement, right? His coercion didn't leave her a choice. She could only nod in agreement. Okowo. After Shen Liangchuan heard this, he nodded and moved downstairs quickly, leaving the house before eating breakfast. Qiao Lian sat in the dining room dazedly. After a while, she let out a bitter smile. She stood up and walked into the kitchen, intending to pour a cup of milk for herself. However, when she stepped into the kitchen, she witnessed the servant mixing something into the milk. As she recalled the weird-tasting milk, Qiao Lian curiously asked, "What are you adding to the milk?" Although she had asked casually, the servant was shocked. Her body trembled and she recovered from her shock as she stammered, Miss Qiao." The servant's guilty look made Qiao Lian narrow her eyes in suspicion. She took one step forward and watched the servant put the thing in her hands behind her in fear. Qiao Lian immediately spoke incisively. "What's that? Show me." Qiao Lian was very nimble and as she spoke, she snatched the thing. It was a small bottle that contained small black pills. When she opened it, a strong pungent smell of Chinese traditional medicine seeped out. It was exactly like the weird taste in the milk. She furrowed her brow and asked, What kind of medicine is this? The servant was flustered. She didn't know what to answer. At that moment, Caretaker Li's voice was heard. What happened? Qiao Lian turned her head and saw Caretaker Li walk in. Her face was solemn with no trace of a smile. Holding onto the bottle of medicine, Qiao Lian asked her, "Is this added to the milk I drink every day? What type of medicine is this?" Caretaker Li gave it a glance and replied, "This is a medicine used to aid pregnancy. Sir specially requested a Chinese traditional doctor to concoct it." After finishing her sentence, she placed the bottle of medicine in Qiao Lian's hands, saying, "If you don't want it in your milk, then you can take a pill a day from now on." Thereafter she furrowed her brow, looked towards the young servant and scolded her sternly. "You were flustered because you were secretly drinking the milk again, right?" The young servant immediately lowered her head. "Aunt Li, I won't do it again." Qiao Lian looked over and saw that the servant indeed had milk remnants on the side of her lips. It had made her believe that that was poison. She returned the pills to Caretaker Li, saying, "I think I will leave it to you to remember it for me. I'm very busy with work and might forget." She finished speaking, walked over and finished the cup of milk in a gulp, after which she left for work. This was a villa district and it was really huge. There was no public transport, buses or trains, in a few kilometers radius. Thus, Qiao Lian had been taking cabs to and from the villa. But after the bank card had been frozen yesterday, this had scared her immensely, and she decided to walk to the bus stop today. She would save as much as she could. From the villa to the bus stop she had to walk through a park. As Qiao Lian walked on, she suddenly heard a bustling laughter. The sharpness of a reporter caused her to look up and find the source of the laughter. There was a spacious pavilion at the front of the park, and a bunch of elderly in their 60s were seated in the pavilion. However, these people were not chatting today, they were gathered behind a person. It was a woman who donned a very beautiful long red dress. She looked elegant and, although you could tell that she was already of a certain age, as she had maintained her looks well, she looked younger than the rest of the elderly. In her hands there was a tablet and she looked as if she was playing a game. The people gathered around her, constantly giving out sounds of amazement. When Qiao Lian walked past by, she heard the music of the game Temple Run. She smiled and shook her head. Just at that moment, the game gave out a howl in pain and the crowd exploded in size. The woman kept her tablet and sighed. "Today is the day I ran the furthest. But this game gets too fast at the end and I can't keep up. Only my son is able to complete that level." As she finished her sentence, her face bloomed with pride. However, after she said so, a young man in the crowd spoke with ridicule. "May I ask your son to come and play then?" When he started speaking, everyone turned to look at him. The graceful woman furrowed her brow and turned to look at the man who spoke. "My son thinks that this game is too easy for him. The only reason why he passed all of the levels the last time was because I forced him to play. This game of yours is the enhanced edition. It is not possible that someone is able to finish all the levels. Aren't you worried of biting your tongue when lying? I think you should stop lying." His words were so infuriating that Qiao Lian stopped in her tracks and looked over. The man who spoke was in his 20s and he looked sleazy and arrogant. That woman stood up with irritation. "How can you say that? I speak however I want, why? Is it illegal?" The woman gave a cold laugh. "It isn't illegal. Never mind, I won't bother with ignorant people." "Yang, who did you call ignorant?" "Ah." The young man rolled up his sleeves and took a step forward, staring at the woman. He looked menacing. Qiao Lian couldn't stand watching it anymore. She quickly stood in front of the middle-aged woman and the young man, saying, "Why? You want to hit her when you can't win the argument." The man was stunned for a moment. "Who are you?" Qiao Lian laughed coldly. "It doesn't matter who I am. I'm not here to fight you, but I came to prove to you that it isn't hard to pass all of the levels in this game." After she finished speaking, she turned around and asked the middle-aged woman, "Auntie, please lend me your tablet for a moment." She exchanged eye contact with the woman, and she immediately understood Qiao Lian's intentions. The middle-aged woman opened the game and passed it to Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian exercised her fingers, picked up the tablet and started playing. Everyone in the area gathered around and surrounded her. Qiao Lian hadn't played games for a long time, but she got addicted just after playing for a few minutes. Her expression slowly became grim and serious. She didn't look like she was playing a game, but instead she looked as if she was facing something sacred. She played the game with skill and speed, not leaving any coins or props behind. The speed of the game increased, but she continued playing on steadily. The elderly in the vicinity exclaimed as they watched Qiao Lian play, while the face of the young man who was looking for trouble became paler. After half an hour had passed, the speed had increased to one that was blurry to watch. However, Qiao Lian continued the game steadily. Everyone who was watching her had their hearts hung on a string, and every time Qiao Lian made a turn or jumped, it was soul-stirring. Despite so, Qiao Lian's control increased as she knew the game better, and at the end, she successfully completed all levels. The whole park was in silence, and after a while, the middle-aged woman exclaimed, "Good!" Thereafter, she started clapping loudly. Qiao Lian bowed her head and looked at her trembling right hand. She clenched it with force and smiled queerly. Then, she casually stuck her hand into her pocket and looked up at the young man with gaiety. "Don't look down on people when you can't do it yourself. This is one of the easiest games." "There's something," this auntie said accurately. "Ignorant people are scary." She was vicious. The young man was so angry his face turned pale. He stuck his finger out, pointed at her, and turned away to leave. It was then that Qiao Lian heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the time and realized that she had spent an hour playing. She was going to be late for work. When Qiao Lian was about to turn around and run off, her arm was held by someone. When she turned around, she saw the middle-aged woman question, "Oh, young lady, what's your name? How old are you? Do you have a boyfriend?" Qiao Lian smiled and said, "Auntie, I'm in a rush for work. Let's talk another time if we have the chance to meet again." As her voice trailed off, she turned and started running. After Qiao Lian ran out of the park, the middle-aged woman was still stretching her neck and watching, wondering why the children of others were so obedient. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. When it got through, she coldly spoke, "Shen Liangchuan, your mom is back. Quick, come and fetch me. What are you waiting for?" Half an hour later, a black nanny van stopped at the entrance of the park. Song Cheng got off the car and respectfully invited the Empress Dowager into the car. Once the Empress Dowager entered the car, she immediately stuck her hand out and pulled the sunglasses off Shen Liangchuan's face. "What are you trying to hide wearing your shades in front of me? I can recognize you even if you are burnt into ashes." "Shen Liangchuan." Song Cheng stifled his laughter as he sat on the passenger seat. In his heart he sighed, "Ah, the Empress Dowager is finally back. There is someone to control Best Actor Shen now." Shen Liangchuan sat there helplessly as he looked at the pretty lady before him. "Mom, when did you come back? Why did you not return home?" "You're right, this beautiful lady was Shen Liangchuan's mother, Xia Yehua." Upon hearing his words, Xia Yehua coldly snorted. "Return home? I don't want to. You grew up. Previously, when I kept asking you to get married and have kids, all you had in mind was the girl from 8 years ago. If you had successfully found her, I would have not objected to it. But now, I went for a holiday for just half a month and you just casually married a woman?" When Shen Liangchuan heard the words 8 years ago, his face turned cold and he replied with the same coldness, "To fulfill your wish of having grandchildren. Indeed, I want grandchildren, but you can't just casually bring a woman home. I strongly reject a daughter-in-law who chose to sell off her womb for money." Shen Liangchuan paused for a moment, and with a deep gaze he said, "After she gives birth, I will divorce her." Xia Yehua crossed her arms and looked elsewhere coldly. "Anyway, I will not be in the house if she's around. Before she leaves, I will not return. Shaosong, drive to Villa 18. Shen Liangchuan had bought 2 houses in this villa district. The one they were currently staying in was number 8. Hearing Xia Yehua's words, Shen Liangchuan furrowed his brow. "Mom, that villa has not been tidied up, you dash." "You what?" "Unless you drive that materialistic woman away, I'm not going there. Otherwise, I'm worried that I would be fighting with her every day. If you have really let go of the girl from 8 years ago and started looking for someone to get married with and give birth to children, why did you not look for Yuanqi? Yuanqi's such a good girl. Mom, I treat her as my younger sister. Look for somebody else then. This world has so many good ladies. Let me tell you, I met a girl in the park just now. She's really pretty and righteous, and the most important thing is she's really good at gaming. It was just our first meeting, but I already like her. Go divorce that woman in your house. I'll find you someone better. Shen Liangchuan kept quiet and Song Cheng took the chance to speak. Auntie, she's so good? What's her name? Can you introduce her to me? I'm still single. Xia Yehua was stunned. Aish, I don't know her name. But I really like this girl. The car stopped at Villa 18. Xia Yehua got off the car in a peak and entered the villa. Shen Liangchuan gave a call to caretaker Li. Auntie Li, please bring some people over to Villa 18. After he hung up, he met with Song Cheng's confused glance. Brother Shen, I have only now realized that Miss Qiao is your true love. Song Cheng pointed at the villa saying, for the sake of Miss Qiao, you really left Empress Dowager here. Shen Liangchuan's cold glance shot Song Cheng, so he immediately zipped his mouth up. He emotionlessly looked outside the window. How was it possible that he ditched Empress Dowager for her? The main thing was that he feared that Xia Yehua would be angry when she saw Qiao Lian. That's all. One day flew by extremely quickly and before she knew it, it was time for her to end work. Qiao Lian dilly-dallied in her office. She was unwilling to return home. When she recalled the awkward situation with Shen Liangchuan, she couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, what was she scared of? It was her safe period now. Based on the hate Shen Liangchuan harbored against her, he wouldn't touch her when he was sober. Qiao Lian packed up her things, took a bus and returned home. After she alighted, she leisurely strolled around the area. It was already 7 p.m., so the number of people in the park was dwindling. While walking forward, she kicked a stone out of boredom and suddenly heard shouts behind her. Hey young lady! Qiao Lian turned around with uncertainty, and was met with a beautiful middle-aged woman walking towards her excitedly. She immediately recalled that it was the woman she had met in the morning at the park, playing the game. She stopped in her tracks and politely addressed the woman. Hi auntie. Oh hello. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you here for 3 hours. Qiao Lian was confused. Why are you waiting for me? Xia Yehua smiled. I'm waiting for you to play with me. You were really awesome when you played this morning. Please teach me. Qiao Lian. Xia Yehua saw her surprised expression, so she was worried that she had been overly enthusiastic and had scared her off. She then sighed and said, Ugh. Actually, I'm just really bored and lonely. Are you very busy? If you are, then it's all right. Coincidentally, Qiao Lian didn't feel like returning home. Thus, she immediately replied, I'm not busy, let's go over and take a seat. 10K. Both of them sat on the long bench and Xia Yehua took out her tablet saying, Quick. You probably don't realize, but I think watching you play is a form of relaxation. Qiao Lian replied cheerfully, Auntie, actually there are tactics for playing games. Let me tell you, this type of game is meant to test the reaction and speed of the player, but after explaining all the tactics of the game to Xia Yehua had made great improvement. She excitedly exclaimed, AI daughters are still better. My son is very good at games, but he doesn't have the patience to play with me. He even despises it and thinks that I'm stupid. Qiao Lian immediately replied, A mother never looks ugly to her son. Why would he think that you are stupid? And from what I see, auntie, you ain't stupid at all. Look, you have significantly improved from my brief explanation. Xia Yehua was excited. Young lady, you have such a sweet tongue. I really like you. What's your name? My surname is Qiao. Then I shall address you as Xiao Qiao. Xia Yehua amiably held onto her hand and continued. Xiao Qiao, I feel as if I have seen you in my previous life. You feel familiar. Qiao Lian. Xia Yehua's eyes reddened. You don't know how tough my life is. My son is not obedient at all. When I went to Europe for a holiday, he took the chance to get married. When I returned, I nagged at him and he sent me out to stay alone. just because he is worried that his wife would be upset. Qiao Lian frowned. That's too much of him. Xia Yehua nodded. He always gives me the black face and is really arrogant. Sometimes, I have a strong urge to send him back into my womb and reform him. As Xia Yehua spoke, the angrier Qiao Lian got. She truly wished she had the chance to be filial to her parents, but she would never have the chance to. Thus, she strongly disliked it when children were unfilial to their parents. She grabbed Xia Yehua and asked, "Auntie, where does he live? Let's go over and seek justice for you. I'm a reporter. He would definitely be afraid of me." Qiao Lian felt indignant for Xia Yehua, but the woman held her wrist. Xia Yehua sighed. Forget it, as parents, don't we all want the best for our children? I'm just lonely and I will be fine if someone can spend time talking to me. Young lady, if you don't mind, can we build a friendship that crosses generations? Qiao Lian immediately agreed. Of course I don't mind. I'm really happy to have met you, Aunt Xia. Xia Yehua smiled. Every morning and evening I will be here. If you are free, you can come and play some games with me. It's all right if you're busy too, I won't burden you. Qiao Lian smiled and played another round with Xia Yehua. When two women started playing, it became kind of crazy. They only parted unwillingly at 9 p.m. When Xia Yehua returned to the villa, Caretaker Li came up to her and asked, "Where did you go?"
Careta Carlis Milat.
"I just called to check on Villa 8, both Mr. and Madam ain't home. You sure you don't want to return to take a look?" Xia Yehua coldly remarked, "No, I won't go. Give Shen Liangchuan a call and ask him to come over to accompany me for dinner, so he doesn't forget me after getting a wife. If he has no conscience, my young friend will go after him, HMPF." When Qiao Lian returned home, she realized Shen Liangchuan wasn't back yet. The house felt as if it had lesser people. The gigantic villa felt very empty. She looked around with uncertainty and heard voices from the kitchen. She took 2 steps forward and stood at the entrance of the kitchen. She was then met with the sight of 4 servants gathered and having dinner. "Eat quickly, she'll be back soon." One of the servants spoke. "Sister Zhang, is this not right? After all, Miss Qiao is Mr. Shen's wife, we dash." Qiao Lian then realized that the small group servants was talking about her. She turned around and intended to go upstairs, as it would be really awkward if they saw her. But the moment she turned around, she heard one of voices behind her. "Boo!" The servant named Zhang Hong gave a cold laugh. "Have you seen such a madam before? Mr. Shen left on their wedding night and both of them do not get along well. For a period of time previously, didn't she leave? From what I see, it must have been Mr. Shen who shooed her out. After such a long time, she then slipped back shamelessly, neglecting Mr. Shen. Didn't you realize that although old madam is back, she was so angry that she refused to return to the villa due to her dislike for madam?" "Old madam? Refused to return to the villa?" "Yes, Caretaker Li and a few others have gone over to take care of old madam. They have only left us to clean such a big house. But Sister Zhang, although Mr. Shen isn't returning home for dinner, is it fine for us to not leave anything for her? What's wrong? Eat." Qiao Lian clenched her fist. She had always been the kind of person that was open to persuasion but not to coercion. She originally had decided to go upstairs, but after hearing these words, she was so angry she laughed. This was servants bullying their boss, right? She stood there and laughed. Then she suddenly spoke. "All of you seem to be enjoying your meal." With simply one sentence, all 4 of the people in the room were greatly shocked. One by one, they stood up and stared at her with disbelief. Qiao Lian continued laughing. "It's all right, continue eating, don't bother about me." As her voice settled, the sound of a car could be heard from the outside of the door, and in no time, Shen Liangchuan strode in. Shen Liangchuan walked inside indifferently. Even though he saw Qiao Lian standing at the kitchen entrance, he did not slow down his footsteps but instead went upstairs straight away. Qiao Lian looked back and saw Zhang Hong telling everybody to scoop food into their bowls without delay. All the food was gone within a matter of seconds and there was none left for her. A couple of women hurriedly washed their plates and cutlery and started to walk outside. Zhang Hong looked at Qiao Lian provokingly, lowered her voice and said, "I'm sorry, unfortunately there is no food left. Given that you arrived at home so late, you must have eaten already, Miss Qiao." She deliberately emphasized the words Miss Qiao, and she spoke in an extremely sarcastic manner. Qiao Lian glared at her but suppressed the anger that she was feeling in her heart. Shen Liangchuan was home, which meant that if she started making a fuss, he would hate her even more. As such, she should quietly think of an idea instead. She waited for Zhang Hong to leave before entering the kitchen. She hoped to find a bit of bread and open the refrigerator. However, she could scarcely believe that the fridge was completely devoid of cooked food. Qiao Lian frowned. If she cooked now, Shen Liangchuan would notice the commotion in the kitchen. Whatever. She would just skip a meal and treat it as something that would help her lose weight. She went upstairs but did not know where to go. To the master bedroom? Or to the guest room? As she was thinking, the door to the master bedroom suddenly opened. Shen Liangchuan had just finished showering and had changed into his pajamas. The two of them bumped into each other and Qiao Lian immediately jumped backwards. She turned around and started walking to the guest room. However, she had only taken a couple of steps before she heard Shen Liangchuan's voice say coldly, "Miss Qiao, the door is here." Qiao Lian froze in her tracks, looked back and suddenly realized something, so she said, "Oh." Then she entered the master bedroom. Her body was stiff. Shen Liangchuan was in this room, so she felt that whatever she did now would make her feel extremely awkward. As such, she took her pajamas, took a quick shower and then laid down on the bed. Because her back was facing Shen Liangchuan, she could not tell what he was doing. Qiao Lian thought for a while and then took out her rudimentary cell phone, switched on the front camera and slowly raised it. Shen Liangchuan had smashed her previous cell phone. Thus, she had started using the old phone that she used in the past. As she was used to using a high-definition camera, she found it hard to suddenly adapt to using this camera that is of a worse quality. The grainy image made the person shown on screen appear slightly blurry. Then she saw Shen Liangchuan stand at the side of the bed. Her cell phone continued sliding upwards, until it directly met with Shen Liangchuan's gaze. Qiao Lian was so shocked that her hand loosened. Bang! She dropped the cell phone, which immediately smashed her face. Ah! She screamed and sat up suddenly. Then she saw blood flowing out of her nose. She pinched her nose with her hands and tilted her head backwards. As she saw Shen Liangchuan walking over, she hurriedly jumped up and ran to the bathroom saying, "Hurry up and check whether my phone is fine." This was the only cell phone she had left. As a reporter, it would be absolutely tragic if she had no cell phone. Shen Liangchuan. Qiao Lian washed her nose thoroughly. After her nosebleed had finally dried up, she simply stood in the middle of the bathroom. She was in such a predicament that she wanted to kill herself. If she had known that Shen Liangchuan would be standing by the side of the bed, she would definitely not have peeped. Qiao Lian lowered her head, covered her face and hesitantly walked out of the bathroom. She hurriedly climbed up on the bed and covered herself with a blanket. The bedside lamp was switched on inside the room, but the light it emitted was still quite gloomy. Shen Liangchuan's fiery silhouette was lying by her side. Qiao Lian suddenly noticed that this was actually the first time that both of them were lying on the same bed, while being completely sober. She turned around. The night was quiet and suddenly, her stomach started growling, shattering the silence. She hastily covered her belly, but then heard Shen Liangchuan ask inquiringly, "Have you not eaten dinner?" Shen Liangchuan's voice sounded exceptionally magnetic in the night. Qiao Lian's body froze. She didn't dare to move. She thought for a while and then said, "Oh, I'm trying to lose some weight." Even if she told him that the servant had purposely not left any food for her, this guy would still not care about her. Besides, she could deal with a mere servant. Except, grumble grumble. Qiao Lian wished she could cover Shen Liangchuan's ears. The fact that her stomach was growling like this was absolutely embarrassing for her. She turned around and slept on her belly. Only then did her belly quieten down. However, she was so hungry. Qiao Lian pressed her hands on her belly, which was slightly warm. As a reporter, she frequently had irregular meals due to her need to chase scoops. Hence, within the past half a year, She had contracted mild gastrointestinal problems. Her belly was hurting slightly, now that she was in a state of extreme hunger. However, if she got up and found something to eat, would Shen Liangchuan find her irritating? As Qiao Lian hesitated, she suddenly felt the man beside her move. She turned her head over and saw that Shen Liangchuan had already got up. He was wearing pajamas and standing there. His complexion was colder than the night. Go and cook some food. Qiao Lian hurriedly waved her hands and said, I'm not hungry dash. As she moved, her stomach growled again. Qiao Lian. Shen Liangchuan shot a quick glance at her and said, I'll eat. Qiao Lian went downstairs jubilated. The moment she hopped out of bed, she was moved to near tears. At last she could eat some food. In the kitchen she opened the refrigerator, turned her head and asked Shen Liangchuan, who had followed her downstairs, Mr. Shen, what do you want to eat? Seafood fried rice. Qiao Lian froze and said, I don't know how to make that. Shredded chicken noodles. I don't know how to make that either. Then what can you make? Qiao Lian awkwardly smiled and said, noodles with vegetables and shredded meat. Shen Liangchuan stared at her with a look of clear disdain and said, so do I have any other options? Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian hurriedly smiled and said, please wait, my vegetable and shredded meat noodles are well received in my family. I promise that you will remember these noodles. After only the first bite, my dad dash. As she said this, she abruptly stopped. She then smiled at Shen Liangchuan, gathered some meat and vegetables and started cooking. Even though Shen Liangchuan sat in the dining room, he could see her petite silhouette working in the kitchen through the door. An almost imperceptible gentleness flashed across his eyes. A young voice from 8 years ago rang in his ears saying, today I learned how to cook vegetable and shredded meat noodles. He coldly replied, are you sure it's edible? Hey, how could you say this? I'm telling you, the dish I made is absolutely exquisite. My dad could not stop heaping praises on it. He even ate an entire pot by himself. In that case, Uncle will likely not be able to sleep tonight. Why? He said bitingly, food poisoning. He will probably spend the entire night in the toilet. Hey! She flew into a shameful rage. What can you expect from a hog but a grunt? Humph, I will take this as just sour grapes. My noodles are extremely delicious. If given the chance, I will make some for you to taste. Please don't, my stomach is weak and cannot stand your resplendence. How can you have such a poisonous tongue? Actually, she was right. He had really been jealous then and wanted to taste the food she made for himself. However, there had been no opportunity to do so then. After 8 years, the bowl of hot steaming noodles was finally brought in front of him. He raised his eyes. Within the dense steam, he saw that her face had become absent-minded, as though in that moment she had turned back into her young, immature self from 8 years ago. 2 bowls of steaming noodles were placed on the table. Qiao Lian passed a pair of chopsticks to Shen Liangchuan and then, her eyes shining, picked up her own pair. Her hunger was finally satiated once she swallowed the hot noodles. Only then did she realize that Shen Liangchuan had not even touched his chopsticks. Instead, he was just staring at the noodles. She swallowed a mouthful of noodles and said vaguely, Mr. Shen, please eat. My younger brother used to dislike my noodles, but after a while he found them to be extremely delicious. As she said this, she dropped her head and smiled humbly. Even though I personally feel that their taste is nothing spectacular, you should still try them. She picked up Shen Liangchuan's pair of chopsticks and passed it to him hopefully. Her expression looked like that of a pet which had just performed a good deed and was waiting to be praised. Shen Liangchuan's eyes relaxed. He took the chopsticks, used them to pick up some noodles and placed them into his mouth. The taste was extremely normal. The meat tasted somewhat expired, the noodles were sort of mushy, and even the vegetables were overcooked. Shen Liangchuan swallowed a mouthful of noodles and raised his eyes only to see her eager expression. Mr. Shen, is it delicious? Her black eyes shone brightly and her teeth gleamed. At this moment, she looked so beautiful that his heart almost skipped a beat. However, such a reaction suddenly put Shen Liangchuan in a difficult position. He immediately stood up and smashed the chopsticks on the table. He then coldly said, "These noodles are difficult to swallow." As he finished speaking, he turned around and instantly went upstairs. Qiao Lian stared open-mouthed at him. She only regained her senses after Shen Liangchuan's silhouette disappeared at the stairway landing. She lowered her head and ate a mouthful of noodles. As she swallowed, she carefully savored the taste of the noodles. Even though they were indeed not as delicious as what her dad and younger brother used to say, but they were not so terrible that he could lose his temper while eating, right? Was this because he was hot-tempered? Or had her noodles really sparked a frenzy within him? Qiao Lian shook her head. Forget it. Best Actor Shen's tongue was made of gold, and she had only cooked to provide her belly with sustenance. After finishing an entire bowl of noodles, Qiao Lian patted her belly satisfied. Then she looked at Shen Liangchuan's bowl of noodles. The other servants, including Zhang Hong, looked down on her. Thus, she was uncertain whether they would actually prepare breakfast for her tomorrow morning. So, she should leave this bowl of noodles for tomorrow morning to eat herself. She washed the empty bowl before heading upstairs. After entering the master bedroom, she realized that Shen Liangchuan was not in the room. She did not think much of it, climbed up to the bed and slept. After half an hour, Shen Liangchuan walked out of the study. As he stood at the hallway of the second floor, he could see the dining table in the dining room. His half-eaten bowl of noodles was still placed there on the table. The noodles clearly had an ordinary taste, and some would even consider the taste terrible. However, the noodles made him agitated, as though opium had been added to them. As though at the behest of supernatural powers, he slowly went downstairs. He then stood in front of the dining table, picked up a pair of chopsticks and ate another mouthful of the noodles. They were completely cold and completely tasteless. However, he picked up the chopsticks again, as though he was under a spell. Before he could register what happened, he realized that he had eaten all of the noodles in the bowl. He stared blankly at the empty bowl and his expression suddenly looked full of loneliness. A flash of what seemed like struggling flashed across his cold face. The next day, when Qiao Lian opened his eyes, she did not find anybody sleeping next to her. This meant that Shen Liangchuan probably had not returned to this room yesterday. A sense of disappointment flashed across her heart. However, she quickly adjusted her mood, showered, rinsed her mouth and went downstairs. The servants had woken up and were currently sweeping and cleaning. Breakfast was not ready yet. Qiao Lian walked to the front of the dining table but with a single glance, saw that there was only soup left in the bowl of noodles. Her eyes instantly widened and she unconsciously yelled, "Who secretly ate my noodles?" Qiao Lian was so angry that her chest started heaving, and she placed both hands on her waist. It would have been one thing if the person who secretly ate her noodles had finished the entire bowl, but the person who had eaten her noodles had also left some soup behind. What was the meaning of this? Was the person taunting her? Zhang Hong, who was currently wiping the table, responded with a sneer. "You are so ignorant. Who would secretly eat your noodles? However, Ms. Qiao, can you please wash the bowl after you have used it in the middle of the night to secretly eat?" Qiao Lian frowned and said, "I cooked 2 bowls of noodles yesterday and intended to eat the remaining bowl this morning. If nobody touched it, why is there nothing left now?" Zhang Hong pursed her lips and said, "Who knows? You don't know? Then could it be that a rat or a stray dog secretly ate my noodles?" As she finished speaking, she heard a coughing sound coming from the second floor. She turned her head and saw Shen Liangchuan standing at the stairway. Qiao Lian had originally wanted to continue speaking, but the words got instantly stuck in her throat. Had he heard what she had said just now? Could he have thought that her quarreling with the servants over a bowl of noodles was shameful behavior? In addition, were her mentions of rats and stray dogs too boorish in nature? As she mulled over this, Shen Liangchuan finally walked downstairs. Zhang Hong went to stand in front of Shen Liangchuan, attempting to kiss up to him. "Mr. Shen, caretaker Li just placed a call. The madam is asking for your presence in the old manor so that you can eat breakfast with her." Shen Liangchuan nodded and took his jacket from a servant's outstretched hands. After wearing it, he calmly walked to the front door. When she saw his indifferent expression, Qiao Lian breathed a sigh of relief. He probably hadn't heard what she had said then. However, after he put on his shoes, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks and turned his head. His low voice emerged and said, "Miss Qiao." Qiao Lian hurriedly said, "Yes. What is the surname of the director of Ambition?" Qiao Lian said bewildered, "It's Wang." "What? Wang? I can't hear you clearly." Qiao Lian yelled, "It's Wang Wang Wang." Shen Liangchuan was only satisfied after he heard that. He softly said "oh" affirmingly and then walked out the door. Qiao Lian said, "So what is the meaning of this? As the lead actor of Ambition, surely he knows what the director's surname is. Also, why did she have the feeling that she had just mimicked the sound of a dog barking?" Qiao Lian cleared this strange thought from her mind. She made sure that Shen Liangchuan had left the mansion and then turned around to look at Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong stood up and looked at her impatiently. "Miss Qiao, you are screaming and shouting over a bowl of noodles. Have you no shame? You have all your limbs intact, so if you wanted to eat, couldn't you prepare the food yourself?" Her haughty expression caused Qiao Lian to smile grimly, and there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. "Zhang Hong, are you sure you want to give me a hard time?" Zhang Hong smiled coldly, lowered her head and continued wiping the table, saying, "Miss Qiao, I do not understand your words. What do you mean by giving you a hard time?" She looked at another servant and said, "Oh my goodness, some people are just oblivious. They clearly enjoy undeserved fame but still act all high and mighty, ha." Qiao Lian had to breathe in deeply after hearing her words. Without saying any more, she immediately walked into the kitchen, took out a bottle of milk and walked in front of Zhang Hong. She suddenly smiled and tilted her wrist. In an instant, all the milk in the bottle gushed out and was spilt across the entire carpet. The living room's carpet had a decorative pattern consisting of alternating red and white colors. Cleaning up all the milk from the carpet would be no easy feat. Zhang Hong's eyes narrowed. "You dash." Qiao Lian gave an insincere smile and said, "Oops, I'm so sorry that I did not hold onto the bottle firmly. Please excuse me. All of you should clean this up today before Mr. Shen returns tonight. If he sees this mess, tell me, who will he blame?" As she finished her arrogant tirade, Qiao Lian lifted her bag and headed towards the front door. As she put on her shoes, she turned her head around and said with a smile, "Oh, that's right. You must leave me some dinner tonight, or else I might accidentally spill a bucket of oil on the carpet if I have to cook dinner myself." As the words left her lips, the four servants started chattering amongst themselves. Satisfied, Qiao Lian walked out of the mansion. She had always had a personality that would cause her to retaliate when taken advantage of. Since she had been made to starve yesterday, she had to cause a bit of trouble for these people today, to let them know that she was not to be trifled with. She walked to the park, humming a little tune. As she saw Mrs. Xia playing her game at the usual spot, Qiao Lian went forward to greet her. "Auntie Xia." When Xia Yehua saw Qiao Lian, she enthusiastically waved her hand saying, "Little Qiao, quickly come over and look. I ran another 5,000 meters." Qiao Lian moved closer to her and said a few encouraging words. Xia Yehua suddenly asked, "Why are you so early today? Have you had breakfast?" Qiao Lian shook her head and said, "What about you?" Xia Yehua sighed and said, "I am waiting for my son to eat with me. Xiao Qiao, since you haven't eaten yet, you should come with me to eat. The breakfast at our house is certainly sumptuous." Qiao Lian hurriedly waved her hand and said, "There's no need, Auntie Xia." Xia Yehua saw her resolute attitude and did not compel her any further. The two of them continued conversing for a while and played a few games. Then they heard some passers-by beside them start talking. An old lady said, "My granddaughter keeps talking about Shen Liangchuan in front of me every day. Yesterday, I saw a photo of him and found out that he was actually a handsome little chap. He stars in those television dramas, such a handsome guy. I have heard of him before as well. I've heard that he's been especially popular these few years." Xia Yehua heard the praises of the people around them and twitched her mouth. She tilted her head and asked, "Xiao Qiao, do you like Shen Liangchuan?" As she thought of Shen Liangchuan's behavior at home, Qiao Lian said, "Actually, everybody is only exposed to the character behind the screen, and the person they like is also that character. What if he was actually a cold, heartless bastard in real life?" Xia Yehua immediately became agitated and grabbed Qiao Lian's hands, as though she had found a friend who understood her. "That's right. I'm telling you, based on my knowledge, he has a bad temper and is a smelly and cold person, like a stone in the latrine." Qiao Lian did not doubt her. Shen Liangchuan lived in this neighborhood full of mansions. It was plausible that Xia Yehua happened to know him. Thus she continued speaking. "Yeah, I'm a reporter, am I not? Everybody within our reporter circle knows that best actor Shen likes to throw his weight around. He is also hot-tempered and has a cold, indifferent face day in and day out. He is so cocky." Xia Yehua could not help but laugh when she heard the word cocky. At this moment, a middle-aged man standing beside them joined their conversation, saying, "That's right. So what if he looks more beautiful than a woman? He might even be one." Qiao Lian's face sank and she cast the first stone, saying, "You are the effeminate one." Xia Yehua also became agitated and added, "What's wrong with him being more beautiful than any woman? I think you are jealous of him." Qiao Lian said, "I say, Grandpa, you look elderly, so I bet that you have terrible eyesight. From the tip of Shen Liangchuan's hair down to the soles of his feet, tell me exactly which part shows that he is effeminate." Xia Yehua said, "Humph, it's not only his eyesight that has issues. I think his brain is rusty as well." The two women glanced at each other and then said in unison, "Auntie, let's not bother ourselves arguing with feeble-minded people like him. Xiao, let's not bother ourselves arguing with stupid people like him." The middle-aged man was speechless. He had just expressed an opinion that was along the lines of what they had said. Why were these two people suddenly mad at him? They complained about Shen Liangchuan's nasty temper together, but also scolded the man who insulted Shen Liangchuan together. Qiao Lian suddenly thought that this Auntie Xia was really quite adorable. A kindness similar to that of a mother's emanated from her body and caused Qiao Lian to feel irresistibly close to her. The two of them walked to the side and looked at each other. After a moment, they started laughing together. "Auntie, you also turned out to be Shen Liangchuan's fan after all." Xia Yehua froze for a while, but she did not deny the accusation. "This means that you are a fan of his as well?" Qiao Lian nodded and then, looking at the time, said, "Auntie, I have to go to work now. I can continue playing games with you after work." Xia Yehua nodded and said, "Sure. How about you come over to my house for dinner tonight?" Qiao Lian hesitated for a while and said, "I-." Xia Yehua cut her off and said, "My son will also be coming over. Did you not say that you would help me to persuade him?" The moment she said this, Qiao Lian immediately nodded. Auntie Xia was so adorable and open-minded. How could her son and daughter-in-law abandon this kind of mother-in-law? The two of them exchanged their mobile numbers, after which Qiao Lian rushed to grab a taxicab while hopping and skipping. Xia Yehua walked to the mansion. The moment she reached home, she saw Shen Liangchuan already sitting in the dining room. Xia Yehua instantly rushed to stand in front of Shen Liangchuan, saying excitedly, "Son, do you remember the person I was talking about yesterday, the lady I met at the park? She is actually a fan of yours. I am liking her more and more now. How great would it have been if you weren't married? If you had married her, she could have played games with me every day." Shen Liangchuan glanced at her resignedly. He stood up and said, "I'm full, Mom." Xia Yehua immediately said, "Tonight at 7 p.m., you must remember to come back for dinner." Shen Liangchuan nodded and then walked out. Xia Yehua excitedly clapped her hands. If her Xiao came to the mansion tonight and saw Shen Liangchuan sitting in her home, would her eyeballs fall off in shock? As she thought about this, she grinned from ear to ear. As Qiao Lian entered the news agency, her colleague Xiao Ye grabbed her wrists and said, "Miss Qiao, please help." Qiao Lian placed her bag on her desk and asked while switching on her computer, "What is it?" Poor Xiao Ye's face looked troubled. She said, "That Huang Jingjing is not being cooperative in the film studio." Qiao Lian frowned and followed Little Yi to the film studio, saying, What's the matter? Xiao Yi was on the verge of tears as she said. When our news agency arranged this magazine cover shoot with her 2 months ago, her attitude then was fine and she wasn't nearly as angry as she is now. However, last month the film that she shot with Best Actor Shen was shown in theaters, right? Her social status rose and now she looks down on our magazine. She is especially picky today and refuses to cooperate for the shoot. Qiao Lian coldly smiled and said, "Why should we still work with this kind of person? Immediately cancel the contract. If she is uncooperative, then make her pay the penalty for the breach of contract. After that, just change the person and it'll be fine, right?" Xiao Yi looked around before scooting closer to Qiao Lian and saying in a low voice, "Miss Qiao, did you not hear about that rumor?" Qiao Lian curiously asked, "What rumor?" "Everybody is saying that this Huang Jingjing might be Mrs. Shen." Her words left Qiao Lian stunned. Think about it, how many female stars are there who became popular after only one movie? Why is this Huang Jingjing so arrogant? Also, there is almost no news about her recently since she was spotted in Beijing. The rumor might just be true. Thus, none of us are brave enough to give her the cold shoulder. While Xiao Yi was speaking, the both of them had already arrived at the film studio. Huang Jingjing folded her arms and sat on the sofa in the resting area. She was wearing sunglasses and her face was pale. She was currently throwing a fit, asking, "What kind of rundown place is this? Where's the person who was supposed to help me brew a cup of coffee?" Xiao Yi hurriedly offered Huang Jingjing a cup of coffee. Huang Jingjing frowned and haughtily took the cup from her. She took a sip. Tui. She spat out the mouthful of coffee and angrily looked at Xiao Yi. "Do you want to burn me to death? Know that if you burn my mouth, Best Actor Shen will get extremely angry." Xiao Yi mumbled affirmingly but dared not say any more in case she misinterpreted her words. Qiao Lian walked up to them, grabbed Xiao Ye's arm and looked at Huang Jingjing saying, "Ms. Huang, it is time for the shoot. Please cooperate with our news agency." Huang Jingjing laughed coldly, lowered her head and looked at her own fingers. "My makeup hasn't even been done yet. How do you expect to shoot me in this state?" Qiao Lian said to the stylist, "Hurry up and put on Ms. Huang's makeup." Huang Jingjing took off her sunglasses, tilted her head and laughed tauntingly. The expressions of the few people inside the room instantly showed complete astonishment. Qiao Lian also frowned. Huang Jingjing clearly hadn't slept much yesterday. The dark circles around her eyes were way too obvious. They could not be completely hidden even with foundation. Furthermore, her entire body was swollen, so much so that her face had changed its shape. Every celebrity knew that if they needed to film a scene or participate in a photo shoot the next day, they should be especially careful about the food they ingested the day before. However, it was clear from Huang Jingjing's current condition that she had paid no mind to the photo shoot today. The stylist was stunned and completely did not know how to begin. Looking at Qiao Lian, the stylist said, "Miss Qiao, this dash." Qiao Lian calmly said, "Just apply the makeup normally." Xiao Yi walked forward and said, "But taking photos in this state will be dash." "Don't worry. Given that Photoshop technology has become so advanced, we can always ask someone to properly airbrush the photo in the post." This was all they could do for now.
Xiao Yi nodded.
However, Huang Jingjing unexpectedly refused to participate in the shoot any further. She immediately stood up in an imposing manner. "Airbrush the photo? How could you say that, you puny reporter? I postponed so many scheduled events to come to this photo shoot. You cannot airbrush today's photos. Or are you implying that the photographer and the stylist of your little news agency are both freelance workers?" Her words caused the faces of both the photographer and the stylist to turn black. Xiao Yi hurriedly explained, "Ms. Huang, the photographers and stylists that we hire are the most renowned in the industry dash." The most renowned in the industry? If they are truly the best, why is there still a need to airbrush the published photos? All of you are clearly doubting my attractiveness. The entire studio fell into absolute silence. Meeting such a person had left everybody completely speechless. Bam! Qiao Lian handsomely threw the contract in front of her. "Ms. Huang, when you first signed the contract, It was clearly stated in the terms that you must cooperate with us. So, are you trying to breach the contract now? Fine, pay the penalty, it's up to you. Huang Jingjing instantly became furious. Who are you? Do you not know my relationship with Best Actor Shen? How dare you talk to me like that? Qiao Lian's lips twitched. She walked forward and said, So, what is the relationship between you and Best Actor Shen? Huang Jingjing's eyes narrowed and said, I dash. Before she could finish, she saw Qiao Lian raise her cell phone and switch on the audio recording function. Miss Huang, I am a reporter, so you better be careful when you are speaking to me. Please tell me exactly what is the relationship between you and Best Actor Shen. Back at the office, Xiao Yi praised Qiao Lian so much that she knelt on all fours. Ah, Qiao Lian, you were so cool just now. However, how did you know that she was not Mrs. Shen? Qiao Lian coughed and said, I didn't know. Xiao Yi froze and said, Huh, I was just lying to her. Who knew that she would be so gullible and reveal her weakness after some mild threatening?
Qiao Yi suddenly understood her intentions.
Suddenly, the managing editor walked over at this moment and clapped her hands to attract everybody's attention. She said, Today I would like to announce to everybody a piece of good news. I am going to be promoted because our news agency's performance has been pretty good lately. I will be reporting to our headquarters starting from next month. As she finished speaking, the office immediately reverberated with the sound of applause. However, Qiao Lian's expression sank when she heard the news. The chief editor could not stand her, and the reason why she had not gotten into trouble yet was because the managing editor had been protecting her. If a new leader was being appointed now, before she could gather her thoughts, her colleagues had already started to make a fuss, asking the managing editor to treat them to a meal. In the afternoon, a bunch of people from the news agency walked towards the seafood restaurant formidably. Qiao Lian walked at the very back. As she entered, an excited Xiao Yi suddenly grabbed her arm. Miss Qiao, quickly come and look. It's Best Actor Shen. Her words caused Qiao Lian to raise her head. Indeed, she saw Shen Liangchuan and Song Cheng sitting in a corner. Why were they here? Her eyes suddenly widened and she froze on the spot. The managing editor smiled and went up to them to greet them. Shen Liangchuan acted as though he did not see her and fiddled around with his phone. Only Song Cheng bothered to politely respond to her greeting. At last, the managing editor politely said, Mr. Shen, Mr. Song, I see that neither of you have ordered any dishes yet. It just so happens that I am treating my colleagues to lunch. Do you want to eat together? As he heard her words, Song Cheng immediately declined her offer and said, There's no need dash. But as his gaze followed the managing editor's pointed finger, he turned his head around and saw Qiao Lian. He froze momentarily and the words that came to his mouth immediately changed to, Sure. The managing editor instinctively said, Oh, then have a pleasant lunch, oh? Welcome, welcome. She was absolutely frozen in shock. Best Actor Shen had actually agreed to have a meal with them? Shen Liangchuan clearly had not expected Song Cheng to agree as well. He raised his head, looking at Song Cheng with displeasure. However, Song Cheng gave him a look. Shen Liangchuan followed his pointing finger and saw a small figure, who wished she could hide behind someone else's silhouette. The admonishment stopped abruptly. In a flash, Song Cheng had already stood up and said, Then we will just help ourselves. As she saw her company's employees gradually enter the compartment, Xiao Yi excitedly grabbed Qiao Lian and said longingly, Ah, Miss Qiao. I'm so happy I could faint. We can actually have lunch with Best Actor Shen. Can I ask him for an autograph later? Infatuated, she went into the compartment. Qiao Lian stood at the entranceway and hesitated, not daring to go inside. Only after taking a deep breath did she gather enough courage to push open the room's door. She then realized that the entire table had been filled to capacity. The only available seat was by Shen Liangchuan's side. Qiao Lian. How could she forget that, given Shen Liangchuan's status, nobody would dare to sit next to him? Thus, why had she hesitated just now and not dared to come in? Qiao Lian awkwardly looked to the side and saw a chair sitting in a corner of the compartment. She approached it and was about to shift it over and squeeze among her colleagues when she saw Qiao Yi waving her hands at her. "Miss Qiao, there's a space here." "Qiao Lian." She wanted to refuse, but Shen Liangchuan had suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were looking directly at her. Qiao Lian opened her mouth to speak, but after noticing his cold gaze, she did not dare to continue. She could only walk over obediently and sit beside Shen Liangchuan. After all the dishes were ordered, during the period of time while they were all waiting for the dishes to be served, nobody dared to speak. An awkward atmosphere permeated the entire room. Qiao Yi kept fidgeting and quietly tugged at Qiao Lian's arm. "Miss Qiao, why do I feel a bit cold?" "Qiao Lian. How could she not be cold?" There was a portable air conditioner right next to her, and his entire body emanated an aura of coldness. Qiao Lian stared daggers at Song Cheng. This person does not do things reliably. Given that there were so many reporters here with extremely high perception levels, if they were not careful, they could give the game away. In the middle of the silence, Song Cheng opened his mouth to speak, breaking the stalemate. "Everybody, don't be ill at ease. After all, we are all friends." The managing editor added, "Yes, indeed. Reporters and celebrities are natural friends. Our meeting here is fortuitous indeed." Song Cheng smiled and said, "Yes. All of you should pretend as though Best Actor Shen and I are not present. Do as you please." Everybody else present thought, "How could we pretend as though the both of you aren't here?" Still nobody dared to speak. Thus, sitting at a completely silent dining table, the managing editor tried to find a conversational topic. "Haha. Actually, there are many employees in our news agency who are also fans of Best Actor Shen." Song Cheng arched his eyebrows, looked towards Qiao Lian and said, "Oh? Who are they?" Qiao Yi opened her mouth to speak first. "We all are. However, if you are talking about a die-hard fan, then it's definitely Miss Qiao. Qiao Lian." She jerked her head up and her first reaction was to look at Shen Liangchuan, only to see him slightly raise his eyes and look over at her direction after hearing Qiao Ye's words. Qiao Lian hurriedly waved her hands and said, No, You don't have to be shy, Miss Qiao," Qiao Yi said excitedly. On her first day at the news agency, Miss Qiao told us that she was a fan of Best Actor Shen. Photos of Best Actor Shen were scattered across her computer's desktop. She had even photoshopped a photo of Best Actor Shen and her standing together. Qiao Lian wanted to stuff objects into Qiao Ye's mouth until it was completely swollen. Song Cheng laughed heartily. As though he had just thought of something, he said, "I can't believe that Miss Qiao and Best Actor Shen had such a history together." Qiao Lian did not dare to look at Shen Liangchuan's reaction. She hurriedly said, "I haven't done those things. Don't spout nonsense, Qiao Yi." "I am not spouting nonsense. The photos are still stored in my cell phone." As she finished speaking, she searched for the photograph on her cell phone and passed it to Song Cheng. Song Cheng took the cell phone. Qiao Lian yelled and threw herself at him, saying, "Ah, don't look." Qiao Lian skirted around Shen Liangchuan, determined to snatch the phone over. It would be simply outrageous if that photograph was seen by anyone. At this moment, a bony hand suddenly reached out and directly grabbed the cell phone. Qiao Lian immediately recognized the hand as Shen Liangchuan's hand. She was brave enough to try and snatch the phone from Song Cheng. However, how could she find the courage to snatch it from Shen Liangchuan? At this moment, she fervently wished that a hole would open up and swallow her whole. Shen Liangchuan lowered his head and looked at the photograph on the cell phone. It was a wedding photograph. A girl, wearing an elegant white wedding dress, was standing on the beach. Her face was unmistakably Qiao Lian's. Meanwhile, the face of the man standing beside her was definitely his. She smiled happily and a couple of dimples formed on her face. Her head was slightly tilted and she was lying on his shoulder. Shen Liangchuan's gaze deepened and then he slowly raised his head. He suddenly had a strange feeling, as though there was something flourishing in his heart. Even though Qiao Lian avoided him, she could feel him gazing at her. She felt nervous and uneasy. If even a bowl of noodles could get on his nerves, then wouldn't he become angry over this photograph? Qiao Lian braced herself and said, I just photoshopped anyway dash. As she finished speaking, the dispassionate man who had not spoken from start to finish suddenly said, "It's not a bad Photoshop. Qiao Lian." She looked at Shen Liangchuan in astonishment. Had Best Actor Shen just complimented her? Her mind instantly went blank and she could only reply with a simple, "Thank you." Xiao Yi took the opportunity to say, "Best Actor Shen, since Ms. Qiao likes you so much, could she be in a photo with you?" Qiao Lian thought. When had she wanted to be in a photo with him? She instinctively shook her head and said, "Xiao Yi, don't fool around dash." "Yes." His simple one-word response caused Qiao Lian to react in stunned shock. Xiao Yi stood up, grabbed the feeble-minded Qiao Lian and made her stand behind Shen Liangchuan. Then, she picked up her cell phone and took a photo of the both of them. Click. Freeze frame. As the dishes gradually arrived, Qiao Lian's cell phone vibrated. She picked it up and realized that the photo that Xiao Yi had just taken had already been posted in the company's WeChat group. In the photograph, she had a foolish smile on her face, while Shen Liangchuan, as usual, had an indifferent expression on his. Everybody at the dining table started to discuss heatedly. Qiao Lian usually looks so untidy, but she's actually quite beautiful when being photographed. That's right. Best Actor Shen is so attractive that many female actresses look like any old passerby when they are in the same shot as him. However, when Qiao Lian stands beside him, she actually looks quite decent. I'm only realizing now for the first time that a great beauty is actually hiding in our news agency. As everybody joined in the lively conversation, one of them raised their head to look at Qiao Lian and then asked, "Qiao Lian, since you are so beautiful, you must have had many suitors chasing you from a young age?" Qiao Lian burst into laughter, but she did not answer the query. Then she stole a sheepish glance at Shen Liangchuan without knowing exactly why. Another person continued asking, "Give us the scoop, Qiao Lian. Who was your first love?" First love? Qiao Lian instantly froze. The incidents that had happened 8 years ago, and the people involved in them flooded her mind. She widened her eyes and her lips twitched. Finally, she gave a pained smile and said, "I have no first love." "No way. You are so beautiful, how could you not have a first love?" As everybody started chattering amongst themselves, Xiao Yi could not help but ask, "Miss Qiao, surely you jest." Qiao Lian squeezed out a smile and said, "Really, I didn't have one." As she finished speaking, bam! The entire room suddenly reverberated with a loud sound. Everybody jumped in shock, especially Qiao Lian, who trembled with fright. She turned her head and joined everybody else in looking at Shen Liangchuan simultaneously. He sat there with a chilly expression. However, a roaring flame of anger was brewing behind his eyes. What had she just said? She had no first love? Then what did she call the relationship that they had had 8 years ago? The chopsticks he was holding in his hand had already been mercilessly thrown on the table. His other hand was tightly gripping onto a wine glass. The glass had already cracked. As he was still gripping tightly onto the glass, red wine mixed with his blood was slowly dripping down from the glass. His wound came into contact with alcohol, resulting in scorching hot pain. However, he did not seem to notice the searing pain emanating from his hand. He turned his head and looked at Qiao Lian. A rich and complicated feeling seemed to accompany his cold gaze, causing Qiao Lian's entire body to freeze. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Mr. Shen, your hand dash." She instinctively reached out her hand, wanting to hold his arm, but he abruptly stood up. Without a word, he pushed his chair away and strode out. Bang! The room door was violently closed and he disappeared behind it. The mood had shifted so quickly that Song Chong only regained consciousness at this point in time. He hurriedly stood up and chased after him. The room was in complete silence. No one understood why Best Actor Shen had suddenly gotten furious when he had been fine a while ago. After some time, Xiao Yi weakly asked, "What happened? Wasn't he all right at the beginning? Did we say something wrong to piss him off?" Then someone shook his head. "But we didn't say much either." Everyone looked at one another speechlessly. Qiao Lian's phone rang and when she picked it up, she realized that it was Song Chung. Miss Qiao, can I trouble you to bring Mr. Shen's phone to the underground car park? Qiao Lian turned her head and realized that Shen Liangchuan's phone was lying on the dining table. After hanging up, she secretly picked up the phone and left the room with the excuse of going to the washroom. When she arrived at the underground car park, she saw a car flashing its headlights and she ran over. The window of the driver's seat rolled down and Song Cheng's face was behind it. She quickly passed the phone to him and looked at the person in the back seat through the open window. Blood was still dripping from his hand, but he was still expressionless. He glanced out of the window. It felt as if he was in a peak. She asked, Mr. Shen, your hand dash. Drive. The cold voice cut her question off. Song Cheng waved his hand at Qiao Lian and started the car. Qiao Lian stood on the spot and watched the car slowly drive away. Shen Liangchuan and her missed each other with a window between them. For the whole afternoon, Qiao Lian was distracted. Even while writing her article, all that came to her mind was his bleeding hand. Had Song Cheng taken him to the hospital? Qiao Lian couldn't resist it and sent a message to Shen Liangchuan. Is your hand okay? But the message seemed to have disappeared into thin air. She didn't receive any response. She then sent a message to Song Cheng and his reply was efficient. It was treated, it's all right now. It was after seeing Song Cheng's message that she felt relieved. Qiao Lian held onto her phone and couldn't help but send another message asking, did something bad happen today? Song Cheng. No, everything went well today. Everything went well. But why did he get so unhappy suddenly? Qiao Lian couldn't figure out why. But she then decided to put her curiosity to the back of her mind. The chief editor had returned from the meeting, and the managing editor was preparing to report to the headquarters. Thus, I was rather peaceful in the news agency. The afternoon passed by really quickly, and when she got off work, Qiao Lian took the bus back home. When she passed by the park, she was stopped by Xiaoyehua, who called for her. Xiao Qiao. Qiao Lian then realized that in the morning, she had agreed to accompany Xiaoyehua for dinner. But Song Cheng said that he had returned home, and she really felt like returning home to check on him. After debating with herself for a moment, she decided, I'm very sorry, Auntie. I have something going on tonight and I hope to return home first. Can I eat dinner with you tomorrow instead? Xiaoyehua was disappointed, but she still replied, Okay. Don't forget our dinner tomorrow. Qiao Lian nodded. She walked through the park and back to the villa. After she left, Xiaoyehua called back home. AI, my young friend doesn't want to have dinner with me anymore. Is that unfilial son home yet? Caretakerly replied. Old madam, I have just called Villa 8 and they said that sir is home, but his hand is injured. What? Xiaoyehua immediately started panicking. I will go over and take a look now. After she hung up, she hurriedly walked towards Villa 8. As Qiao Lian walked home, all that was going through her mind was the scene where Shen Liangchuan had crushed the wine glass with his bare hands. There had been so many broken shards of glass. Has his wound been thoroughly cleaned? As her thoughts shifted there, she turned a corner and bought some gauze and iodine. She placed them in her bag before walking back to the villa once again. As she walked past Villa 5, her phone suddenly rang. Picking up, she heard the voice of Caretaker Li. Miss Qiao, are you home? She looked up at the villa in front of her and asked, Caretaker Li, what happened? Caretaker Li sighed and said, Old madam has just returned. She seemed dash. Qiao Lian stopped in her tracks and in her brain flashed the conversation between the servants the day before. Old madam. She was probably referring to Shen Liangchuan's mother. His mother didn't like her. She immediately understood why Caretaker Li had called her. To not embarrass herself, she cut Caretaker Li and said, I suddenly remembered that I've left something important at the office. I'll go back to get it now. Caretaker Li heaved a sigh of relief. I will call you when old madam returns home. After hanging up, Qiao Lian loitered in the streets with boredom. She looked at her phone. It read 18:30. She then decided to walk to the park beside the villa. She took out her phone and browsed Weibo to pass time. The sky slowly darkened. Qiao Lian looked at the sky and realized it was dark and gloomy. It wasn't until the large drops of rain fell that she recalled that there was going to be a thunderstorm that night. She grabbed her bag, looked around and saw a pavilion nearby. She dashed towards it, but by then she was already thoroughly wet. Under such circumstances, the best for her would be to rush home and take a hot bath. With her strong immunity system and body, she wouldn't fall sick. However, if she returned and came face to face with Shen Liangchuan's mother, Shen Liangchuan would feel terribly awful if she fought with his mother. Qiao Lian bit her lips and stretched her head out of the pavilion. The cold wind gushed and she was freezing like an icicle. Standing there, she kept sneezing. After 2 long hours, the rain finally stopped. In the villa, Xia Yehua looked at the man huddled in the sofa and sighed. What exactly is wrong? You have been so reserved since young. Can't you just share it with your Shen Liangchuan's cold gaze was on the coffee table as he replied. Nothing much. Xia Yehua frowned. Is it because of the girl from 8 years ago? As her words faded, Shen Liangchuan looked up. After so many years, every time you act weirdly is always because of her. It's been such a long time, it's already been 8 years. That girl might have already forgotten about you. What's the point of you vexing over it here? Her words stabbed right into Shen Liangchuan's heart. He stood up immediately saying, I'm going upstairs, you should return home. Looking at his retreating figure, Xia Yehua sighed, stood up and left. As the car left the villa and drove towards Villa 18, Xia Yehua turned and looked outside, sighing in her heart. Viven, would he be relieved from the torture of this knot in his heart? As she was reveling in her sadness, she suddenly saw a small figure and ordered immediately, Stop the car. The driver stopped the car and Xia Yehua alighted from it. She was met with Qiao Lian's astonishment. Xia Yehua was surprised to see Qiao Lian in such a state. Qiao, why are you so wet? Qiao Lian looked at Xia Yehua in surprise. Aunt Xia. She looked around the area and asked, Do you live in this neighborhood too? Xia Yehua panicked. Not me, it's my son. Why did you not return home? Qiao Lian smiled. I forgot to bring my keys. So dash. What a foolish child. You will fall sick easily in this state. Quick. Get into the car and come to my house to take a hot bath. Qiao Lian rubbed her nose and waved her hand in rejection. It's okay, Achu. Xia Yehua couldn't help but shake her head. Hurry up. Get on the car with me. Right after she offered, Qiao Lian's phone rang. She picked up and caretaker Li's voice traveled from the other side of the phone. Miss Qiao, they called from the villa and said that old madam has left. Qiao Lian was delighted. Auntie, my family is back. I'll return home now. Seeing her delight, Xia Yehua nodded. If anything ever happens, next time remember to give me a call. You really don't know how to take care of yourself. Qiao Lian laughed and replied, Okay, I'll return home first. Let's play together tomorrow. After she finished, she quickly ran back to the villa. After returning to the villa, she looked around and realized that there was no trace of Shen Liangchuan on the first level. She assumed that he was in the master bedroom. Qiao Lian quickly went up and took a hot bath in the guest room. She only felt much more comfortable after changing into clean and dry clothes. She was plagued by continuous sneezing, but she paid no attention to it and simply rubbed her nose. She only padded to the master bedroom after drying her hair. The room door wasn't closed. She stuck her head in, glanced around the room and found him on the balcony. He was standing on the balcony with his injured hand on his side. The other hand of his was holding a cigarette. The flame on the butt was glowing and dimming. His profile, together with the smoke in the dark, seemed very lonely. What was wrong with him? Qiao Lian carefully walked over, and the overwhelming smell of cigarettes rushed into nostrils. She turned to look at the ashtray and realized that it was filled with cigarette butts. This man. How much had he smoked? She bit her lips. Deep in her heart, she knew that she should avoid him to protect herself, but her legs were rooted to the ground, they refused to move. She recalled the scene in the private room earlier today. He saw the wedding photo she had photoshopped and even jokingly said that it was well done. Then, he showed that he was forgiving and doting. It made her feel that he didn't seem to hate her that much. She recalled that ever since she had married him, although he looked fierce on the surface, he had helped her on many occasions. Thus she should coax him since he was so upset. She took a step forward and wanted to speak. However, her glib tongue wasn't put into use this time. He was like an ice statue. She felt as if he was miles away and nobody could walk into his heart. Qiao Lian stood there in a daze, wondering how she could break the silence. At that moment a gust of cold wind blew across. Achoo! The sound she made caused Shen Liangchuan to realize her presence and he turned around. Qiao Lian hurriedly formed a big smile on her face and blinked while asking, "Mr. Shen, is your hand okay?" Shen Liangchuan's expression looked even worser. He was feeling sad for her, but the bright smile on her face was offending. In the dark he suddenly spoke, "Do you have a first love?" His voice was deep and it contained a feebleness that was rarely seen in him. It shocked Qiao Lian. Her first love. She lowered her head and bitterly smiled. "Mr. Shen, do you have a first love?" He had suddenly raised the topic of their first love, so could it be that his first love was the one who had made him upset? She avoided his question, which caused Shen Liangchuan's gaze to darken as he replied, feeling vexed, "I don't." This tone, it was so fake. Qiao Lian spoke, "Are you in a bad mood? If not, let me tell you a joke." Shen Liangchuan kept silent and watched her. She treated his silence as consent and started speaking happily. "A long time ago, there were two people who loved to eat chicken butt." Shen Liangchuan was in a trance. His ears heard the young voice of a teenage girl from many years ago. "Hey, you don't seem happy today. Are you upset? Let me tell you a joke." Reality and memories were mixed together. Her clear and melodious voice, together with the soft voice from his memory combined. "A long time ago, there were two people who loved to eat chicken butt. One time they went to someone's house as guests. Just as the chicken was served, both of them fought for the chicken butt. One of them was slower and he panicked, asking, 'Where's the butt? Where's the butt?' And the other person proudly pointed to his mouth and said, 'The butt is here, the butt is here.' Ha 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 ha." Before the listener started laughing, the person who told the joke was already staggering back and forth laughing loudly. His glance became increasingly darker. They used to be so close. But did these beautiful memories only appeared in his thoughts? She said that she didn't have a first love. Shen Liangchuan's eyes gave out a dangerous flame. Yes, the him from a few years ago had just been a passerby, an unimportant small role. He had been so insignificant that he could be played by her easily. Her laughter weakened when she realized Shen Liangchuan seemed to have gotten angrier. He was the second person that did not burst out laughing after hearing this joke. The first had been that person under. Her expression turned desolate. She still remembered the time when she kindly told him a joke. She had laughed until her stomach hurt, however. He calmly and vilely commented, "Why do you find everything so funny?" She was so furious then. "I'm not going to tell you any jokes in the future. Why are you so unreasonable? HMPF, your girlfriend told you a joke out of goodwill, but you had absolutely no reaction. How am I unreasonable? What kind of reaction do you want? Laugh. Heh. It's so fake." Those memories caused her to clench her fist, as she recovered her senses from her sentimentality. She had already forgotten him long ago. Why was she thinking of him again? She took a deep breath and looked up at Shen Liangchuan's cold expression. His back was facing the moonlight and his face was glum. She couldn't accurately tell his emotions. However, it may have been due to the night being too silent, or the fact that it was the first time they were able to have a conversation so calmly, but after so many years it was the first time she had the urge to confide in someone. She bit her lip, suddenly turned to look outside and rashly spoke. "Actually, I had a first love." Shen Liangchuan's irises swelled when he heard that sentence, as he stared at her closely. She looked like she was far away, as if she was deeply immersed in her thoughts. He silently waited, he feeling weirdly anxious. But she never continued speaking. After her sudden urge, she suddenly realized. Why was she talking about these things to Shen Liangchuan? She turned her head, suddenly noticed something and her irises swelled. Shen Liangchuan irritatedly pulled his collar open and finally heard her speak. "Mr. Shen, your wound has torn open." He lowered his head and saw that the bandage on his hand had been colored red by the blood. He frowned, and when he was about to speak, she suddenly held onto his arm and said, "Let me bandage it for you again." Her hand was extremely soft, and the icy cold touch made him feel as if he had touched electricity. He somehow followed her into the bedroom and sat on the sofa. As he watched her turning her head to grab the first aid kit, he suddenly grabbed her wrist and instructed, "Continue." He didn't want to bother with his hand. He only wanted to know what she had to say. Qiao Lian was muddled. "Continue." It took her a while to realize that Shen Liangchuan wanted her to continue sharing about her first love. Best Actor Shen was also gossipy. But she had decided to forget the past long ago. She wasn't willing to tear open her wound then. Thus she replied, "I forgot." She forgot. These two words cruelly stabbed Shen Liangchuan's heart, as if they were a sharp sword. He grabbed her wrist and suddenly put in a lot of strength. Suddenly, his gaze gave out extreme anger and sentimentality. She forgot? Then she had played him. He had remembered her for 8 years and he wasn't able to forget her, but what he got in return was a casual one forgot. At that moment, anger and fury, together with unwillingness and discomposure, pushed him to the edge of explosion. Qiao Lian was terrified, his glance was terrifying. It was to the point that even with her wrist in extreme pain, she didn't dare to speak. She then saw him stand up slowly. His large body's shadow covered her. The whole room was filled with nervousness from the premonition of an approaching storm. She swallowed her saliva, unaware of why he was suddenly so mad. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, his cold and mocking voice resounded through the darkness. "You've forgotten?" This question was fused with complex emotions, and Qiao Lian could actually sense sorrow in it. But that feeling of hers disappeared as fast as lightning, since in no time he grabbed her with a large amount of strength and threw her onto the sofa harshly. She was in great shock. However, just as she was about to resist, he had already laid down on her. His violent actions made Qiao Lian feel very shocked, as she struggled forcefully. "Mr. Shen, it's not my ovulation period today." Shen Liangchuan's actions suddenly paused as she watched him with hope. However, she was only met with his cold laugh. "Why? How much money do you want? You can quote." Qiao Lian instantly froze. He thought that she just wanted to get money from him? Before she could retort, he had forcefully tore open her clothes. Afterwards, he lowered his head and sealed her lips. This kiss brought along his primitive desires, the nibbling and sucking. It was so violent she felt pain. Thereafter, she felt as if her body was being thoroughly penetrated by him. The jolts that came like waves resulted in her having no strength to resist. All she was able to do was to clench her fist and bear with his fury-filled punishment. Her consciousness slowly decreased as the pain on her body turned numb. However, she vaguely heard him speak in her ear. "Do you remember it now?" She was in a daze. After an indeterminate amount of time, the punishment finally concluded. She hazily heard the banging sound of a door being closed. That should mean that Shen Liangchuan had already left. She relaxed both physically and mentally, and fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. While sleeping, she apparently returned to the past in her dreams. She returned back to that happy family of 4. To a time when her parents were still around. She twitched her lips and laughed. However, a large fire suddenly rose into the sky. She felt an intense, fiery sensation, causing her entire body to feel as though it was being grilled on top of the fire. In her home, her dad and mom were trapped by the blaze. She wanted to rush in and save them, but was pushed away by her younger brother, who was only 15 years old. Then he rushed into the blazing fire. "No, no." She screamed loudly until her voice became hoarse. The sound caused her to jerk awake, ending the nightmare. Qiao Lian opened her eyes. However, she was so dazed that she could not identify where she was. She had a severe headache and her limbs were weak and powerless. She did not even have the strength to move her arms. The heat emanating from her body made her realize that she had most likely contracted a fever. She wanted to get out of bed. However, she could not produce even an ounce of strength. At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open and Zhang Hong walked in. Qiao Lian said with a hoarse voice, "Please help me pour a glass of water." However, as she finished her sentence, Zhang Hong sneered at her and said, "Miss Qiao, do you not have hands and legs? Can't you pour a glass of water by yourself?" She walked forward and saw the tattered clothes on the floor, along with a few balls of tissue paper. She immediately frowned, looked at Qiao Lian and scolded her maliciously. "Have you no shame, you vixen?" She swept the objects off the floor until it was clean and then instantly turned to leave. Qiao Lian said, "I'm sick. Please cook a bowl of noodles for me. If you want to eat, then cook the food yourself. We are not your servants. People like you who sell their bodies to tempt their husbands are absolutely disgusting. Or did you think that just because you slept with your husband, you have the authority to order us around?" Zhang Hong scolded her savagely, turned around and left. As Qiao Lian heard her speak, she frowned. However, she had absolutely no strength in her body and could not get up. The only thing she could do was to keep her eyes closed. If she slept for a while more, she should be fine, right? She did not go to work for the entire day. Her cell phone rang numerous times and the calls were all being placed from the news agency. However, she was not aware of that. She slept all the way to the evening. During the entire day, she did not drink a single drop of water and did not eat a single grain of rice. She violently coughed a couple of times and felt some stomach acid rising. She immediately vomited on the carpet, unable to resist. The door was once again pushed open and Zhang Hong walked in. As she registered a sour smell, she immediately frowned and walked around the bed. When she saw the stain on the carpet, her face immediately became twisted. "You are absolutely disgusting. This is simply too dirty. Go wash this carpet." Qiao Lian could not even muster up the energy to speak. Thus she closed her eyes. She could hear the sound of Zhang Hong spreading the carpet and throwing it into the bathroom. Then Zhang Hong angrily walked back. Qiao Lian opened her eyes and saw Zhang Hong forcefully grabbing her arm and dragging her down from the bed. She immediately threw her onto the cold floor of the bathroom and said, "You better wash this. Wash the carpet clean or I will not feed you." After Qiao Lian saw that she possessed no fear whatsoever, she uttered a single sentence with great difficulty. "Where is Shen Liangchuan?" "Humph, do you think that your husband will come and save you? I'm telling you now, your husband is not around for these few days. He also said before he left that we should not treat you like his wife." At this moment, a black sedan was parked outside the mansion. Shen Liangchuan sat in the driver's seat. His eyes were staring at the mansion. The car waited quietly on the side of the street. Dim rays of light shone on the car, making it seem bleak and desolate. Shen Liangchuan did not know why he had driven to this place. The car's window was open. His gaze passed through the window and landed on the master bedroom on the second floor. The lights were still switched on there. This meant that Qiao Lian had probably finished working for the day. What was she doing now? It was already so late and yet, he had not returned home. He had not even provided an explanation for his tardiness. Why had she not called him to check up on him? But this made sense as well. She had always been a cold-blooded person. Why would she care about him? This was just like what happened 8 years ago. He had thought that they had already been deeply in love. However, when asked about her first love, she uttered a simple "I forgot" to lightly evade the issue. As he thought about this, his heart started to ache intensely again, like it was being eaten away by acid, a subtle but continuous pain. His eyes darkened. Under the street lamp, his handsome features were obscured. He puckered his lips and opened the car door. He wanted to walk into the house, but his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and answered it. Song Cheng's voice emanated from the other end. "Brother Shen, where are you? There are only 2 more hours before the flight to Shanghai departs. Don't forget that you have to be on that flight." "I know." As he hung up his phone, Shen Liangchuan once again looked at the upper floor of the house. He suddenly dropped his gaze, got into the car and drove away. Qiao Lian and Zhang Hong, who were both inside the mansion, did not know about the incident that had just happened downstairs. At this moment they were still in the bathroom and still locked in a stalemate. Qiao Lian was so unsteady that she could hardly stand. She was sitting on the floor, using all of her strength to support herself. She was suffering from a headache and double vision. Her eyelids were so heavy that she could not possibly open her eyes. As she sat in a daze, Zhang Hong suddenly switched on the showerhead. Water splashed onto the carpet, but some water also splattered onto her body. Qiao Lian was already shivering from the cold, but at this point she felt even colder. Her vision suddenly went black and she immediately fainted. When she next woke up, it was already the next day. She was laying on the carpet in the bedroom. There was nothing covering her body, so she was trembling from the cold. Her limbs were still weak and powerless, and she was so hungry that she was no longer conscious of that fact. Her eyelids were heavy, but she still tried to lift her head, wanting to check her own temperature. However, the temperatures of both her hands and her forehead were practically identical, making it impossible to check. She felt as though a fire was burning inside her throat. With great effort, she supported her body and stood up, walking towards the bedside table. She then picked up a glass of water sitting on top of it and finally drank a couple mouthfuls of cold water. Waves of pain were convulsing through her belly. However, her throat and consciousness had finally both become somewhat clearer. She climbed onto the bed, breathing heavily. She then began to rummage for her cell phone. However, the place where she normally placed her cell phone was completely empty. She froze. The door to the room was opened once again and Zhang Hong entered the room. She stood there arrogantly asking, "Oh, you're awake?" Qiao Lian said feebly, "Where is my cell phone?" "Cell phone?" Zhang Hong tilted her head and took out a cell phone from her pocket. "Here it is." Qiao Lian frowned and said, "Give it to me." "I refuse to give it to you. What can you do about it?" Zhang Hong smiled coldly and continued, "Are you hungry? Are you cold? Is it comfortable? How about this? If you apologize to me, beg me to stop and obediently follow my commands in this house from now on, I will not only give your cell phone back to you, but I will also cook some food for you. How about it?" Qiao Lian's face was deathly pale. However, she turned her head backwards with disdain and refused to look at her. Her attitude angered Zhang Hong. She flew into a rage saying, "Miss Qiao, do you not realize what position you're currently in?" As she finished speaking, Zhang Hong turned around swiftly and said, "Since you are so stubborn, you can jolly well continue to starve." Bang! The door closed. Qiao Lian laid on the bed and heard the voices of the other servants emanating from behind the door. "Sister Zhang, there's something wrong about this, right?" Zhang Hong replied, "What's wrong about this? Did you already forget about how she haughtily spilled milk on the carpet the other day? If we do not take care of her now, how can we survive the upcoming days while we are still servants in this house?" But ultimately, she is still Sir's lawfully wedded wife." Zhang Hong coldly smiled and said, "How could she be considered as his wife? Did Sir acknowledge her as his wife? How about his mother? I'm telling you, she's nothing at all. Sister Zhang, her life might be in peril if we keep doing this. She has not eaten for the past 2 nights." Zhang Hong said, "Are you not aware that humans can only die after they stop eating and drinking for 3 days? What's the rush? Even if she starves for another day, no problem will arise." The sound of their conversation gradually grew softer and softer. It was clear that they had gone downstairs. Qiao Lian laid on the bed and clenched her fists tightly. She knew that her best option at this point was to think of the long-term and temporarily compromise. However, she was unable to bow her head to Zhang Hong due to the pride within her bones. She looked at the familiar overhead ceiling and gazed at the crystal chandelier hanging from it. She could not help but laugh at herself mockingly. Shen Liangchuan must have ordered Zhang Hong to look down on her, right? She bit her lip. The words that Shen Liangchuan had spoken to her that night flashed across her mind. "What? How much money do you want?" State your price. In his heart, did he consider her as a woman who would actually do anything just for money? This bastard. To think that she used to like him so much. Who could have thought that this man was in reality so haughty and arrogant? She cursed him in her heat, until she once again felt a searing pain across her belly. Only then did Qiao Lian's dazed mind gradually begin to awaken again. At this moment, her feelings of sadness were redundant. What she needed to do now was to go to the hospital. She clenched her teeth and exerted a lot of effort in order to stand up. Her entire body was powerless and she felt giddy. However, despite all that, she walked step by step towards the doorway and opened the door. Zhang Hong and the rest of the servants were busying themselves in the kitchen downstairs, working and laughing at the same time. She stubbornly walked downstairs one step at a time. None of the people in the kitchen realized that she had slowly walked out of the mansion's front door. She was unable to open her eyes at all because of the harsh sunlight shining outside, and felt as though there were a bunch of stars shining brightly near her forehead. She staggered forward and walked quite a distance. Finally, she saw the shadow of a person dart in front of her. Her vision went black and she fainted. When Qiao Lian regained consciousness again, it was already afternoon. She was awoken by pain. Her stomach felt as though it had been sewn up by pain. It was so painful that she could not lie still. She slanted her body to the side and bent her waist. The stinging smell of disinfectant made her realize that she was in the hospital. She called the nurse over. Panicked, the nurse immediately pushed her into the examination room. She hugged her belly. Even though she was all sweaty due to the pain she had felt while lying on the hospital bed, her heart was ice cold. It was hurting so much. Could she be pregnant? And now, could she be suffering a miscarriage? As she thought of this, she clenched her fists tightly, her face deathly pale. If she suffered a miscarriage with Shen Liangchuan's baby, would he break their contract? The results of the examination were released relatively quickly. Right as the pain Qiao Lian was feeling had sapped all of her strength, the nurse held the laboratory sheet and said, "You are not pregnant." She breathed a sigh of relief. Then she heard the nurse say, "You have a serious case of appendicitis and must undergo surgery immediately." She froze slightly. The nurse immediately said, "Excuse me, but where are your next of kin? We need someone to sign the relevant papers before we can begin the surgery." Qiao Lian frowned. Next of kin? How could she have any next of kin? She bit her lip and said, "Can I sign them?" The nurse shook her head and said, "No." Qiao Lian straightened her body and suppressed the pain that she was feeling. "Then, can I choose to not undergo the surgery? Given your condition, it is best for you to immediately undergo surgery." Qiao Lian had no other options left. She could only say, "Then please let me use your cell phone for a while." She held the other party's cell phone and dialed a phone number. During her time in this world, there was only one person who had the authority to sign his name on the papers for her surgical operation. She dialed that person's number. Shen Liangchuan was attending an important wine reception in Shanghai. Many directors, famous screenwriters and investors were in attendance. Even a person like him, who typically did not engage in social activities in the past, was at this moment holding a glass of red wine and milling about in the crowd. When his cell phone rang, he picked it up and looked at it. When he realized that it was a foreign number, he ignored the call and did not pick it up. However, this number kept calling incessantly. Only then did he frown and walk to a corner of the room. After picking up the call, he heard an unfamiliar female voice emanating from the other side. "Excuse me, are you one of Qiao Lian's family members?" Shen Liangchuan froze and said, "And you are?" "Hello, I am calling from Beijing's number 2 hospital. Here's the situation." After hearing the nurse's words, Shen Liangchuan's eyebrows twisted into the shape of the Mandarin character Chuan. He hung up the phone and instantly went to find Song Cheng. "Book the next flight to Beijing for me, I'm going back." A stunned Song Cheng said, "Brother Shen, you dash." Shen Liangchuan's voice immediately became louder. Now, immediately, without delay. Song Cheng had never seen this worried and frustrated side of him before. Something big must have happened in Beijing. Otherwise, based on Brother Shen's personality, he would have not made a fuss in such a place. Consequently, Song Cheng immediately said without delay, "Yes." The plane flew across the sky. When Shen Liangchuan reached the hospital, 6 hours had already passed. The surgery had already been completed. He had found someone to make an exception for him, wherein the surgery could begin before he had even signed the papers. He was wearing sunglasses and a gauze mask. While he stood at the entrance of the hospital ward, Qiao Lian remained in a deep state of slumber. Only then did he lightly push open the door to the room and quietly walk in to stand beside her bed. The petite body of a woman was lying on the hospital bed, her face as pale as paper. Her face was so transparent that it seemed as though it was about to coalesce with the surrounding air. Even while dreaming, she still frowned and was subconsciously hugging her shoulders in a defensive posture. Who was she defending herself against? Shen Liangchuan clenched his fists and thought about how he had lost control that night. Suddenly, his face showed an expression of regret and remorse. He thought about the words that she had said to him 8 years ago. "I'm most afraid of pain. Even a few drops of blood on my finger can make me cry for ages. So if we argue, you can only try to reason with me. No fighting." The tone of that delicate lady was both rude and overbearing. But how much pain was she in now? He suddenly touched her face and the ward reverberated with his low voice. With a voice full of bitterness and resentment he said, "Xiao Qiao, how could you have forgotten me?" Shen Liangchuan waited in the hospital ward for almost 2 hours before walking out of it. Song Cheng was already waiting outside and said, "I have dealt with all of the signatures and paperwork. You do not have to worry about that anymore." He looked inside the ward via the glass window set in the door. "You were in such a hurry to come back that I thought something big had happened. If I had known that something like this had happened, I would have just settled it with a phone call. You have so many assistants after all. You dash." Shen Liangchuan instantly cut him off saying, "Which office is the chief doctor's?" Song Cheng began to speak but then hesitated, opting instead to sigh deeply. "I will bring you over to him." When they entered the doctor's office, Song Cheng asked him about Qiao Lian's condition. The chief doctor looked questioningly at the man wearing sunglasses and a gauze mask that was currently standing in front of him. He then said incessantly, "Are you her lover? How do you take care of a sick person? She had a severe cold and a 40°C fever, and yet nobody was looking after her? Furthermore, she had not eaten for 2 continuous days. Were you planning to starve her to death? If the patient had not run away by herself and spotted by a helpful passerby, who then called for the ambulance, were you intending for her to die from sickness?" His continuous interrogation caused Shen Liangchuan to widen his eyes. He stood up with a whoosh and stared at the chief doctor unbelievingly. "What did you say?" The chief doctor was momentarily stunned the moment he heard his voice. He stared blankly at Shen Liangchuan saying, "Why do I find your voice so familiar?" Of course it was familiar. The movie that Shen Liangchuan had filmed last year was currently being shown in cinemas everywhere. He had been a popular personality for the past 2 months. Song Cheng quietly chastised him from the side. He then coughed and said, "Doctor, in that case, has Miss Qiao been sick for 2 days?" The doctor's attention was diverted and said, "Yes. According to my calculations, she must have been drenched by the thunderstorm that happened 2 days ago." Song Cheng felt slightly puzzled and asked, "But if Miss Qiao was sick, why did nobody present in the house place a call? She even had to run out in order to be discovered by somebody. Where were the servants in the house? Where were the servants in the house?" Shen Liangchuan wanted to know as well. There was currently a fire raging within his heart that could not be quenched. 2 days ago. This meant that she began to suffer from the high fever after he had forced himself on her. It had been 2 days since then, so how had she tortured herself into this state? Shen Liangchuan stood up with a whoosh and returned to the hospital ward. He then sat in front of her bed and quietly gazed at her. Qiao Lian's fever was quickly receding. The moment he noticed that she was about to awaken, He suddenly felt slightly panicky and did not know how he should face her. Shen Liangchuan told Song Cheng to stay and look after her. Then he drove back home by himself. After cutting off the car's engine, he opened the villa's front door and walked inside. Several people were still chatting in the living room. He walked so lightly that nobody noticed his presence. He had originally planned to go upstairs, but their conversation started drilling into his ear, causing him to momentarily stop walking. Sister Zhang, Ms. Qiao is missing. Should we tell Sir about this matter? Zhang Hong humped coldly. What are you saying? She must clearly be in the hospital now. Just wait and see. Once her fever subsides and her illness is treated, she will come back here crestfallen. But Sister Zhang, will she get even with us? Zhang Hong retorted. Get even? How would she even do that? What manner of living thing is she that she can force me to pour water for her? On what grounds does she have to force me to cook for her? The water is in her room, so whether she drinks or not is up to her. We have already prepared a meal for her. What, does she still need me to bring the food to her mouth? Shen Liangchuan stood there and he stared coldly at the four women in the room. His anger suddenly emerged out of nowhere. Is this how she had been treated on the days he hadn't been around? He suddenly recalled a night when she had tossed and turned in bed. She had obviously been starving, yet she hadn't dared to admit it and had even claimed that she was on a diet. She was already so thin, why would she need to be on a diet? As he thought about it now, it must have been these people who had slighted her and never left any food for her. They had been working for the Shen family for so many years, how dare they? The conversation of the few women in the living room was still ongoing. Sister Zhang, are you sure it is appropriate for us to treat her in this manner? I have a feeling that Sir wouldn't be pleased. Zhang Hong replied nonchalantly. Have you forgotten the times that Sir showed his dislike for her so outrightly? That day, Sir didn't even allow us to address her as Madam. Tell me, how important is she in this house? And also, old Madam refused to move back because she's around. Both Sir and old Madam dislike her so much, so don't worry, even if Sir finds out, he wouldn't blame us. Her sentence shocked Shen Liangchuan, as he stood rooted to the spot. Before he heard Zhang Hong's words, he was still puzzled about why she had kept the servant's mistreatment to herself and not shared it with him, who was stubborn, quick-witted and a person that couldn't take anger. But after hearing Zhang Hong's words, he suddenly realized that he was the reason why the servants had disrespected her. He tightly clenched his fists and for the first time, he felt the feeling remorse and regret. If he hadn't insulted and shamed her using his words, these people wouldn't have dared to slight her. They wouldn't have dared to treat her like this. She hadn't eaten for 2 days and she had had a high fever. But no one had noticed what else had these people done. His anger rose and it emitted from his body. This made the temperature of the room drop by a few degrees. Why does it feel so cold suddenly? Someone spoke and looked around. When she noticed Shen Liangchuan, she was stunned and stammered, "Yes, sir." Her call made the rest of the servants turn to look at Shen Liangchuan. Zhang Hong jumped in shock as she looked at Shen Liangchuan. Why was Sir back? Wasn't he supposed to be back in 2 days? She widened her eyes. Having served the Shen family for 5 years, she thought that she understood Shen Liangchuan relatively well. In these 5 years, no matter whatever he faced, he usually didn't display his emotions. However, at that point in time, his eyes were burning with anger. And the anger was so strong that he looked as if he was a devil from hell. His features were so delicate, but they were giving out a bone-chilling coldness. Zhang Hong swallowed her saliva and tried her best to offer him a smile. "Sir, you're back." Shen Liangchuan squinted his eyes and walked forward asking, "Where's Madam?" "Madam?" Did that mean that Mr. Shen was so furious because of Qiao Lian? Recalling the times where Sir had humiliated Qiao Lian, Zhang Hong was relieved and answered, "We don't know." An idea struck her, so she curled her lips and said, "Sir, you don't know how hard it is to serve Miss Qiao. One moment she wants water and the next she wants us to clean the rag. She is really arrogant at home. Now she refuses to stay home to rest when she's sick. And when we weren't paying attention, she suddenly disappeared. She really is inappropriate. This type of woman, no wonder for money she'd dash. Before she could finish what she had to say, Shen Liangchuan forcefully kicked her. Who did you call inappropriate?
Bang!
Zhang Hong was kicked on the stomach and she landed painfully on the floor. She was in such pain. She felt as if her intestines had been jumbled together. She curved her body like a prawn and laid on the ground, while the pain was engulfing her senses. Shen Liangchuan had kicked her in the moment of anger, so it frightened all the other servants. They took a step backwards and looked at him in fear. Although Mr. Shen looked cold on the surface, he had always treated them politely. This was the first time they had witnessed him so angry. Shen Liangchuan stared at Zhang Hong on the floor. He knew he shouldn't have used force, but when he had heard her insulting Qiao Lian with such contempt, he had immediately lost all his rationality. He suppressed his anger and called caretaker Li, "Aunt Li, please come back." Then he went up the stairs and entered the study room. The 4 servants in the living room were petrified and didn't dare to move. 20 minutes later, Aunt Li had made her way over. Seeing the situation in the living room, she was slightly shocked. She ordered someone to help Zhang Hong up and brought a few others upstairs. In the study upstairs, Shen Liangchuan was staring at the computer screen. His face was so grim, it felt as if he would be able to freeze water. Zhang Hong's eyes had turned red from crying, as she put both her hands on her stomach saying, "Mr. Shen, although I'm just a servant, I'm not your coolie. I have never been hit by anyone in my whole life." "Whoa," Aunt Li immediately assured her. Okay. We all often have disagreements in our daily lives. Sir was too angry today. How about, representing Sir, I let you take a leave. A paid leave. I'll also get some supplements for you, and get someone to bring you for a checkup at the hospital." Shen Liangchuan was a public figure. If the news of him beating up his servants spread, it would become a scandal. Aunt Li wanted to smooth things out and calm Zhang Hong down. But just as she had finished assuring her, Shen Liangchuan lifted his head up ruthlessly and said, "Aunt Li, call the police." He had just checked the surveillance cameras. Little did he expect that the servants would treat Qiao Lian so terribly when wasn't around. He had to make these people pay dearly for this. Aunt Li was stunned. Had she heard him wrongly? Logically, if Zhang Hong got beaten and they called the police, wouldn't the issue be blown up? But Shen Liangchuan's glance hit her and Aunt Li jumped in shock. "Okay, what's the reason for calling the police?" Shen Liangchuan's cold gaze was fixated on Zhang Hong as he replied, "Theft." Zhang Hong immediately shouted, "Sir, what did I steal?" Shen Liangchuan squinted his eyes and changed the video on the computer screen. Aunt Li took a glance at the video and immediately understood Shen Liangchuan's thoughts. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. So, Sir had already made plans on how to deal with her. Her face dimmed. She turned around and scolded Zhang Hong. "As servants, all of you secretly ate your boss bird's nest, abalone and even the white truffle. Do all of you not know how much these are worth? Even 10 years of your salary aren't enough to pay for all these." These things had all been airshipped and brought by Shen Liangchuan, so as it should be, the servants in the house had no right to consume them. However, they shared Qiao Lian's portion. After hearing Aunt Li's words, all 4 of them turned pale. When the police arrived, Aunt Li asserted that Zhang Hong had committed theft and she was arrested. Although Zhang Hong made a fuss over Shen Liangchuan hitting her, she couldn't show any evidence. In the end, Zhang Hong was given the punishment of 3 years in jail. When Qiao Lian woke up, it was already the morning of the second day. The caretaker stood with a smile in front of her bed. "You are awake. Since you've woken up, do eat some liquid food. You have just completed your operation, and you need to take note of your diet for this whole week." Qiao Lian looked at her in confusion and the caretaker explained, "Oh, I was hired by your boyfriend to take care of you." "Hey, your boyfriend is so nice to you. He stayed here throughout the night yesterday." Her words made Qiao Lian widen her eyes, stunned. Her boyfriend, was she referring to Shen Liangchuan? Had he really rushed back after the nurse called him? She suddenly clenched her fists, but after a moment, she let out a sigh. So what if he was back? She then questioned, "Where is he?" He went to buy you porridge. Qiao Lian nodded, and at that moment the door opened. When she turned her head and saw Song Cheng walking in with a bento box, her eyes shone as she looked behind him. Song Cheng spoke with a smile. You're awake? Have some porridge then. The doctor said that you haven't eaten anything for 2 days. How can you torture your body? Behind him it was empty and no one was in sight. Qiao Lian felt a wave of disappointment and she lowered her head. Honestly, what was she looking forward to? Even if the nurse had called him, he wouldn't have appeared in such a public place due to his identity. She looked at Song Cheng as she fought with herself whether she should ask the question. However, the question failed to leave her lips in the end. You had a high fever for 2 days and even had a small surgery. The doctor says that you must rest well for a few days. Mr. Shen said that you should stay in the hospital for a week and only be discharged after you have fully recovered. Song Cheng nagged. Qiao Lian put her spoon down and said, There's no need. Removing the appendix is just a small surgery and my fever has gone down. After resting for another day tomorrow, I will be able to report to work the day after. The news agency must have gone crazy since she had reported to work for so many days. Thinking about this, Qiao Lian panicked, and as she was about to speak, Song Cheng said, I have already called the news agency on your behalf and took a leave for a week. So you should just rest well. Since he had done so, Qiao Lian had no choice but to rest. Furthermore, she would be able to perform better at work after getting sufficient rest, right? She comforted herself as she finished her porridge and laid down to sleep. However, Song Cheng walked out of the room and called Shen Liangchuan. Brother Shen, Miss Qiao is all right. When do you think we should return to Shanghai to look for Director Li? It's not the time to be willful now. Shen Liangchuan kept silent for a moment and replied, You stay in Beijing and I'll go to Shanghai. Song Cheng wondered to himself, What am I staying in Beijing for? To buy porridge for Miss Qiao. Qiao Lian felt bored at the hospital and requested Song Cheng to bring her phone to her. When Song Cheng brought her phone over from the villa, he started picking on her phone. What a useless phone you have. Why didn't Brother Shen give you a new one? Qiao Lian didn't answer. With her phone by her side, her hospitalization days were no longer as dreadful, since she started surfing Weibo and chatting with her colleagues. The managing editor had been relocated to the headquarters, and a new managing editor had landed in the news agency. The new managing editor looks okay, and he is also handsome, but I don't know how to describe it, Xiao Yi was telling Qiao Lian over the phone. Anyway, you'll know when you're back. Qiao Lian laughed. Is the chief editor back? Yes, she's back. Let's not talk about them anymore, it's so meaningless. Let me tell you the hot news. The servant of Best Actor Shen has been arrested due to theft. Best Actor Shen's servant committed theft? Qiao Lian was kind of shocked. Really? Of course it's real. I have been following this piece of news. I've heard that the Shen family wasn't willing to let the matter rest and insisted on getting her jailed. The court will decide her sentence in a few days. Qiao Lian's heart suddenly jumped and an unknown nervousness rose in her. What's the servant's name? She's named Zhang Hong, but when I went to interview her, this Zhang Hong claimed that Best Actor Shen had kicked her. TSK, why would Best Actor Shen hit her? No one will believe her words. Qiao Lian believed her. Qiao Lian had been lying on her bed while talking to Xiao Yi on the phone. However, after hearing her words, she suddenly sat up straight and accidentally pulled her wound, causing pain on herself. She used one hand to press on her wound as her eyes widened. The feeling of loss she had had in the past few days suddenly vanished into thin air. He had punished Zhang Hong. Was it because of her? He had not only kicked Zhang Hong, but even sent her to court. Qiao Lian felt that her dying heart had signs of revival. She hurriedly suppressed the restlessness in her heart. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask Xiao Yi, Do you have news of Best Actor Shen? Yes, Best Actor Shen has been in Shanghai recently. He will be taking the 10 o'clock flight back to Beijing tonight. Tonight? Today was coincidentally the day she was getting discharged. She had originally been filled with boredom, but at this instance she was looking forward to returning home. At 12 noon, Song Chang came to fetch Qiao Lian and take her home after she completed her discharge procedures. When she was back at the villa, she realized that Zhang Hong and the few other servants were indeed gone. Caretaker Li walked out with a larger smile on her face. "Madam, you're home." "Madam?" Qiao Lian widened her big black eyes, and when she was about to correct her, Caretaker Li spoke and apologized to her. "I didn't expect Zhang Hong to be such an awful person. Madam, you must have gone through a lot grievance." Qiao Lian waved her hand with nonchalance. "I'm fine, don't worry." If she hadn't been so sick and had been able to stand up by herself, why would she have been so terribly bullied by Zhang Hong? When she was healthy and conscious, she definitely had the upper hand. Even if Shen Liangchuan hadn't dealt with Zhang Hong, after she were to be discharged, she would have also wanted to deal with her. After she spoke to Caretaker Li, she made her way upstairs to rest. However, the moment she laid down, her phone rang. When she picked up, Xiaohua's voice came from the other side. "Xiao Qiao." Qiao Lian was confused. "Aunt Xia." "Yes, it's me. Why did you disappear for the past few days? I've been waiting for you in the park daily, and it's already been a week. I thought you had moved, so I called you. Did I disturb you?" Qiao Lian hurriedly replied. "No, Aunt Xia, where are you? Did anything happen?" "No, everything is fine, I just miss you. I'm home now. When are you free? Come over and visit me." Qiao Lian looked at the time and replied, "I'm free now." All she had done in the hospital for the past few days was eat, sleep, and repeat. She felt as if she was going to rot. Anyway, she only had to report to work the next day. She still could relax that afternoon. "Really? Come to my house then, I'm in Villa 18. Okowo." The neighborhood was really huge. Thus, Villa 8 was quite a distance away from Villa 18. She only reached Villa 18 after walking for more than 20 minutes. She pressed the doorbell and Xia Yehua came to open the door for her personally. She then followed Xia Yehua into the villa. Qiao Lian was stunned when she saw the arrangements on the coffee table. It was actually, "Auntie, why does your room have pictures of Shen Liangchuan?" Qiao Lian took the pictures out and casually asked Xia Yehua. She then stared at the photos, stunned. The Shen Liangchuan on the photos looked young. They seemed to be from 6 to 7 years ago. He was pressing his lips and one could tell from the picture that he didn't like to talk. He was wearing a white sweater and its color made his face even more handsome. The boy was in his early 20s, he was in his rebellious phase. His hair was kind of long and in his arms there was a guitar. His eyes were cold but determined. His look reminded Qiao Lian of the first time she saw him 8 years ago. Then she had just ended her relationship. Her family was in crisis and both of her parents had passed away. Even her brother, who had broken his legs when a pillar in the house fell during the fire. She felt as if the whole world had collapsed on her. She was completely lost and she didn't know where to go. One day, she was in a daze in the living room and she casually turned on the television. Her gaze was fixated on the television, but her feelings had long flown away. Then she heard a voice from the television which said, "I don't know how to sing." His voice was similar to someone in her memory. She immediately raised her head and stared at the television. What met her eyes was Shen Liangchuan. It was a talent show. He donned a white button-up shirt and stood there casually with a clean look. His face, together with his outstanding temperament, was the focus of the stage. All of the other contestants were trying their best, showing all their abilities and tricks to attract the attention of the judges. However, he was just standing there quietly. After he said so, the host confusedly asked, "Why did you join the talent show?" Shen Liangchuan replied with the question, "Are you choosing an actor or a singer?" The host was at a loss for words. The judge then asked him, "Do you have any talents? Can you act?" Shen Liangchuan pursed his lips and looked up. "I can't act either." Everyone at the scene was stunned, but he still calmly looked at the camera. His determined gaze felt as if it was going through the screen and was exchanging eye contact with Qiao Lian. His thin lips moved as he said, "I don't know anything, but I can learn. No one in the world is born with the knowledge of everything." His tone was firm. He knew what he was doing and what he wanted to do. The attitude of Shen Liangchuan waked Qiao Lian up. Yes, she didn't know how to do anything. She didn't know how to clean the house, how to cook, or how to take care of her younger brother. But she could learn. From that day onwards, she experienced a change in her attitude towards life. She also started following this talent show. Shen Liangchuan and the other contestants had to undergo training, and Shen Liangchuan's acting skills had a huge improvement every new competition. At the end, when he finally became the champion for the season, all the judges were saying, he wasn't the one with the best acting skills, but he was the one that improved the fastest. I believe that he will be the most eye-catching star. And thereafter, she would always follow every television drama and movie of his. She could clearly tell how his acting skills improved through every one of his productions. And now he was an actor with tip-top acting skills. Qiao Lian looked at the pictures and felt as if she being taken back to her younger days. She had never chased after idols or gone crazy over them. Before she became a fan of Shen Liangchuan, she used to be still a pretty rational one. Only now did she realize that she deeply remembered every character he had portrayed in his productions. But these pictures, they didn't look like published photographs. She turned to look at Xia Yehua in confusion. Aunt Xia, why do you have photos of Shen Liangchuan's daily life? When Xia Yehua heard these words, she looked at the photo frame in Qiao Lian's hands. She could not resist but to arch her eyebrows and say, "You finally recognized him." Qiao Lian nodded her head and said, "These must have been taken the year he debuted in the entertainment industry, right?" "Yes, it was then." "Whoa, I can't believe that you, Qiao, are so knowledgeable about him." Qiao Lian answered, "He wore this sweater before during that year." "Ha ha ha. Looks like you are indeed a loyal fan of Shen Liangchuan." Xia Yehua walked over and sat down, pulling Qiao Lian down with her. She then took the photograph and a sly expression flashed across her glance. If she invited Xiao to her house someday, Xiao would be absolutely flabbergasted once she saw Shen Liangchuan in person. As she thought about Xiao's expression, she immediately smiled and said, "I am also a loyal fan of his. I saw him grow up." As she finished speaking, she placed the photo of him to the side. She then picked up her laptop computer and said, "Hurry up, Xiao, come and look at this for me. How do I clear this stage?" Due to her insistence in changing the topic, Shen Liangchuan was never a topic of conversation after that. When it was time to eat, Xia Yehua placed the food, which had already gone cold, into the microwave to heat it up. Unable to resist, she said angrily, "I've already told you about how someone forgets their own mother after they are married. You don't know this yet, but the servants in my house were sent to the other house because there was a lack of servants. This must be a demonstration of power by my daughter-in-law, meant to make me understand her status in my son's heart." Qiao Lian furiously said, "How could this happen? I've seen many mothers-in-law nitpick over their daughters-in-law, but I've never seen a daughter-in-law nitpick over their mother-in-law before." Xia Yehua immediately grabbed Qiao Lian's hand and said, "You're right. If only my daughter-in-law was even half as sensible as you." Qiao Lian also exclaimed, unable to resist, "If only my mother-in-law was half as good as you, then that'd be great." Xia Yehua jumped in shock and said, "You have a mother-in-law?" Qiao Lian nodded and said, "My mother-in-law doesn't like me. If she visits our house, I must wait outside for her to leave before I can re-enter the house." Xia Yehua suddenly realized something and said, "Ah, when you were outside hiding from the rain last time, that was because you were avoiding her?" Qiao Lian nodded. Xia Yehua angrily said, "That's absolutely outrageous. I've never seen such a mother-in-law in all my life." Qiao Lian nodded savagely and indicated her approval, saying, "If she wasn't my senior, I would have dash." "You would have what?" After thinking for a while, Qiao Lian hatefully said, "Drawn a circle and cursed her." Xiao, if only we were in-laws. There would be nary a conflict between us." The entire night's conversation revolved around the topic of in-laws. Both the host and the guest thoroughly enjoyed themselves. When Qiao Lian returned home, it was already 10 p.m. at night. Everything in the mansion had been tidily arranged, but ultimately, the male owner of the house was not here. Thus, the empty house felt lifeless. Caretaker Li walked out and said, "Madam, it's good that you're home. I will take my leave and head over to sleep with your mother-in-law as she is currently alone. Is it fine if I leave only 2 servants with you?" Her attitude was devoted and respectful. Qiao Lian nodded. After Caretaker Li left, she headed upstairs to the master bedroom. After she finished washing up, she laid on the bed, checking her cell phone from time to time. Shen Liangchuan's flight was at 10 p.m. This meant that it would be midnight before he reached Beijing, and it would take at least another hour before he would return home from the airport. Since that day they had not met each other again. When he returned home later, how would she face him? As she worried, her eyelids slowly closed. At 1 in the morning, a black sedan drove towards the outside of the villa. The car's windows rolled down and Shen Liangchuan gazed at the second floor of the villa. Shen Liangchuan silently sat in his car, looking at the second floor. The light was switched off. Did this mean that she was asleep? After a long while, he finally said, "To number 18. Song Chung asked uncertainly, "Brother Shen, Miss Qiao has just been discharged from the hospital today. Aren't you going to see her at all?" Shen Liangchuan gave him a stare, and he instantly shut his mouth, revved the car and drove to Villa 18. However, as he drove he continued nagging. "Since we are going to Villa 18, why didn't you say that when we passed by it? It's so troublesome to make a detour like this. Could it be that you wanted to look at Miss Qiao for a while?" Qiao Lian awoke at the sound of the car driving outside. She quietly walked to the balcony. Unfortunately, the street lamps were too dim, and she was not able to see at the license plate clearly. She only saw a car drive past the mansion's entrance. It then disappeared past the corner crossing ahead. She sighed disappointedly. She turned around and continued to lie down, but she could not sleep regardless of how hard she tried. Was Shen Liangchuan back already? She knocked herself on the head. She felt as though she was an aggrieved woman who had been confined at home. It had undoubtedly been him that had taken out his temper on her that day. However, why did it seem as though it was her who had done something wrong? Qiao Lian covered herself with a blanket and decided to have a good night's sleep. The next day when she woke up, the entire mansion was still completely silent. Everything in her room still seemed to be the same. There were no signs of Shen Liangchuan having returned before. She showered, got dressed and went downstairs. While she was eating breakfast, she casually asked the servant, "Did Sir not say when he was coming back?" The servant immediately replied with a smile, "He came back yesterday, but he has left to go to your mother-in-law's house." Qiao Lian's eating motion momentarily stopped and her face fell. She suddenly felt as though the food in her mouth had lost all flavor. After finishing breakfast, she stood up, picked up her handbag and dashed outside. After entering the news agency, Xiao Yi immediately rushed over excitedly to greet her, saying, "Qiao Lian, you are finally back. How are you? Is your stomach better?" Qiao Lian tossed her head back, slapped her belly once and said, "Of course I'm fine. Everything I eat now tastes absolutely delicious." Before Xiao Yi could continue speaking, Su Mimi walked over. Her eyes were shining with a strong sense of hatred. "Qiao Lian, the chief editor is calling for you." Qiao Lian's eyes narrowed. Xiao Yi said softly, "The very day that the chief editor returned, she called her and allowed her to come back." Then she looked at Su Mimi's back and said softly, "Also let me tell you, yesterday someone saw Su Mimi and the managing editor eating together. The two of them were holding hands and looked intimate." Qiao Lian immediately tensed up. If the managing editor has romantic feelings for Su Mimi, then her status in the news agency is perilous indeed. She went to the chief editor's office. Little did she know that the moment she opened the door to the room, she would see a male stranger standing inside the office. He looked like he was in his 30s and his chin had a mole on it. He had a scrutinizing gaze, which made people feel as though they were cabbages in a market, waiting to be selected by customers. When he saw Qiao Lian, he smiled and said, "This person is one of the most capable journalists in our news agency?" The chief editor smiled and said, "Oh yes, Qiao Lian. Let me introduce you to our new managing editor, Lu Zhixing." Qiao Lian broke out in all smiles and walked forward. As she did so, she heard him say, "You are Qiao Lian? I heard that you were chasing the scoop involving Mrs. Shan's identity. Listen to me, you should first let go of every other task that you are currently completing and go investigate who Mrs. Shen actually is. You must uncover her identity. This is currently the entertainment industry's biggest scoop. Go now. Hurry up, go." Qiao Lian. During lunch hour, Beijing's roads were filled with cars going to and fro. A nanny van with a muted black color rushed through the road. Shen Liangchuan was sitting in the back and reading a script, when he suddenly heard Song Cheng's voice asking, "Oh, did any of you also notice the silver Volkswagen that seems to be following us? Have we encountered the paparazzi?" Shen Liangchuan stayed silent. His assistant immediately asked, "Then what should we do? Should we try to lose them or ignore them?" Song Cheng smiled and said, "We are going to a fitting for the tailored clothes today, and we aren't doing anything disreputable. Forget it, let's just give the driver a chance to lose them. However, if he does not succeed, then we'll just ignore them." "Sure," the driver said, and he pressed the accelerator. Inside the silver Volkswagen, Xiao Yi sat in the passenger seat and looked straight ahead. "Miss Qiao, hurry up. They are speeding up. We must quickly chase up to them." Qiao Lian turned the steering wheel, her face bitter. It had been perfectly fine when they asked her to uncover the scoop originally. She could just laze around outside and think of a plan in the meantime. However, the managing editor had suddenly said that this piece of news was too difficult to uncover alone, so he had asked Xiao Yi to be her partner. That's just great. She had to actually take this assignment seriously. However, how the heck could she conjure up a Mrs. Shen from thin air? At this moment, she saw the other car suddenly increase its speed. Her black eyes moved non-stop. She purposely drove the car to one side of the road. In a matter of minutes, the nanny van that was in front could no longer be seen.
Xiao yelled anxiously. Ah.
How could we have lost them? Qiao Lian breathed a sigh of relief, continued to drive forward and turned at a random intersection. That's enough. Both Best Actor Shen's bodyguard and his driver are cautious people. We have been following them for 2 hours and they must have discovered us. If they wanted to lose us, it would only take a matter of minutes for them to do so. She was about to suggest that they should return to their respective homes, when she suddenly heard Xiao Ye's voice saying, "Miss Qiao, haha, you are indeed superb. Look quickly, we have almost caught up." Qiao Lian looked straight ahead and realized that the nanny van with Shen Liangchuan was just in front of them. Xiao Yi was extremely excited. "How did you know that they would turn here? You are practically godlike." Qiao Lian thought. Only heaven knows why she had caught up to them, after she had just randomly taken a turn. In the nanny van up ahead, the driver saw the car behind them through the rearview mirror. He said, "Damn, how did they also know about such a remote road? The driver driving the car behind us is very good indeed." His competitiveness surged and he smiled at Song Cheng, saying, "Brother Shen, can I have some fun with them?" Shen Liangchuan said apathetically, "Whatever." The driver slowed down the speed of the car. Sitting in the rear car, Xiao Yi immediately got nervous. Why have they slowed down? What are they planning to do? Have they discovered us? "Miss Qiao, what should we do now?" "What should they do?" Qiao Lian fought to stay calm and said, "We will just pretend that we didn't notice and overtake them. Have we not handled similar situations in the past using this method as well?" "Yes, you're right. Overtake them." Qiao Lian earnestly drove the car past the side of the nanny van. That way they could no longer continue following them today, right? Moreover, she now had a reason that would satisfy Xiao Yi. As Qiao Lian was thinking of this, she felt the car shake violently. She jumped in shock momentarily. She saw through the rearview mirror that the nanny van had followed her car and bumped into its rear. Both cars stopped at the side of the road. Song Cheng got out of the car and walked over, smiling. He stood beside her car seductively, knocked on the car's window and said, "Excuse me, we accidentally bumped into the rear of your car. The fault lies entirely with us." "Qiao Lian." Xiao Yi was so nervous that she said, "Qiao, Miss Qiao, we're dead meat now." "Dead meat?" Qiao Lian wanted to swear as well. She was determined not to let them discover that it was her who had been following them. Making up her mind, Qiao Lian refused to roll up the car's windows. Instead, she said in a low voice, "It's nothing." Song Cheng froze. He had personally come to knock on this car's windows. Did the person inside not understand rules? Did she really think that he was here to discuss the tailgating issue? Song Cheng frowned and was about to speak, when he realized that the car had rushed forward with a whoosh. All traces of the car quickly disappeared. Song Cheng. When he returned to the car, Song Cheng touched his nose and said, "The paparazzi nowadays are so cowardly. How will they ever catch a scoop with such an attitude?" As he finished speaking, he smiled at Shen Liangchuan. Attempting to curry favor with him, he said, "Brother Shen, these people aren't like Miss Qiao at all." When he heard this, Shen Liangchuan slightly raised his eyes. The words Miss Qiao had successfully diverted his attention from the script. Song Cheng was nagging in his ear. If Miss Qiao was here, she would have definitely exited the car and start to berate me loudly, asking me to pay for her car. I have never seen a girl who is as brave as her. Someone who wants to go to work the day after a major surgery. If this had been any other time, Shen Liangchuan would have definitely found him noisy. However, he was strangely quiet today. As the people in the car continued talking, the driver suddenly exclaimed in confusion, "That silver Volkswagen is in front of us. How did she know that we would turn in this direction?" When Song Cheng heard his words, he anxiously looked over and then shouted profusely, "Damn it! The news about us going to the shopping mall today must have leaked. Which company are these paparazzi from, and why are they so competent?" Inside the silver Volkswagen currently in front, Xiao Yi widened her eyes and looked behind her. "Miss Qiao, how did they chase up to us so quickly? Are they not letting us go? We clearly did not uncover any scoops. Look, the distance between us and them is only a few meters wide." Qiao Lian was also going crazy. Could it be that Shen Liangchuan was really this petty? No, she could not be caught. At the next traffic light crossing, she turned to the left. The car behind hers also turned to the left. She drove further and then took a left turn. The car behind hers also did the same. Xiao Yi got even more afraid. "Qiao, Miss Qiao, are they planning to kill us?" Qiao Lian desperately wanted to sew Xiao Ye's mouth shut. At a straightaway, she suddenly increased the speed of the car. She continuously overtook 4 to 5 vehicles before she was able to lose the nanny van following behind her. Xiao Yi excitedly grabbed her arm and said, "Miss Qiao, you are so brave." Qiao Lian also sighed intensely in relief. She delightedly lifted her chin and said, "I had to be brave." Xiao Yi said regretfully, "However, we won't be able to follow Best Actor Shen today. Don't worry, there will be plenty of chances in the future." Qiao Lian consoled her without thinking. Xiao Yi immediately said excitedly, "Miss Qiao, do you see the shopping mall in front? Let me tell you, everybody inside is a high-profile person. All the famous celebrities go there to buy clothes. I know that beside this mall there is an outlet store. There is a place selling mala hot pot in the building, so we should go there to eat." Qiao Lian was also hungry. She said, "Are you treating?" "Fine." Qiao Lian found a roadside to park her car. Then she followed Xiao Yi out of the car and was about to walk away, when she realized that Xiao Ye's body was suddenly frozen. Qiao Lian asked, "What is it?" Xiao Yi was on the verge of tears. "Qiao, Miss Qiao, how did they catch up to us?" She turned her head, following Xiao Ye's gaze, and saw Shen Liangchuan's nanny van parked a short distance away. Qiao Lian grabbed Xiao Ye's arm and swiftly rushed to the luxury shopping mall nearby. Her heart was beating wildly, so she pressed her hand onto her chest. She could not help but pray that that group of people had not seen her just now, given how quick her reaction had been. In the nearby nanny van, Song Cheng's mouth twisted into an O shape. He could not believe what he had just seen. So, Miss Qiao had actually been inside the silver Volkswagen after all? No wonder they were so incredible, Song Cheng exclaimed. Miss Qiao is one of the world's most outstanding paparazzi. Shen Liangchuan's gaze had stayed apathetic from start to end. However, it finally wavered when he saw the lithe body in front of him. He watched as she agilely rushed inside the shopping mall. He suddenly realized that this forced wardrobe-fitting trip might not be so boring after all. Qiao Lian grabbed Xiao Yi and rushed into the shopping mall. Xiao Yi clutched her chest and exclaimed, "No wonder there are so many people, they must have uncovered the news about Best Actor Shen. I feel that even his nanny van is more intimidating than other people's." Qiao Lian said, "We could sneak from the back door to the front in just a moment and then drive our car and leave." However, Xiao Yi immediately grabbed her and said, "Miss Qiao, it's rare that we have some free time today. How about we do some shopping in this mall?" Qiao Lian thought carefully. If they spend some time here, Shen Liangchuan and his posse would definitely leave before them. She nodded in agreement. The two of them casually sauntered around the large shopping mall. The bustle and noise that one usually finds in normal shopping malls were not present at all in this one. They could only see a couple of well-dressed ladies wandering around inside. The salespeople were extremely polite and made them feel refreshed and relaxed. There were even bodyguards standing guard at the entrances of branded goods shops. Qiao Lian was slightly absent-minded. Before her parents passed away, she would not have hesitated to shop at this type of shopping malls. However, at this moment, she did not know whether her entire year's salary was enough for her to buy even a single dress that was sold here. Qiao Lian breathed in deeply and felt that they had spent enough time shopping. She was just about to suggest leaving when she suddenly heard Song Cheng's voice emanating from in front of her saying, "Brother Shen, it's just ahead." Her entire body froze. She violently jerked her head upwards and looked over. She saw Shen Liangchuan wearing sunglasses and a gauze mask, and he was heading towards her, accompanied by a group of people. Qiao Lian immediately got anxious and looked around in all directions. She then grabbed Xiao Yi and rushed into the interior of a nearby shop. Xiao Yi exclaimed, "Miss Qiao, they will certainly not be able to recognize us. We do not have to be so worried." But the moment she started speaking, Qiao Lian saw that the group of people in front of her was actually rushing directly towards the shop that she was in. At this rate, they would definitely meet up face to face. Qiao Lian looked around, but she could not find a suitable hiding place. She anxiously pointed at a piece of clothing randomly and asked, "Can I try this on?" The salesperson was slightly stunned and asked, "Miss, are you sure you want to try this on?" Qiao Lian pointed at the piece of clothing with one hand, but her eyes were staring at Shen Liangchuan instead. He seemed to have noticed something, as his face slightly tilted upwards and turned in her direction. An anxious Qiao Lian said, "Yes, this piece of clothing. I want to try it." The salesperson hesitated momentarily, but said respectfully, "Of course, Mississippi. Please come with me to the fitting room." Qiao Lian picked up the clothes and squirmed into the fitting room. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. However, when she saw the clothes in her hand, her entire body almost jumped up in shock. The piece of clothing she had chosen was typically worn for sexual purposes.